Alex thought about that. Freddie must have stolen it all. He just hoped nobody had been hurt. "Don't worry," Freddie said. "Nobody saw me. I was very careful. I don't want anyone to know we're in town." He picked up a packet of sandwiches and threw it to Alex, who caught them. Ham and cheese. "I also talked to my family." "Brilliant. Did you get a phone?" Freddie hesitated. "Yes." "Can I use it? There are people I'd like to call." "It was out of battery, Julius. I left it behind." It was obvious Freddie was lying. He continued quickly. "It doesn't matter. They're on their way. They're sending people to help us. We're safe here. We're just going to have to wait until it gets dark again." There were all sorts of questions going through Alex's mind, but for the moment he stayed silent. He suddenly realized how hungry he was. He broke open the packet and took out a sandwich. He ate it in 3 mouthfuls, then drank half a can of Coke. "So, listen to me, Freddie. I mean, number 9. You've got to tell me a bit more about this family of yours," he said. "You said they'd look after me, which is great, but I'd like to know where I'm going." "We'll start in Tangier," Freddie replied. "That's only 50 kilometers across the Strait of Gibraltar." "And then?" Freddie frowned. "I'm not allowed to tell you, Julius. You have to trust me. My family are very happy that you helped to get me out of prison, and they want to meet you. But I can't tell you where they are. You'll have to wait and see." "Okay," Alex considered. "But we've got the whole day together. You could at least tell me who you are and what you did to wind up getting arrested. I don't even know that. And why don't you use your name? Why are you just a number?" Freddie had finished his sandwich. He tore open the biscuits. "I'm just one of 25, he said. "Nightshade?" "Yes. We are all orphans. Our parents didn't want us and put us in a boat in the ocean. We sailed for 100 days until we were found by the teachers who took us into their home. The British police called me Freddie, and they showed me a man and a woman who pretended to be my parents, but I know that's all a lie. We are numbers because we have no identity outside the group. We don't make any choices. The teachers tell us what we have to do, and we obey them." "And what's that? What do you have to do?" "We have to make the world a better place." "By killing people?" Freddie nodded. "Sometimes. There was a man in Rio de Janeiro that I was sent to kill. He was a spy, and he was evil. Unfortunately, I got caught when I was running away, and that's how I ended up in prison with you. The teachers are angry with me because I was already in training for Leap of Faith." "Leap of Faith, what's that?" "My next mission. After I got caught, I prayed for forgiveness, and maybe that's why you were sent to me. I really hope they're going to let you join us, Julius." "Yeah, number 26. That's me." It was all madness. The teachers, the fight against evil, the leap of faith, the prayers. Freddie talked a little more, but then he'd decided he'd had enough and closed his eyes, and suddenly he was asleep. He was sitting cross-legged with his hands resting on his thighs. Alex realized it must be a technique he had been taught, the ability to switch off in an instant. He finished his Coke and lay back on the floor, gathering his strength, aware of the monkey watching him with blank eyes. Sitting in her office on the 16th floor of the building in Liverpool Street, Mrs. Jones read the document that had just been handed to her, then went through it a second time. She had been away the evening before, at an old factory in southeast London, watching the Special Air Service take part in an anti-terrorist exercise. There had been hostages, blank ammunition, training grenades, and smoke bombs. Apparently, a dozen local residents had called the police, mistaking what was happening for the real thing. "This happened yesterday," she said. Crawley nodded. "I tried to contact you, but there was a security blackout where you were. No messages in, no messages out." "You should have reached me at home." "By then it was too late. There was nothing you could have done. So why give you a sleepless night?" Mrs. Jones stared at the sheet of paper as if she might find some secret message between the lines. It wasn't there. "What happened?" she demanded. "This was never part of the plan. Alex was sent in to get information, not to organize an escape, and certainly not to take part in it. What does he think he's doing?" "I imagine he's trying to help you," Crawley suggested gently. "Me?" "You told him, didn't you?" Crawley was one of the few people in MI6 who knew the truth. "You told him about your children." Mrs. Jones thought about what Crawley had just said, and when she replied, there was anger in her eyes. "Alex doesn't owe me anything," she said. "I've spoken to Dr. Flint. Freddie Gray wasn't talking. Not to her. Not to anyone." Then Alex managed to break through. Freddie still wouldn't tell him anything about Nightshade, but he'd worked out a plan to get out of the prison. A lot of people would have been killed. Alex persuaded him to do it his way. With no casualties? That's right. One guard concussed, another shot in the arm. Once again, Alex has done a remarkable job. If Freddie takes him to Nightshade, there's every chance that he'll be able to get a message to us, and then we can move in and extract him. Do we have any idea where he is now? I'm afraid not. The two of them have vanished into thin air. It's incredible. The police and the military are combing the peninsula, and the Spanish are helping too. The border is closed, but there's no sign of them. Crawley paused. They must have had outside help. Mrs. Jones looked up at him. That's impossible. We didn't take any chances after what happened in Rio de Janeiro. Freddie Gray went into that prison without a stitch of his original clothing and no possessions. He was strip-searched. There was no way he could have communicated with the outside world. Then maybe he's just very lucky. They both knew there was no such thing as luck. Not in the world they inhabited. Everything happened for a reason. Mrs. Jones laid the document down. Who else knows about this? She asked. The duty officer took the message when it came in last night. She decrypted it and sent it to me. Obviously, the authorities in Gibraltar are involved, and Freddie Gray's description has been circulated. But we've managed to keep Alex's name out of it. And by that I mean Julius Grief, too. He coughed. I did consider letting people know that he's one of ours. You were right not to. It's too risky. If Nightshade learned the truth, he'd be killed instantly. Exactly. He stands a better chance if we keep him out of the picture altogether and focus on the other boy. Thank you, John. It was unusual for Mrs. Jones to use first names in this room. Only 3 people in London know about this, you, me, and the duty officer. Let's make sure we keep it that way. But just down the corridor, in a small office next to the men's toilets, Owen Andrews was looking at a report on his computer screen. A breakout from the HMS Secure Unit in Gibraltar reported at 18:30 hours. Prisoner XF242837 Frederick Gray now missing in the company of a second inmate, name withheld. 2 officers injured, not critical. Blanket land/sea search continues. He was puzzled. It seemed incredible that the prison authorities and MI6 Special Operations should have allowed Freddie Gray to escape. He was the one link with the terrorist event being planned by Nightshade in London, and to lose him now was a catastrophic failure on their part. But who was the prisoner who had escaped with him, and why had his or her name been removed from the report? That made no sense at all. Unless MI6 was hiding something. Owen Andrews had no friends. He still lived with his parents, and he didn't even like them very much. All that mattered to him was his career, and it was this that made him so useful to Dominic Royce. He had been told to find out what was going on in Special Operations, and right now he was certain that they were lying. Mrs. Jones was holed up in that office of hers just down the corridor, and Owen had seen Crawley going in. It seemed to him that her deputy was looking distinctly worried. He stared at the computer screen in front of him. It really shouldn't be too hard to hack into Crawley's private account. After all, he was inside MI6, inside the firewall. He had already made quite a bit of progress, running a scan of all the ports in Crawley's operating system, selecting the ones that were least protected. Very soon, he would start work on the passwords. Through the wall, Owen heard the sound of gurgling water as a toilet was flushed. Ignoring it, he reached out over his keyboard and began to type. It had been the longest day of Alex's life. He had been stuck in the empty cinema with only a few pages from an old newspaper to read. He'd found a crossword and done half of it, having to visualize the answers as he had no pen with which to fill them in. There was no point trying to talk to Freddie, who seemed to have switched off. After that, Alex rested, dozed, daydreamed. He would have liked to have gone outside if only to see if the sun had begun to set, but once again Freddie dissuaded him. It was too dangerous. That much at least was true. Alex could imagine that the whole area of Gibraltar was being searched. The rock itself was riddled with caves and old buildings. Then there was the main town, the area around the airport, the various bays. With a bit of luck, the security forces wouldn't come in here, though. As far as they were concerned, the cinema was meant to be locked up. That led Alex to ask himself again, how had Freddie managed to break in through the side door? The wood was thick and the lock was solid. Surely it would have demanded a crowbar or an axe, but Freddie had neither. For that matter, how had he even known the cinema was here? He glanced at the other boy, who was sitting in a chair as if there was actually a film being projected onto the blank screen. He shivered. None of this made any sense. "They're here," Freddie said suddenly. "Who?" Alex listened, but he couldn't hear anything. "La Máquina." Alex thought he must be mistaken, but a second later there was a thud of a door opening, and as he got to his feet, 2 men came into the auditorium, both of them dressed in jeans and dirty T-shirts. They were Spanish, dark-skinned. One had a shaven skull and an earring. The other was heavier, older, with greasy black hair and suspicious eyes. He was the one who spoke first. "You are number 9? Freddie nodded. Alex noted that the man had not used his prison name. "And the other?" "I'm Julius Grief," Alex said. The man ignored him. He was talking only to Freddie. "We are to leave him behind," he said. "Our instructions are to take only you." Alex felt his heart sink. So after all that, the escape, the chase down the hill, and the long wait in this horrible place, he wasn't going anywhere. He was about to argue when Freddie took a step forward. "No," he said. The 2 men looked at him in disbelief. "He's my friend," Freddie went on. "He was the one who got me out of the prison. He wants to join us. I'm not going to leave him behind." The shaven-headed man spoke for the first time. "You make big mistake," he said. His English was much worse than his friend's. "There's no room for 2. "It's both of us, or it's neither of us," Freddie insisted. He reached out and took the stuffed monkey. "All 3 of us," he added. There was a long silence. Then the first man shrugged. "All right, but your people will pay double. They will not be pleased." "Who are these men?" Alex took a step forward, standing between Freddie and the 2 Spaniards. He wanted to show them that he wasn't scared. "How do we even know we can trust them?" "They're from La Máquina," Freddie explained. "It means the machine. They're part of a gang. They run drugs between Tangier and Spain." He smiled. "Except tonight they're going to run us. I told you. 50 kilometers across the Strait of Gibraltar. They've been paid to get us out of here." "And you arranged all this by phone?" Freddie hesitated briefly. "That's right. We can trust them. This is their business." "Great. I just hope it's not going to be too rough. I get seasick." Freddie grinned at that, but the 2 men weren't amused. "Come now," the shaven-headed man said. "We move quickly. No police or soldiers near." He pointed. "This is Matias. I am Sebastian. You do everything we tell you. No more argue." "Whatever you try to say," Alex muttered. The 4 of them hurried out of the cinema, taking the door into the alleyway. As they emerged into the open air, Alex saw that it was dark once again, just as it had been when they arrived, with traffic rushing past in both directions. With a bit of luck, they wouldn't be noticed. He and Freddie were both wearing new T-shirts, and now there were 4 of them. 2 kids going out for dinner with their dads. Alex hoped that was what any passing driver would think. They crossed the road and continued downhill past an office block and a brightly lit Italian restaurant, Mamma Mia, on the other. Glancing back, Alex could see the immense bulk of the rock towering over them and imagined the governor scowling inside his secret prison, waiting to hear from the dozens of policemen and soldiers who would still be searching through the undergrowth. His bare arms were covered in cuts, and he could feel the breeze actually hurting him as it brushed against his skin. Freddie briefly rested a hand on his shoulder, and that hurt too, but he smiled. If it wasn't for his new friend, he'd have been left behind. The sea was right in front of them. They crossed a second road, wider, emptier, and came to what looked like a holiday village with a white archway over the entrance and a gate. A sign read Queensway Quay. Alex was sure that there would be guards here, but either La Máquina had paid them or scared them off. Nobody noticed them as they slipped through. There was a marina on the other side. Alex saw boats of every size and description moored together in the square of water formed by a line of shops, with restaurants on one side and concrete jetties on the other three. There were sailing boats, motorboats, cruisers, catamarans, all of them bobbing up and down with their masts creaking and tinkling in the darkness. He saw at once which one belonged to the gang. It was an ugly grey rib, a rigid, inflatable boat about 12 meters long with a deep V hull designed to cut through waves. It had been moored between two speedboats, sitting there like a beached whale. It was powered by 3 massive outboard engines mounted behind a single mast which rose up with a white radar dish mounted on the top. There were 4 seats in the middle and a 5th behind the steering wheel, which was attached to a console with a glass window to protect the skipper from the spray. A third man was standing on the jetty holding a rope, waiting for them. Alex was amazed that nobody had noticed them. They were surrounded by pleasure boats, but even at a glance it was obvious that the rib had nothing to do with pleasure at all.
"Get in,"
Matthias hissed,
"and be careful not to step on the tarpaulin."
Alex felt a hand shoving into the small of his back, and was almost propelled into the water. Somehow he stumbled into one of the seats, resting against the side of the rib, which was made of something soft, rubber or neoprene perhaps. Meanwhile the man with the rope was arguing in Spanish. He had clearly been expecting one passenger and wanted to know why there were 2. Sebastian snapped something at him and all 3 men climbed on board. A moment later they were backing out, the water churning around them. Alex was sitting next to Freddy. Sebastian and Matthias were behind. The third man was steering, and he clearly knew what he was doing. Alex could feel the vibration of the propellers. They were still on low power, but the rib seemed almost to glide over the surface of the water, and when the skipper pushed down on the throttle it leapt forward, the noise rising, the engines growling. Sebastian reached down and produced a bottle of some sort of spirit, rum or tequila. He took a swig, laughed, then passed it to Matthias. They were already moving fast, but Alex guessed the engines weren't even at 1/10 of their full power. Expertly, the skipper steered them to a gap between the concrete walkways. They passed under a bridge. Now they were in open water, leaving the lights of Gibraltar behind. Alex shivered. It was almost the end of October, and although they were in the Mediterranean, he could feel the first touches of winter in the wind. How long would it take them to reach Tangier? The rib had 3 engines, each one with 300 horsepower. Working together, they would easily be capable of 30 knots, about 35 miles per hour. If they continued at full speed, they should be there in no more than about 15 minutes. But the skipper clearly didn't want to draw attention to himself. He was carefully controlling the throttle. Any boat speeding at this time of night had to be up to no good, and the more noise he made, the more likely they were to be spotted. Better to cruise gently with just a soft rumble carrying them forward. Nobody was speaking. Matthias held out the bottle for Freddy, who shook his head. "I'm not allowed alcohol," he said. Matthias shrugged and took another swig himself. He didn't offer any to Alex. It had all been ridiculously easy. Alex was almost embarrassed that a British overseas territory jammed with officers and personnel from the Army, Air Force, Navy and Police should have allowed a bunch of criminals to slip through the net without a single alarm bell being rung. There was a large part of him that wanted them to be caught. After all, if the boat was seized, the drug smugglers would be arrested and Freddy would be taken back to jail. It would be the end of the adventure for him, but nobody would be able to say that it was his fault. In a few days he would be back at Brookland, putting all this behind him. But it wasn't going to happen. Alex stared at the horizon, invisible in the black emptiness of the sea. They were slipping away into an immense darkness. Nobody had seen them leave. The thought was no sooner in his head than he was proved wrong. It came looming up from nowhere. It had picked them up almost at once and had been quietly tracking them. A spotlight cut through the darkness at the same time as the roar of an engine announced itself, and twisting round, Alex was just able to make out the shape of a high-speed interceptor vessel marked in the colours of the Royal Gibraltar Police. He had to smile. With the word police on the side and the blue-yellow chessboard along the edge, it looked like a marine version of the police cars that patrolled the streets of Chelsea. And it was closing on them with deadly speed. Alex could make out 4 figures on board, 3 men and a woman, and guessed they would all be armed. "Pull over!" The amplified voice belonged to the captain and echoed across the water. "Cut your engines and stay where you are. You will receive no further warning." There was a brief pause. Then the 3 men from La Máquina acted as one. The driver slammed his hand down on the throttle, making the engines howl and sending the rib hurtling forward. Sebastian knelt down and began to fumble under the tarpaulin. Matthias waved a finger in front of Alex's face.
Stay where you are,
he shouted.
No move.
Still holding the bottle, he stood up and staggered back towards the wheel. The captain of the interceptor had seen what they were doing. She rapped out an order, and a second later there was a burst of gunfire. A warning shot that passed inches over their heads. Still, the rib didn't slow down, and the next burst came almost at once, hammering into the wheelhouse and smashing the bottle in Matthias's hand. Matthias yelled out and dropped the pieces. Alex and Freddie crouched low, feeling the bullets fly past, knowing that they were quite literally sitting targets, but that there was nothing they could do. The interceptor vessel was catching up with them. Its engines were more powerful than theirs. The spotlights were slicing through the darkness, pinning them down. It seemed to be doubling in size with every second. Then Sebastian stood up, propping himself against the radar mast for balance. Alex saw that he had retrieved something from underneath the tarpaulin. It was a weapon of some sort, about 1 meter long, made of wood and metal. He had slipped a strap over his shoulder, and he had the stock pressed into his chest. With a sense of disbelief that made his head spin, Alex recognized what the weapon was. Sebastian was about to fire a Russian-made RPG-7 anti-tank rocket-propelled grenade launcher at the interceptor vessel coming up behind them. A small gunpowder charge would launch the grenade, but then, after 10 meters, a rocket motor would ignite, propelling the deadly missile across the water at 295 meters per second. If it hit the boat, it would kill everyone on board. The explosion would be seen for miles. Alex knew he had to do something. He couldn't just sit there and watch British policemen and women being murdered. But he was trapped in his seat, surrounded by gangsters. He couldn't move. The rib was rushing at full speed across the surface of the sea. He could feel the spray hammering into him. Freddie was next to him, his eyes wide, something like a grin on his face. Sebastian was still aiming. The skipper was gripping the wheel with both hands, his teeth showing in a snarl of determination. What to do without giving himself away? It had to be now. Alex looked down and saw part of the bottle that Matthias had been holding before the first gunfire had shattered it. The neck and a jagged blade of glass were lying on the floor right beside him. Hoping he wouldn't be seen in the darkness and the spray of the water, Alex reached down and picked it up. He saw Sebastian's finger tighten on the trigger of the grenade launcher. The interceptor vessel was so close that it would be impossible to miss. There was another burst of gunfire, and Alex used that moment to slash sideways, driving the point of the broken bottle into the side of the rib. There was a bang as the air-filled fabric exploded. Alex felt it shred beneath his hand like an oversized party balloon. The whole rib veered to the right. At exactly that moment, Sebastian fired. But he had been knocked off balance. The grenade shot forward and ignited, then soared past the interceptor vessel, missing it by inches. Alex wondered how much damage he had done. The rib wasn't going to sink. It had been designed with separate air compartments to stay buoyant in the event of a puncture. Even so, the shock of the blast had sent the whole vessel into a spin-out. The skipper was shouting, fighting with the wheel. The rib was out of control, spinning on the surface of the water like a crazy fairground ride. Alex couldn't see anything. The night was whirling around him. Somehow, the skipper managed to stop them capsizing. Alex felt himself being thrown against Freddie, but then the rib was upright, ploughing forward in a straight line. The darkness swallowed them up. Twisting round, he saw that the interceptor vessel had dropped back. The captain had seen the grenade go past and had known how close they had come to destruction. They weren't equipped to face such weapon power. They had no choice but to let them go. Nobody said anything for the next few minutes. Not until the Gibraltar police vessel was out of sight. Suddenly they were alone in the ocean with the rocks swallowed up behind them, and a few tiny lights twinkling ahead. It was Mathias who spoke first. He knelt down and examined the torn skin of the rib. Alex wished now that he had dropped the broken bottle into the sea. Instead, it was lying there on the floor of the rib, the evidence of what he had done.
What happened?
Mathias demanded.
What do you mean?
Alex asked. They were shooting at us. They hit the side of the rib.
It was a lucky shot.
Mathias was suspicious. The damage to the rib didn't look as if it had been made by a bullet. But then again, he knew nothing about Alex. Why should an escaping prisoner have wanted to get himself caught? He turned to Freddie.
Did you see what happened?
Freddie shrugged. No, it was like Julius said, they were shooting at us. We got hit. Mathias was about to say something more, but then Sebastian called to him. Alex looked up and saw a blaze of lights in front of them. A busy harbour, houses squeezed together in narrow streets rising up the hillside, roofs and minarets, all of them beneath a crescent moon and a confusion of stars. Beside him, Freddie laughed and clapped his hands. They were in Tangier, on the coast of Africa. They had arrived. Part 3. Numbers. Kids in crisis. Crete is the largest and the most populated of all the Greek islands, covering 160 miles from east to west. Every year, more than 2 million tourists fly into the airports at Heraklion and Hania. Some have come for the beaches and perfect weather, some for the historical sites, some for the bars and tavernas, but they're all looking for a good time. The Greeks are always welcoming. Prices are cheap. At the very east of the island is a beach called Vai. It's famous for its palm forest and tropical sand, and people will cross the island to spend the day there. But the area around Vai is less well known. There are very few buildings scattered across the landscape, and apart from the occasional watermelon or pineapple stand, the roads seem to be deserted. There are several military camps in the area. Greece and Turkey have waged 4 wars against each other, and although there hasn't been any actual fighting for a long time, the two countries are still at each other's throats. Every Greek has to spend 1 year in the armed services. Turkish ships and planes are constantly monitored. The camps are closely guarded, and it is forbidden to enter them. In the past, tourists have been arrested simply for taking photographs. The military base at Kavos Bay had once been an important outpost on the edge of the Aegean Sea, with the Turkish mainland and the enemy just 250 miles away. It was at the end of a rough track that climbed steeply into the hills, with warning signs in Greek and English, "Private road, closed to traffic." If a tourist or a local farmer were to ignore the sign and keep driving, they would come to a tall fence with a locked gate. If they managed to get through that, a second fence would block their way a quarter of a mile later, and this time there would be a soldier waiting for them, dressed in khaki and carrying a gun. All of this was strange because the base at Kavos Bay hadn't belonged to the Greek army for 20 years. It had been closed down and then sold to a charity called Kids Crisis Relief. It was now home to a number of children, boys and girls from all over Europe, who had lost their parents in different war zones and who might have starved if they hadn't been brought here and looked after. The children never left the complex. It was believed that many of them were traumatized. They needed round-the-clock care. The charity asked the local people to leave them alone, to allow the sunshine, the silence, and the smell of the pine and eucalyptus trees to help with the healing process. Cretans have learned over the years not to ask too many questions. They keep themselves to themselves. Even so, some of them were puzzled by the activity at the Kavos Bay camp. Why, for example, was there a full-length airstrip? Planes and helicopters were often seen landing or taking off, and it was said that some of the poor children had even taken up parachuting. There were rumours that, as well as a school, a hospital, and 2 accommodation blocks, the charity had also constructed an army-style assault course. Gunshots had been heard at night, echoing down the hillside. 2 years before, a fisherman, Yannis Hordakis, had sneaked into the compound with his brother. The 2 of them were going to take photographs and sell them to a newspaper in Athens. That was the plan. Yanis had never been seen again. His brother George had caused a mass panic when his body was washed up on Vai Beach. It looked as if he had been mauled by a shark, even though there have never been any shark attacks in the Aegean. After that, nobody had gone near the place again. Kids Crisis Relief was a real charity. It had registered offices in Geneva and could show a comfortable amount, but not too much money, in the bank, with accounts in apple pie order. It raised money all over the world with collection tins outside stations, advertisements in the newspapers, and even celebrity concerts in London and New York. There were elderly ladies who cheerfully sold pins and badges, and vicars who passed around the collection plate to help them. Had they driven to Crete and entered the camp, they might have been surprised by what they saw. To begin with, it was very large. It had been built on a plateau 1/4 of a mile in diameter, with steeply rising hills on all sides forming a natural barrier against the outside world. The slopes were inhabited by goats, and every evening the silence was broken by the sound of their bleating or by the chime of the bells they wore around their necks. A clump of olive trees disguised the entrance to a narrow gorge, a crack in the earth that dated back to prehistoric times, which ran down all the way to the sea. The airstrip, with a pair of gleaming silver hangars, stretched the full length of the compound. Any plane taking off would have to climb rapidly to avoid the side of the hills. More than a dozen buildings had been constructed close to one another, forming what was effectively a village with its own little square. There was even a Greek taverna with a name, Mistral, a wind which often blows in Crete, above the front door. Everything was made of stone, painted white against the glare of the summer sun. And there were 2 dormitories, one for boys, one for girls, that were made of wood. Solar panels had been set in the roofs, and in addition 2 wind turbines were constantly turning at the very edge of the property above the sea. A natural spring provided fresh water, and there was enough land to grow vegetables and to raise sheep and chickens. The goats provided milk and cheese. Kavos Bay needed no help from outside. It could survive on its own. The most impressive building stood some distance from the main village, at the end of a road that ran dead straight between 2 rows of cedar trees. It was made almost entirely of white marble, shaped like a Greek temple, with massive columns and wide steps leading up to the main entrance. This was the only way in, and it was guarded by 2 oversized statues, winged angels on plinths, one with its arms spread in welcome, the other more threatening, with a sword and shield. A line taken from a prayer written in gold ran all the way across the front of the building. Forever and all eternity. At midday the sunlight would hit the letters, and they would glimmer so brilliantly that they could be seen a mile away. The building, it was actually known as the Temple, might have been designed to look ancient, but it was easy to see that it was brand new. Behind the columns, the front doors were electronic and connected to a fingerprint scanner set in a block of stone. Long, narrow windows had been constructed at intervals with one-way glass so that nobody could look in. There was a cluster of sophisticated satellite dishes and aerials, as well as water tanks and air-conditioning units on the roof. Nobody was expected to walk here in the hot Greek sunshine. Instead, driverless electric buggies made the journey from the village and back again, whirring almost silently up and down the road. This was the home of the teachers. At least that was what they called themselves. There were 4 of them, and they were in fact the executive committee of Nightshade. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, the same day that Alex had left Tangier, and 2 men and 2 women had gathered in the conference room on the ground floor. They were sitting around a table that was a single block of wood taken from a 1,000-year-old tree that had once grown on that very spot. The teachers had chopped it down when they constructed the temple. The walls of the room were grey stone. There were no pictures and no ornaments. The air conditioning had been turned up so high that it was almost like sitting in a fridge. The teachers were all dressed identically in grey shirts buttoned up to the neck, loose-fitting grey robes and sandals. They looked a bit like monks, though New Age ones. Each one of them wore a gold disc around their neck, decorated with a half moon and the shadow of a star. They were drinking small cups of green tea. They did not use surnames. They always referred to each other as brother or sister.
"Shall we begin?"
The speaker was sitting at the head of the table. He was about 50 years old, All the teachers were a similar age, and they were all American. The speaker was completely bald, with a round head that seemed to be melting. His neck and his cheeks hung down in loose folds, and his lips were so thick that they bulged out beneath his nose. His name was Brother Lamar, and he was the founder and chief executive of Nightshade.
I want to start with an update on number 9, he continued. We've got him back, and I suppose we can be glad for that, but the question is, can we keep him? Is he still any use to us, or has he been compromised?
In my view, he's performed well. The woman sitting next to him, Sister Jeanne, had the look of a matron in a private clinic. She was well built, with chestnut hair which she had spent hours styling, but it still looked fake. Her skin was beginning to wither, and all the colour in her face, on her lips, her cheeks, her eyelids, had come out of a bottle. "I've had a long talk with number 9 since his return," she went on. "I don't think it was his fault he was captured in Rio. Number 6 saw what happened, and she told me it was pure bad luck. He was held by the Brazilian police, and he did pretty well. 5 men killed and 2 more injured. It's too bad he was unable to escape. After that, he was held by the British Secret Service, but he told them nothing. Brother Mike has obviously had success with the advanced interrogation techniques." She nodded at the man opposite her. "He didn't give them zip. The Brits sent him to Gibraltar, and as you'll remember, we did discuss whether we should use our communication system to instruct him to commit suicide. It's lucky we didn't. He was there only for a few weeks before he managed to escape, and with help from a local gang, La Machina, he was taken off the peninsula and over to Tangier. We flew him home from there."
What did we pay La Machina? Brother Lamar asked.
"The fee was 100,000 euros, Sister Jeanne sniffed. "Unfortunately, this was doubled as 2 people, not 1, escaped." "That's right, and what about the second kid?" It was the other woman who had asked the question. Sister Kristen had long white hair that swept down over her shoulders, and a thin, angular face with a nose like a kitchen knife. She wore glasses and dangling silver earrings that swung every time she moved her head. "His name is Julius Grief," Sister Jeanne replied, glancing at her notes. "He has an interesting bio. He was actually cloned by his father, Dr. Hugo Grief, and given extensive plastic surgery. He has something in common with the numbers, in that his whole life has been devoted to a single purpose, and he has pursued it ruthlessly, without hesitation."
Are you saying he could join us?
"I don't know, Brother Lamar. My feeling is that we might be able to use him. We should discuss it in due course. But before that, there is a much more serious matter to consider, and that is the fact that number 9 disobeyed orders." There was a brief pause as the 4 people around the table took this in. It had never happened before. It was actually unthinkable. "He disobeyed?" Sister Kristen's earrings shuddered as she repeated the words. "Number 9 was told to leave Julius Grief behind. He refused. During his debrief, he told me that Julius had helped him. He described him as his friend." Brother Lamar shook his head angrily.
"Numbers don't have friends," he intoned. "They know that's one of the first rules. They do as they're told. They help each other. If necessary, they give their lives, but friendship is not part of the equation." The 4th member of the group leaned forward. Brother Mike was African-American, with round glasses and a face that, from the look of it, had never learned to smile. His hair was close-shaven, his eyes endlessly suspicious. There was something very precise about the way he spoke. Each word was measured before it emerged. "Number 9 has clearly been compromised," he said. "He should be killed. Why have we not done this already?" "Because we need him," Brother Lamar snapped back. "I'm sorry, Brother Mike. Number 9 is perfect for Leap of Faith, and right now that's less than a week away. Any change at this stage could be bad for morale. I'm sure you'll agree." "I'm not so sure. I've been training Number 7 to take his place. Number 7's smart, but the truth is, when it comes to Leap of Faith, there's not a single one of them who's as accurate as Number 9. He's just got a feeling for it. He flies like a bird, added to which he and Number 6 work well together. They proved that in Rio. I think it would be a mistake to replace him." "I agree," Sister Kristen said. "Well, then, let's at least kill this other boy, Julius Grief," Brother Mike insisted. "Whatever Sister Jeanne may say, we don't need him. It's too late to make changes to our plans now." "Again, I disagree," Brother Lamar said. He picked up his teacup between a pudgy finger and thumb and sipped. "Let's face the facts. Number 9 feels he owes something to this Grief character. If we kill him now, it might throw him off his stride. I vote we let things settle down a bit. We have this week's training before we hit London. Let's go with the flow." "And then kill him?" "I'm sure we can find a way to use him to our advantage." Brother Lamar put down his cup. "You never know. He may even fit in with our little family. He's an orphan. He's resourceful. He's not afraid to kill." "Where is he now?" "He's waiting outside." "Then let's bring him in." Brother Lamar pressed a button on the table, and a moment later the door opened and a guard came in. "Get the boy," Lamar instructed, speaking in Greek. Alex Ryder was waiting in a shadowy ante-room on the other side of a solid door, sitting on a sofa. The room had thick stone walls and no window. He hadn't changed since he left Tangier, and he had begun to shiver in the chill of the air conditioning. He was handcuffed, and that didn't make him feel any better either. He had no idea what was going to happen to him. It had been almost 24 hours since he had found himself in Tangier. Alex thought back to the moment they had arrived. Matthias had examined the rib as soon as they had moored, and Alex had followed his eyes as they travelled from the broken bottle to the gash in the side. The drug smuggler was certain that they hadn't been hit by gunfire, and could well have accused Alex of sabotage, except that there seemed to be no motive for it. Why would he have wanted to be recaptured? In the end, Matthias had stayed silent. He was going to be well paid for the night's work, and they had got away. That was all that mattered. Alex had seen nothing of the old city of Tangier. It was dark, and there was a van waiting for them right next to the harbour. He and Freddie were bundled into the back, and the next minute they were rattling along the coast with 2 dusty windows giving almost no view at all. They spent the rest of the night in a farmhouse surrounded by fields with no other lights anywhere near. At least they were well fed. A woman had served up a healthy meal of chicken tagine with couscous, flatbread, salad and fruit. They left the next morning. The same driver took them to the Ibn Battuta airport, which was outside the city with a single runway stretching out towards the sea. There was a private plane waiting for them, a twin-propeller Beechcraft King Air C-90 with room for up to 7 passengers and 2 crew. The pilot, in a white short-sleeved shirt and sunglasses that blinked out his eyes, didn't turn round as they climbed in. Nor did he speak throughout the entire journey. Alex gazed out of the window, trying to work out where he was going. Was he being taken further away from home? They were heading east. That was about all he could say. They flew for several hours. Alex did the maths. Suppose they were doing 350 miles per hour, that would suggest a journey of around 1,400 miles. So where would they land? It could be Egypt. No, too far. Looking out of the window, he saw a landmass that might be Sicily. So they were passing south of Italy. Alex tried to visualize the world map that he had seen 100 times in geography class at Brookland. What was the nearest landmass to Italy heading east? Greece. That had to be the answer. That was where Freddie's clothes had come from, and it had also been the subject of his book in the prison library. The moment they landed, he knew he was right. The private airstrip was bordered by olive and pine trees, both native to Greece, and the intensely blue sea and brilliant sunlight couldn't have belonged to anywhere else. Even the smell took him back to holidays he'd enjoyed long ago. As soon as the door of the plane was opened, things took a turn for the worse. 2 guards, Greeks in military gear, appeared and whisked Freddie away. Alex saw him being driven towards what looked like a purpose-built village in an electric cart. Another guard grabbed hold of Alex, and before he could protest, his hands had been cuffed and he was frog-marched into the nearest hangar, pushed down onto the concrete floor, and told to wait. He had sat there for the entire afternoon, surrounded by oil drums and the smell of aviation fuel. Somewhere in the distance he could hear Greek music being played on a radio. By the time the sun began to set, he was seriously worried.
He remembered that Matthias hadn't wanted to bring him in the first place. Perhaps Nightshade had decided they could do without him after all. At last he had been put in a second cart and taken round the village and onto a great white temple that pretended it had come from ancient Greece but actually reminded him of Las Vegas. He had been led through the sliding doors, noticing the fingerprint scanner, and brought into a waiting room, where he had spent another hour. And now finally the door opened, and the guard was pushing him into the next chamber. As he was led to an empty chair, Alex took in the great slab of wood that made up the conference table and the 4 people sitting there with their little cups of green tea and their strange robes. A fat man, a woman with too much makeup, Mrs. Whitehair, and an undertaker. Definitely a creepy quartet. Just looking at them somehow made his skin crawl, but at the same time he had to hold back a sense of excitement. He had done it. He had made it to the very heart of Nightshade, and if he could get the information back to MI6, he would have succeeded against all the odds. There were just a few problems. He knew nothing. He had no exact idea where he was. He hadn't seen Freddie Gray for several hours, nor had he met any of the other numbers, if that was what they wanted to be called. Once again he was a prisoner, and if there was any way of getting a message out of this place, he hadn't yet seen it. The bald man was the first to speak.
"Julius Grief," he said. "I am Brother Lamar. This is Sister Kristen, Sister Jeanne, and Brother Mike. We are known as the Teachers, and we want to welcome you to Nightshade."
Alex held up his wrists, showing the metal cuffs and the chain between them. "These don't make me feel very welcome," he said.
"Yes, we like to play things safe around here."
"And where is here, out of interest?" Alex sniffed. "Smells a bit like grease to me." The teachers exchanged a look. He had impressed them. "It seems you should be thanking me, not locking me up," Alex continued. He tried to sound as if he meant business. "If it wasn't for me, number 9 would still be in Gibraltar."
"We know that, and we're grateful to you," Sister Kristen said.
She poured herself some more tea, although she didn't offer him any.
"Why don't you tell us what you want from us, Julius? Do you want to stay here, or maybe there's some place you'd rather go?"
Alex felt all the eyes on him, examining him minutely. He shrugged. "I don't have anywhere else to go," he said. "My father is dead, you probably know that. MI6 killed him. I don't have any friends, except for number 9. He and I got along okay. I'd like to stay here. Maybe I can even be useful to you."
"How do you think you can be useful to us?"
Sister Jeanne asked. She sounded reasonable enough, but there was an edge to her voice that was razor-sharp. Alex knew he was walking on the thinnest of ice. He had to persuade these people that he was a vicious criminal who might be worth keeping on. If he annoyed them, or if they decided he was useless to them, they would get rid of him without a second thought. "Number 9 told me he killed people for you," he explained. "I can do that. He said I could be number 26. Why not? What do you pay? I've got nothing else to do." The 4 teachers leaned towards each other and whispered a few words. Then they turned back to Alex.
"It's possible we might let you stay here, but you would have to obey our rules," Brother Lamar said. "You would have no further contact with the outside world, not with friends or family."
"I don't have friends or family."
"You would have to pray with us. How do we know we can trust you?"
"Because I'm not a fool," Alex said. "You've got some kind of religion thing going on here. I can live with that. Right now the whole world is searching for me, and I've got nowhere else to go. You look after me, and I'll play along with whatever you say. I reckon we could get on fine." There was another quick consultation. Brother Lamar nodded.
"Your job will be to support number 9 and to help him with his work," he said. "He's getting himself ready for a mission of great importance. But let's get one thing straight, Julius. You can't ask him any questions. You can't leave this place. You must say nothing to the other kids about the outside world. They're not interested anyway. They don't read the newspapers. We don't have TV." "Sounds like a lot of laughs," Alex growled. He's not taking it seriously, Brother Mike hissed. Let me shoot him now. We don't need him.
Relax. Alex turned to the African-American with the glasses and the funeral parlor face. I don't know what you people want, he said, but whatever it is, I want to be part of it. I want to be part of Nightshade. Shall we vote? Sister Kristen asked. She raised her hand. 2 more hands followed. Finally, slowly, Brother Mike agreed. The decision had been made. Sister Kristen got up and walked round to Alex. She had produced a key and unlocked the cuffs. Alex felt his hands fall free and gratefully rubbed his wrists.
We'll be watching you,
Brother Lamar warned him.
Every minute, every day. You don't let us down. Maybe things will work out, okay? You think you can handle that? Just remember, you're part of Nightshade. From this moment on, you do everything our way.
Fine. Sure. So where do we start?
We must introduce you to the family. We'll do that now.
Brother Lamar got to his feet and smiled.
In our church.
Voices. Unlike the temple, the village church was genuinely old. It had been built at least 200 years ago. Once it would have been used by the soldiers stationed at Kavos Bay, and it was in the Greek style, pure white with a blue dome, small arched windows and thick walls to keep out the heat. Even so, Alex noticed that it had been adapted for the special demands of Nightshade. The cross on top of the dome had been removed, and the bell tower that soared up behind was also bare. Once the walls inside would have been covered in richly coloured images, God, the Virgin Mary, various saints, but they'd all been painted over. The pews and the pulpit were still there, but there was no obvious altar. Just a table covered in a white cloth in front of a circular window and 5 chairs, 4 of them occupied by the teachers, who were sitting down, facing the congregation. Organ music was playing through hidden speakers as Alex walked forward. What was left of the evening sunlight was slanting in through the windows. If there had ever been any stained glass, that had gone too. But there were candles, flickering in glass jars, arranged on every surface. The congregation had already arrived, and Alex saw them turn to examine him as he came in. Here, then, were the 25 children who had been recruited by Nightshade. No, there were only 23 of them. Alex had made the head count quickly. 2 were missing. He wondered what had happened to them. Perhaps they were away, on another mission. The children who were here varied in age from about 12 to 16 or 17. Was Sophia here? Was William? Alex searched for them, but it was hard to make them out in the fading light, and the children were all identically dressed in grey trousers, dark blue jackets, mauve shirts. Shades of night. He could tell at a glance that they had been assembled from many different parts of the world, Asia, the Middle East, Scandinavia, South America. Their faces were neither friendly nor unfriendly. They were simply curious. 2 of the youngest were sitting together, a fair-haired girl with freckles, and next to her a black girl with pigtails. They whispered to each other as he went past. Only number 9, sitting at the front, turned round and gave him the smallest nod of recognition. It was hard for Alex to think of him as Freddie Gray. In his uniform, surrounded by the other members of Nightshade, he had lost what little identity he'd ever had. Sister Kristen had got to her feet. She called out to Alex. "Welcome, Julius Grief!" "Welcome, Julius Grief!" The rest of the congregation echoed the 3 words. It was impossible to say if they meant what they were saying or not. They'd been trained not to give anything away. Sister Kristen gestured to the 5th chair. Feeling very self-conscious and unsure how to behave, Alex sat down so that he was now facing everyone else. "Julius will be joining us for the next few weeks, and maybe longer," Sister Kristen explained, her deep voice ringing out through the church. "It is thanks to him that number 9 has come back to us, and we are truly thankful. He has not yet earned the right to become a number, like you. You must all call him Julius. But maybe one day, if he proves himself worthy, he'll join us, and he will be number 26. This announcement was greeted with silence.
Julius is an outsider," she went on. "He has come here by accident, and we cannot think of him as a follower. So although he will work with us, train with us, live with us, sleep with us, he is not yet one of us, and you must all remember that. Do not ask him about the world he has come from, and do not tell him anything of ours. If he asks questions, and although I have great faith in him, he may still become curious, direct him to the teachers. That is why we are here, to educate, to inform, and to support you in your work." She smiled. "Shall we sing our daily hymn?"
The teachers and the congregation rose, and not wanting to be the odd one out, Alex did the same. The organ music changed, and the entire assembly joined in together. "Our lives do not belong to us. You speak and we rejoice. You never will do wrong to us. We live to hear your voice. We do what you have taught us. We know we have no choice. We are your sons and daughters, and live to hear your voice." It was just so weird. Alex had never heard the tune before. It sounded like a hymn, but the words made his skin crawl. To be religious was one thing, but to have no choice, to do everything you were told, what sort of religion was that? And there was something else. Everyone in the assembly was singing as if they really meant it. Nobody was yawning or fidgeting or daydreaming, which is what would have happened at Brookland. Alex remembered Freddie praying before he went to sleep every night. There was no doubt that these kids believed what they were singing. It seemed clear it was everything for them. The hymn finished. Sister Kristen sat down, and Brother Lamar took her place.
"Okay," he said. "We have a busy week, as you all know. These are the last few days before Leap of Faith. We all have to remember that what we're planning in London is going to make the whole world a better place. We're relying on you, as we always do. So work hard, fight hard, be your best. I want you to show our new friend Julius what you're capable of."
He raised a hand, and everyone stood up.
"Oh, great Master, Creator of the universe,"
he intoned,
"we thank you for bringing us together and watching over us. We will be with you forever and all eternity."
"Forever and all eternity,"
the congregation muttered. And that was it. The service, if that was what it had been, was over, and everyone stood up and left quietly together. Alex noticed that Freddie was holding back, waiting, and went over to him.
"I'm so glad you're being allowed to stay here," Freddie said. "I thought the teachers were going to ask me to kill you, which would have been a shame."
"I wouldn't have been too happy about it either," Alex said.
"Do you want supper?"
Alex hadn't eaten since he'd flown out of Tangier. "I'm starving," he said.
"Come with me."
As they left the church, Alex noticed 2 gravestones standing next to each other, surrounded by rough grass and gravel. He hadn't seen them as he went in, but now he read the inscriptions. Whoever had been buried here had no names. They were just numbers, 14 and 21. So that was why he had only been able to count up to 23 in the church. "What happened?" he asked.
"Oh, they died."
To Freddie, the answer was obvious. "How?"
"It was an accident. In training."
He didn't seem at all put out. 2 young people had been killed, but to Freddie it meant nothing. They walked into the village and came to the taverna, which was on one side of the main square, with a dozen tables laid outside, beneath a sprawl of purple flowers and dark green leaves which formed a roof over them. The sun was below the horizon by now, and someone had turned on fairy lights which glowed in the twilight. Alex could smell roast lamb and garlic wafting out of the kitchen. His uncle, Ian Ryder, had taken him on a tour of the Greek islands when he was 9 years old, and he couldn't help being reminded of it. It was as if nothing had changed. Except, of course, that he was now working for MI6. He was using a false name, his new best friend was a psychotic killer, and he had less than a week to stop London from being destroyed. Freddie showed him to a table that was already half full.
"This is number 6, he said, "and these are number 7, 11, and 22.
Nice to meet you, Julius.
It was number 11 who had spoken, a fair-haired boy the same age and build as Alex. All of them were smiling, friendly, and yet there was something unworldly about them, as if they had been told what to say and were only rehearsing the lines. Almost at once the food arrived. Every table had one young person designated to serve. Looking into the taverna, Alex noticed an old man, dressed in black with a white apron. The chef. The food was delicious, and there was plenty of it. Greek mezes including aubergine, fried cheese, grilled mushrooms, and smoked pork, followed by steaming chunks of lamb served with roast potatoes, and the wild green leaf known as horta, boiled with olive oil and lemon. Already Alex was working out a few things about Kavos Bay. The children, or numbers, or whatever they wanted to call themselves, were not prisoners. They seemed quite happy to be here, chatting and laughing over their meal as if there was nothing unusual about the situation. The guards weren't here to watch over them or to stop them leaving. They weren't even called guards. To the children they were primes, and there was also another level of staff, technicians and scientists, who were known as cardinals. Prime numbers, cardinal numbers. It made some sort of sense. There might be a fence running around the compound, but its job was to stop people coming in, not to stop anyone leaving. Nobody wanted to leave. That was the truth of it. They had been brought here from many countries, but this was now their world. They did not think of themselves as prisoners. So what was it that made them so weird? Perhaps it was the uniforms which seemed out of place in this forgotten corner of Greece, but it was more the numbers themselves. They were all in perfect health, completely fit, not a gram overweight. They were somehow too neat, and the fact that they were so comfortable with each other was odd too. They didn't seem to exist as 23 individuals. They were one unit. A cult. If Alex asked for an opinion, he felt sure that every single one of them would agree. He listened to them talking now. There were no arguments, no raised voices. It was as if they had a single mind. Alex was hungry, and despite everything, he ate heartily while listening to the conversation around him. That was another thing, everyone spoke perfect English. They weren't supposed to ask about the world outside, but they all wanted to hear about Freddie's captivity. As he talked about his time in Gibraltar, it became clear to Alex that Freddie had never visited the peninsula before, and that he'd only seen the slopes of the rock and the town once he'd escaped from the prison. So how had he known which paths to take? How had he found the abandoned cinema? Alex couldn't work it out. There was a girl next to Freddie, and Alex was quite sure that she had chosen her place at the table deliberately, that she wanted to be close to him. When he was describing how he had flown over the wall, crashing through the trees, she reached out and took hold of his arm. When she saw his plate was empty, she offered him more to eat. Were they more than friends? He was certainly getting that impression. He looked at her more closely, and quite suddenly he realized that he knew her. He couldn't believe that she had been sitting at the same table throughout the meal, that she had been introduced to him, and that he hadn't recognized her immediately. Perhaps he had been too hungry to think straight. But of course, he knew who she was. The black hair, the dark intelligence in her eyes, the shape of her neck. She was the spitting image of her mother. He would have known who she was, even if he hadn't been shown her photograph. Number 6 was Sophia Jones, Mrs. Jones's missing daughter. He realized that he also knew the boy sitting on her other side. He had barely spoken, seemingly deep in thought, but he had the same dark hair as her and the same shaped mouth, and then there was his number. She was 6, he was 7. Just one apart. It couldn't be a coincidence. Alex tried to visualize the framed photograph he had once seen in Mrs. Jones's flat, the two children together. Yes, he was sure of it. The boy was William Jones, Sophia's brother. He had found them. "What's the matter?" Number 7 asked. He had noticed Alex staring at him, and there was a coldness in his voice. "Nothing?" Alex sounded innocent. "You were looking at me." "I was just wondering if the two of you were related." He pointed at Sophia. "You look very similar." He had been probing for information. Were they brother and sister? Did they even know if they were? But he had made a mistake. Number 7 had been suspicious before, but now he was positively hostile. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. Before Alex could answer, he went on. "We've never had any outsiders before, but suddenly you're sitting here asking questions about us, and we don't know anything about you." "He's okay," Freddie cut in. "Julius looked after me. He's my friend." "That's easy for you to say, 9, but you were stupid enough to get caught when you were in Rio. Maybe you're being stupid trusting him." "That's enough," Sophia cut in. "I was with him in Rio and I saw what happened. It wasn't his fault. The teachers have told us that Julius is welcome. Are you arguing with them?" William lowered his eyes. "No," he muttered. "They'll punish you if they hear what you said." "I shall pray for forgiveness." William was still looking down. His voice was low. Sophia turned to Alex. "It's difficult for us. We don't ever see new people. But I'll answer your question. 7 and I are related. We all are. We're one family. We live with each other and we die for each other. That's all you need to know." "Thank you," Alex said. At least he had learned something. If Number 6 had been in Rio, then she was definitely who he thought she was. And yet she had no memory of her mother. She had no knowledge of her brother. How could that be? What had they done to her? At 8:30, the bell in the church tower sounded once, and immediately everyone stopped talking, got to their feet, and carried their empty plates and glasses through to the kitchen. Freddie put an arm over Alex's shoulder. "I'll show you where you're sleeping," he said. The boys' dormitory was behind the church, a long barrack-like building with 14 single beds, facing each other in 2 lines of 7. The beds were all the same, with a metal frame, 1 pillow, and a thin blanket. They were each separated by a low table on one side and a cupboard on the other. There was a bathroom at the far end with 6 showers, toilet cubicles, and sinks. The windows were covered in mosquito netting, and 3 large fans turned slowly overhead. Freddie showed Alex to a bed next to the entrance. "You can have this one," he said. "It's where number 21 used to sleep." Alex remembered the number that he had seen on the gravestone. "He's the one who died," he said. "Yes." Freddie still sounded completely matter-of-fact. "I'm sorry." Alex looked down at the empty bed, trying not to imagine the boy who had once occupied it. "Don't be sorry. Our lives don't belong to us, so we can't complain if they're taken away." Those were the words that Alex remembered when, half an hour later, the lights blinked out and he found himself lying in the darkness, surrounded by 13 other boys who seemed to have fallen asleep at once. He found it less easy. So much had happened in one day, beginning with a flight that had brought him where? He still had no clear idea where he was, and then there had been the teachers, the church, the other children, William and Sophia. It must have been almost midnight when he heard it. There was a voice, several voices coming from somewhere close by. At first he thought he was asleep and dreaming, but he knew that he hadn't yet closed his eyes. Was he imagining it? The voices were in the air, all around him, and yet at the same time far away. He wasn't sure what language they were speaking in. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but he thought he heard his own name, Julius, whispered in his ear. Nobody else in the room was moving. He alone was awake. Alex remembered the hymn that everyone had sung in the church. "We live to hear your voice." He turned over and pulled the pillow over his head. It didn't help. The voices stayed with him, following him into a troubled sleep. Hand to hand. Alex had never been anywhere quite like Kavos Bay. He thought of the Point Blanc Academy in the French Alps, the school where Dr. Grief had been looking after some of the richest children in the world, and where Alex had himself spent a week, pretending to be the son of a supermarket billionaire. But that had been different. It only had 6 students, and they most definitely hadn't wanted to be there. Lessons had included classical music and poetry, but as Alex had discovered, it wasn't really a school at all. And then there was Malagosto, the island just across the lagoon from Venice, used by Scorpia to train its agents. Here, Alex had been given classes in poison, unarmed combat, and the techniques used by the ninja warriors of Japan. The difference was that Alex had been the only teenager there, training alongside soldiers, mercenaries, and secret agents. They were people who would kill for a living. It was the profession they had chosen. It wasn't their entire life. The young people who had been recruited by Nightshade knew almost nothing outside Kavos Bay, just as Brother Lamar had told him. They didn't read the news, they didn't watch football, listen to music, or play computer games. They didn't choose the clothes they wore or the food they ate. They didn't tell jokes, they never disobeyed an order. Alex was quite sure that if they'd been told to jump off a cliff or put their hand in a fire, they wouldn't have thought twice. It wasn't surprising that they knew each other as numbers, because that was what they had become. How had it been done? Left to himself, Alex had been able to put together the information that Mrs. Jones and Dr. Flint had told him along with what he had seen. They had stolen children from their parents when they were 4 or 5 years old. That was true of Sophia and William Jones, who had somehow been spirited away from their Russian father to become number 6 and number 7. It was also true of Freddie Gray, number 9, who had supposedly died in a boat accident in Devonshire. It was interesting that Freddie's father had been a senior officer in the British Army. Sophia and William's mother had been a spy. Alex was willing to bet that Nightshade had deliberately targeted the children of parents who were physically active, involved in army, intelligence, even crime. It meant that the children would have the right genes. They were ready to be reshaped. From the moment they had been torn away from their old lives, they had been brainwashed. Dr. Flint had been right. The fake religion was a large part of it. He remembered the lines from the hymn, "We do what you have taught us. We know we have no choice." Alex had read about cults in America and other parts of the world, and he knew there were extremists in all religions who twisted everything that was good and turned their disciples against the rest of society. That was what had happened here. Freddie Gray had been sent to Rio to kill a man he had never met, and he had done it because his teachers had said the man was evil. It was as simple as that. Nobody at Kavos Bay questioned anything they were told. Why should they when they had been told the same thing for their whole life? The voices in the dormitory had to be part of it. The morning after he had first heard them, Alex had carefully searched for the speakers that he knew must be hidden in the walls or the floor. He found nothing. Next, he examined the beds themselves, wondering if there might be wires and microphones concealed in the metal frames. Once again, he drew a blank. In the end, he wondered if he had simply imagined the whispers in the darkness. Perhaps he had fallen asleep and they had been part of some weird dream. He listened out for them, but he didn't hear them again. Alex was in an impossible situation. He was surrounded by people who would kill him if they knew who he really was, but he couldn't think of them as his enemies. There was a part of him that actually liked Freddie and felt sorry for him. He remembered the moment when he had produced the stuffed monkey and had seen just for a second the child that Freddie must once have been. As a direct result of that, Freddie had saved his life during the film screening, and he had remained close to Alex from the moment they had landed. It was Freddie who over breakfast had mentioned Vai, which was the part of Crete where they were. He must have overheard the name from one of the primes, although he would have been unable to point to it on a map. Even so, he had given away too much information, and William Jones had given him an angry look. Freddie didn't care. As far as he was concerned, Alex was already part of the family. William had been hostile to Alex from the start, and nothing had changed. He was still suspicious. He was almost daring Alex to take him on in a fight, but Alex had no intention of doing that. He wished there was some way he could get through to William to tell him who he really was. He wondered if he could start with Sophia. She certainly seemed more relaxed than her brother. In fact, he wanted to do the same for all the numbers, but he knew it was impossible. He couldn't alter what had been done to them. His job was to get out of here and to call in MI6. And he had to do it before London was attacked. Another day had passed since he had arrived, and Alex had tried to join in the lessons and the various activities as if he actually wanted to be there and was unaware of the terrible danger drawing closer by the minute. He had to admit that the 23 students had been trained to a standard that left him far behind. In the morning there were language lessons, French, Russian, Greek, Mandarin. They spoke each one of them fluently. From the classroom they went to the assault course, the gym, or the shooting range. Alex watched them working out with revolvers, rifles, knives, a dozen different weapons. They were also experts in hand-to-hand combat. In Rio de Janeiro, Freddie Gray had shown himself to be quite simply lethal. This was where he had learned his skills. Brother Mike was in charge of the physical training, watching the students with unforgiving eyes. On the first day he had put them through the assault course, timing them as they hauled themselves over immense walls, crawled through the narrowest of pipes, and dragged themselves under nets, all in the full heat of the midday sun. He had quietly whispered to the girl who came last, and although Alex couldn't hear what he said, he watched her burst into tears. It had only taken her 6 minutes to complete the course. Alex came in 30 seconds later, and Brother Mike had gazed at him with contempt. The white-haired woman, Sister Kristen, headed most of the classroom sessions, including languages, maths, and science. It was hard to be sure, but Alex suspected that everyone at Kavos Bay was already well past A-level standard in every subject they studied. It didn't stop there. A small hospital stood on the northern edge of the village, and the children had been given enough medical training to be able to perform minor operations on each other, stitching up wounds that might have been made by gunshots or knives. Finally, there were the special programs. Before Freddie and Sophia had been sent to Rio, they had spent hours learning how to fly radio-controlled planes until they could maneuver them through a gap that was centimeters wide. Nothing had been left to chance. Now Freddie and William, along with 5 other children, were being put through a parachute course. It was the only clue Alex had as to what was being planned for London. Whatever the target, they were going to reach it by air. What most struck Alex was that everyone seemed to be enjoying what they were doing. Nobody ever complained, nor were they ever afraid. Their lives didn't belong to them, so what did it matter if they lost them? He thought of the 2 gravestones outside the church, and his blood ran cold. He was also becoming increasingly nervous. As far as he could see, there was no way he was going to be able to slip out of the compound. It wasn't just a question of getting through the fence or past the guards. Everyone was watching him all the time. He was hardly ever alone. He never saw anyone using a mobile phone. He had come to the conclusion that if he wanted to get a message out, he would have to find a way into the temple. The massive satellite dishes on the roof suggested there had to be some very sophisticated communications equipment somewhere inside. It was also where the teachers had their offices. If Alex wanted to know what they were planning, this was where he had to begin. But the doors were controlled by an electronic fingerprint scanner, and only the 4 teachers and 1 or 2 of the guards had access. The windows were sealed into the walls and didn't even open a crack. There was no way up onto the roof. Even if Alex managed to separate himself from the rest of the group, he would never find a way in. There were no deliveries, no boxes he could hide in. Somehow he had to trick the fingerprint scanner. He remembered the duplicate key that Julius Grief had made for himself in Gibraltar. Slowly a thought began to form in his mind. Perhaps he could do something similar here. He started with the kitchen. That was the easy part. Nobody noticed when he picked up a sachet of white sugar and slipped it into his pocket. And then that same day there was a lesson in the hospital, a demonstration by one of the cardinals who had trained as a doctor. He had shown the students how to close a wound with a red-hot knife. Much to Freddie's amusement, Alex had pretended he felt faint. He had used the moment to steal what he needed from a hospital bin. Now he was waiting for the right moment to put his plan into operation. Curiously, it was William Jones who finally gave it to him. Alex had always known that trouble would catch up with him. When he had been presented to the teachers, Brother Mike could hardly have expressed himself more clearly, and William had never forgotten his argument with Alex on that first evening at Mistral, nor the fact that Sophia had stuck up for him. The numbers were forbidden to fight with each other or to take sides, but Alex wasn't yet a number. He could feel William circling around him, desperate to prove that he was the biggest wolf in the pack, waiting to take him down. Finally, the time came. It was the second morning, and they were all in the gym. Brother Mike was there too, taking them through advanced techniques of karate. This was a martial art that Alex knew well. Ian Ryder had started taking him to classes when he was 6 years old, and by the time he was 13, he had become a first-grade Dan with a black belt to show for it. Even so, he knew that he was nowhere near the standard of the Nightshade students. He had learned karate so that he could defend himself. They had learned it in order to kill. The gymnasium was a large space with a high ceiling, air conditioning, and rubber mats spaced evenly across the floor. The students had been divided into pairs for the practice bouts, and Alex found himself facing number 11, the fair-haired boy who had sat at the table with him on the first night. Although nobody talked about the mission in London, Alex knew that number 11 had been getting extra parachute training and wondered whether he was going to be sent as part of the team for Operation Leap of Faith. For the next 30 minutes, Alex went through a series of defensive moves, blocks and counterattacks, trying to prevent number 11 causing him too much harm. Number 11 wasn't holding back, and if any of his blows had landed, Alex knew he would have been badly injured. Looking around him, he saw several of the fighters go down, knocked off their feet or doubling up in pain. Meanwhile, Brother Mike walked between the mats, nodding his head and occasionally offering advice. It didn't matter how hard they'd been hit. Alex saw one girl sitting with blood pouring from her nose, but Brother Mike didn't even glance her way. He didn't care. Nobody was allowed to stop. At last the session drew to a close. Standing there, panting in his keigoji, the white, loose-fitting practice uniform he had been given, Alex knew he had been lucky. Number 11 was faster and stronger than he was, but for some reason had decided to go easy on him. Perhaps Brother Mike had noticed this.
"I want to finish the class with a kumite,"
he said. It was a karate term meaning grappling hands, a contest between two fighters.
"Why don't we ask our new recruit to show us what he can do?"
Alex had been sitting cross-legged like everyone else. Now he jumped up quickly as if he was excited by the idea of a demonstration bout, although inside his stomach was shrinking. It was obvious that Brother Mike was hoping he would get hurt, and the fact was he had to be hurt if his plan was going to work.
"Who is going to take on Julius?"
Brother Mike asked.
"I will."
Number 7, William Jones, had raised his hand, and the teacher nodded, pleased, like this was what he had been hoping for. Suddenly Alex found himself face to face with the other boy, and again he had to fight back a sense of disbelief. Mrs. Jones had sent him here to find her son. He had done that. And now the son could be about to kill him, because they both knew that no one was going to complain if he went down with a broken neck. Even so, Alex was glad things had worked out this way. He had prepared for exactly this opportunity. Quietly, he slipped his hand into his trouser pocket, while William moved into position opposite him. The two boys looked each other in the eyes. William was 16, a year older than Alex. He was very muscular, with solid shoulders and a thick neck. Examining him, Alex noticed for the first time that he had a scar, just like Freddie, under his ear. What was that about? Had all the numbers been hurt in some way? Was that part of their training? Alex put the thought to one side. All that mattered for the next few minutes was to survive. "Hajime!" Brother Mike rapped out the single word which was the call to begin. William launched himself without hesitation, and in the next few seconds Alex had to defend himself against a flurry of kicks and punches, any one of which could have crippled him. It was as if, after 10 years with Nightshade, some inner fury had been released, and William was blaming Alex for everything that had been done to him.
Alex wondered if he had unlocked something deep in number 7's memory when he had suggested he was Sophia's brother. As a result, William was being torn apart inside, and this was his way of dealing with it. He was utterly cold, ruthless. This was no longer an exercise, it was sheer murder. Alex used every technique he knew to keep William at bay, twisting from side to side and countering every strike. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Sophia watching him. She could see what was happening, and she was worried. As always, Freddie had taken his place on the mat right next to her, and he was puzzled too. Nobody in the gym was making any sound, aware that they were watching a fight to the death. Only Brother Mike padded round, barefooted, the electric lights reflecting in his circular glasses and a faint smile on his lips. William grunted and launched a roundhouse punch that Alex actually felt as it lashed past his face. It left the other boy exposed. Alex could have countered with a knife hand, into the throat, which would have finished it there and then, but that wasn't part of his plan. As much as he wanted the fight to be over, he could still use it. He just had to survive a few more moments, and then time things, so that hopefully it would all work out the way he wanted. The moment came. William had tried a front jab, which Alex had blocked, and suddenly they were locked together, shoulder touching shoulder, their heads inches apart. Glancing down, Alex saw William's left fist piling towards him. It would be easy enough to twist sideways, but Alex did nothing. They were still very close. William didn't have the momentum to hurt him too much. Gritting his teeth, Alex let the fist land, then gasped out in pain and collapsed, pitching forward onto the floor. To everyone watching, it seemed as if he had been badly hurt, and it was true that he would have a bruise to show for it the next day. But in fact he had ridden the blow, and even as he hit the floor he knew that no serious damage had been done. Now it was just a matter of pretending. With William standing over him, he writhed on the mat, holding his side as if several of his ribs had been broken. "Yummy!" Brother Mike had no choice but to call out the instruction, meaning that the fight was over, at the same time signaling with a raised hand. Only William knew that something was wrong, that Alex was faking his injury. He hadn't hit him that hard, certainly not enough to send him sprawling. Even so, he stepped back obediently while the teacher stood between them. "You did well, number 7, he began. "A good display of Kazamizuki in the opening encounter and some fast footwork." He glanced down at Alex, who was still groaning on the mat. "This boy was clumsy and overconfident. He deserved to be hurt more." The words were a dismissal. The other children got up and began to leave the gym. Alex rolled onto his side and reached up, grabbing hold of Brother Mike's hand. The teacher was taken by surprise and reluctantly pulled him to his feet. "Thank you," Alex said. "Take a shower," Brother Mike replied. "You are dirty, and you smell." Wiping his hand on the side of his trousers, he walked away. Alex watched him go. He was still short of breath. The flesh on the side of his stomach was smarting, but he had got what he wanted. It was a latex glove. That was what he had taken from the hospital. He had prepared it long before the fight began, sitting on his own in the dormitory. First he had torn open the sachet of sugar and mixed it with water. Then he had coated the outside of the glove to make it sticky. He had finished the process by drying it in the sun. He had been waiting for a chance to shake hands with any one of the teachers, and when the fight had been announced, he had known that Brother Mike was going to be the one. He had been wearing the glove throughout the fight. It was flesh-colored and practically invisible. Even if someone had noticed it, they would have had no idea what Alex intended to do. Once he was alone, he peeled it off carefully. The water-sugar solution had dried, and holding the latex glove up to the light, he could see a clear impression of the teacher's fingerprints printed onto the back. He had the key that would open the main door to the temple. Now all he had to do was find a time when he was alone. The temple. The martial arts class that morning was followed by 2 lessons in the classroom, French and then physics. In fact, Alex spoke fluent French along with Spanish and German. He could even manage a few sentences in Italian and Japanese. This was all thanks to his uncle, Ian Ryder, who had looked after him after his parents had died.
What Alex had thought of as holidays had secretly been training sessions. Mountain climbing, map reading, diving, skiing, judo, karate, all these activities had been presented to him as entertainments, when in fact they had been preparing him for a life he would never have chosen and didn't even want. Alex had dreamed of becoming a footballer, not a spy. But Ian Ryder had had other ideas, and although he had himself been killed, it looked as if he had won. Watching the numbers translating an article from a French magazine, it occurred to Alex that perhaps he wasn't so very different from them. They had been brainwashed to become killers. Although they didn't see it that way, they'd never had a choice. MI6 might think of themselves as the good guys. It was true they were protecting the country, but at the end of the day their methods were hardly any better than Nightshade. They had taken over Alex's life without asking him, and it sometimes seemed that he would never escape them. He had used the French lesson to scour the magazine for anything that might tell him what was happening in London, but Sister Kristen, who was in charge of the lesson, had chosen it carefully. It contained no news at all, just articles about theatre and fashion. Alex remembered what Brother Lamar had told him. Newspapers weren't allowed at Kavos Bay. As far as possible, the numbers were kept insulated from the outside world. Physics was more interesting, but not in a good way. At Brookland, Alex might have been learning about atomic structure or electricity. At Kavos Bay, the lesson focused on IEDs, improvised explosive devices, how to make them, where to place them, and what sort of blast waves to expect. This lesson was led by Brother Lamar, using photographs taken in Syria and Iraq. As he discussed the horrific injuries caused by the roadside weapons, Alex felt sick. All he wanted to do was to break out of here, to get back to London, to put an end to this nightmare. The numbers showed no emotion at all. They listened carefully and took notes. Some of them asked questions. There were no bells at Kavos Bay. When the clock showed 1 o'clock, they closed their books, got up quietly, and went for lunch. As a reward for their hard work, the teachers had decided that the students could have lunch on the beach. Packets with tiropita, Greek cheese, pies, fruit and salad had been prepared, along with bottles of water, and together they all made their way through the olive grove and down the twisting rocky path that cut its way through the hillside. A beach and the brilliant blue water of the Aegean were waiting for them less than a mile away, but as he walked with the others, Alex was gripping the side of his stomach where William had struck him. "What's wrong?" Sophia, William's sister, had been walking beside him, and she had noticed him stop. "Nothing." Alex gritted his teeth. "I'm just bruised where your brother hit me." "He's not my brother." "You said you were all family." Alex knew exactly what he was doing. If he had managed to win over Freddie with a memory from his childhood, maybe he could do the same with Sophia. "That means you're all brothers and sisters," he added. "I suppose so." Sophia looked doubtful, but that was good. None of these kids ever doubted anything. He decided to press a little further. "Do you really have no memory of your parents?" he asked. Sophia stiffened. "My parents didn't want me," she said. "They put me in a boat and sent me away." It was exactly the same answer that Alex had heard from Freddie in Gibraltar. "How do you know that?" "The teachers told me." "But how did the teachers know?" Sophia was becoming more and more uncomfortable. "They know everything," she replied shortly. "And you shouldn't be saying these things, Julius. You'll get into trouble." "They can't hear us." Alex looked around him. The gorge had opened up with a wide shingled beach in front of them. But there were no buildings in sight, and nobody was close to them just then. "We're on our own," he added. "No," she shook her head. "They hear everything." Sophia quickened her pace to join the others, but Alex stayed where he was, cupping his hand against his ribs. After a few steps, Sophia turned round. "Aren't you coming?" she asked. "I'm not feeling well," Alex replied. "I'm going back to bed." "Do you want me to come with you?" Sophia looked worried. Despite everything, and unlike her brother, she seemed to like him. "No, I'll be okay." "You should talk to Sister Jeanne. She looks after us when we're hurt. Although sometimes we have to operate on each other," Freddie added. He had just caught up with them and casually took hold of Sophia's hand. "Nice of you to offer, but I think I'll pass on that one, number 9, thanks all the same." Alex handed over his paper bag. "Here, you can have my lunch." "I don't want it." "Then give it to the fish." I'm sure they love Tiropita." Alex turned round and walked back the way he had come, still clutching his side as if he was in pain. It was only when he turned the corner and knew that he was out of sight that he straightened up and began to move more quickly. There was something else he had learned about Nightshade, and he knew it would work to his advantage. The Primes were lazy. No strangers ever came to Kavos Bay, and none of the numbers wanted to leave, so although the Primes carried rifles and might look dangerous, most of the time they were actually half asleep. As he came out of the olive trees and skirted round the side of the assault course, he was confident that he hadn't been seen. The temple lay ahead of him. He paused briefly, taking in the satellite dishes, craning their necks up into the empty sky, the blacked-out windows, the electronic sliding doors, and those golden letters, "Forever and all eternity." If he could get his hands on a radio transmitter or a computer that didn't need a password, he could send out a Mayday signal that would bring every intelligence agency in the world to Greece, and it would be all over for Nightshade. Forever, indeed. But first, he had to get in. An electric buggy whirred past with no driver and no passengers either. Alex ran forward and jumped in, crouching in the back. It would take him all the way to the entrance, and if there did happen to be anyone watching, he wouldn't be seen. As he travelled, he drew the latex glove out of his pocket, carefully unfolded it, then put it on. Brother Mike's fingerprints were still imprinted in the sugar solution that covered the surface. He just hoped it would work. Vaguely he remembered that when Apple had launched one of their most recent iPhones, there had been security issues with the fingerprint sensor. Tom Harris had once shown him a YouTube film that proved it was possible to make a fingerprint key using Play-Doh and dentist's paste. That was what had given him the idea. The buggy slowed down and stopped, presumably controlled by some sort of signal coming from the roof. Alex jumped out, quickly making his way up the front steps between the columns. It was always possible that someone might glance out of a window. If anyone asked him what he was doing, he would use his injury as an excuse. A bead of sweat trickled down the side of his face. It was intensely hot in the afternoon sun. Thousands of cicadas were soaring all around him as if they knew what he was planning and wanted to warn the teachers. He went over to the stone block with the fingerprint scanner. There was nobody around. He reached out with the latex glove and touched the glass screen. There was a hiss, and the front door slid open. Alex looked inside. The entrance hall, with its marble floor and bare concrete walls, was empty. He slipped through the door, which immediately closed behind him. For a moment he stood quite still, listening out for any movement. Because of the triple-height ceilings and lack of carpets, any sound would travel very easily, but apart from the faint hum of the air conditioning, everything was silent. He knew that the conference room, where he had met the teachers, was over to the right. Ahead of him he saw a passageway and a flight of metal stairs leading up to the next floor. Where was he most likely to find the offices and communications rooms? He decided to start at the top, then work his way back down. First he peeled off the glove and put it in his pocket. There was always a chance he would need it again, then crept up the stairs, his rubber-soled trainers making no sound. The upper floor of the temple was very different from what he had seen so far. It was much more modern, white, with lower ceilings and strip lighting. If the ground floor had been designed to impress, this area was more serious and workmanlike. It reminded him of a hospital or perhaps a high-tech office. Once again, Nightshade had shown that they weren't careful enough when it came to security. The entrance of the building had been locked, and none of the numbers would have dreamed of coming here. So they hadn't installed CCTV cameras. There was nobody standing guard. Alex made his way along a corridor with doors on either side. The first opened into a kitchen and dining room. The second was locked, but the third was more interesting. Turning the handle, Alex found himself looking into what looked like an operations room, with several tables and work surfaces covered with sheets of paper as well as various maps and diagrams pinned to the walls. Still, everything was silent. Alex went inside. A photograph of London dominated one of the walls. It had been taken with a wide-angle camera and showed the River Thames with the Millennium Bridge stretching across, the Tate Modern on one side, St. Paul's on the other. Alex recognised the London Eye, the Houses of Parliament, Waterloo Station. Any one of them could have been Nightshade's target. There was another series of shots, in black and white, taken inside a building. One showed a very narrow staircase spiralling up between two stone walls. The next showed a metal ladder reaching up towards a half-sized door. A third had been taken outside, a curving balustrade, the London sky beyond. It was an old building, certainly, and a large one. But what was it? He came to a newspaper article, torn out of the Financial Times. He could tell because the paper was pink, not white. It reported the death of someone called Lord Clifford, and showed a photograph of an elderly man wearing a blazer and a hat. The headline read, "A Nation Grieves." The name Clifford was familiar to Alex, but he couldn't remember where he'd heard it, and what did the death of an old man, a heart attack the newspaper said, possibly have to do with Nightshade? The next wall was given over to a set of diagrams with wavy lines and different shades of colour imposed onto a map with various times and dates underneath. Alex recognised London again. He knew he was looking at weather information, air mass and wind patterns. Nightshade had been keeping a close eye on the London sky, and this must tie in with the parachute training. London was the target, and the jump was going to happen there. That must be the plan, but Alex wondered how it could possibly work. If the security services were on full alert, all the airspaces would be closed. No private planes or helicopters would be allowed to fly over the city, so a jump would be impossible. The last photographs showed close shots of the roofs of different buildings. Alex didn't recognize any of them, although one was certainly unusual. It looked half-finished, open to the elements. It was almost as if someone had cut part of it away. He was sure he ought to know what it was, and he was annoyed that he couldn't name it. That was what was so frustrating. Alex was certain that if he could make sense of all the evidence around him, he would know exactly what Nightshade were planning. It was happening soon, that much he knew already. But it was as if he was looking at an enormous jigsaw puzzle, with no idea of what picture it was supposed to create, and he didn't have the time to work it out. He broke away and hurried over to the nearest computer, sitting on a table. If it was connected to the internet, he could use it to send a message, and MI6 would work everything out when they got here. He tapped the mouse, and the screen lit up, challenging him for a password. It was hardly surprising, but still Alex sighed. The password could be anything. He tried Nightshade, then Leap of Faith, then Brother Mike, but none of them worked, and he didn't dare risk entering more words at random in case he set off an alert. How long had he been here? The lunch break was only an hour, and soon everyone would be returning for the last 3 lessons of the afternoon. He had to keep moving. There was nothing more to be found in the room. Alex checked there was no one around, then continued on his way. The next 2 rooms were empty offices, no computers, no phones, and turning a corner, he came to a set of heavy-duty doors blocking the corridor. There was another fingerprint scanner set in the wall, and once again he brought out the latex glove with Brother Mike's fingerprints. He was almost surprised that it worked a second time. He heard a hiss of compressed air as the doors swung inwards. He hurried forward, noticing at once that the air was even cooler in this section and that it was quite possibly purified too. Everything was spotlessly clean. The lights were kept low. There were no windows anywhere. He came to a wide rectangular chamber that was thickly carpeted, with 3 chairs facing a bank of machinery that mainly consisted of switches, dials, and microphones and audio mixers, all of them connected to sophisticated computers. It reminded Alex of a recording studio. All that was missing was a space for singers or musicians to perform. He ran his eye along the audio mixers and realized that they were labelled from 1 to 25, with 14 and 21 missing. 1 for every number at Kavos Bay. Alex thought about the whispering sounds he had heard on the first night in the dormitory. Had they originated here? He moved on. The walls were now covered in white tiles, the floor with some sort of plastic. A little further along he arrived at an open door that led into a locker room with benches, showers, and toilets. Why would anyone need to change here? He saw the answer immediately. Hanging opposite him, 2 of them, a pair of orange suits made out of reinforced nylon with bulky hoods fitted with transparent visors and sophisticated air filters. 2 pairs of green plastic boots stood on the floor. They were hazmat suits, short for hazardous materials, also known as decontamination suits. They were what you would wear if you were handling a deadly nerve agent, VX, for example. Alex knew he would find a laboratory nearby, and sure enough, there it was, at the very end. Even if he'd been able to, he wouldn't have dared go in, but this time there was no fingerprint scanner. Instead, an illuminated sign above a steel door spelled out a series of warnings in red letters. Extreme danger. Absolutely no admission without authorization. Protective clothing to be worn at all times. Briefly his hand rested on the metal handle, although he had no intention of going in. The VX was almost certainly on the other side, and he didn't want to go anywhere near it. Anyway, there could be any number of technicians, cardinals, working silently on the other side. Drawing a deep breath, he retraced his steps and went back downstairs. Part of him was disappointed. He might have located the VX. He had found lots of clues as to how it was going to be used, but no real answers. Worse than that, he hadn't come across a phone or a computer that might have connected him to the outside world. He was running out of time. The agent who had died in Rio had said the attack was going to happen very soon. The numbers were in the final phases of their training program. During the church service, Brother Lamar had talked about the last few days. What were his options? He could try to escape from the training camp. If he took the path down to the beach at night, he might be able to swim round to Vi. He could try to sabotage Nightshade from within. Perhaps he could persuade Freddie and Sophia that he was on their side and turn them against the teachers. Using the latex glove, he could get into the temple any time he liked. He could blow the whole place up. He had returned to the entrance hall with the glass doors in front of him and was about to head out when he heard voices coming from the conference room. While he had been upstairs, the 4 teachers must have arrived, and they were meeting together. Alex was desperate to get out, to find safety with the other numbers, but it was too good an opportunity to miss. Moving silently, he hurried into the anteroom where he had waited on the day of his arrival. The door to the conference room was open. He didn't dare look around in case he was seen, but he could hear the conversation quite clearly.
The weather conditions are going to be perfect.
It was Brother Mike speaking.
We will have the windsock in place at 1600 hours.
Not before?
Sister Jeanne asked.
We don't want to put up anything that will draw attention to ourselves. I have my doubts that we need it at all, but certainly it's best to leave it until the last minute.
And who is going to make the jump? Brother Lamar asked.
We're very lucky that number 9 has been returned to us,
Brother Mike continued.
No one is more reliable than him. During the summer training sessions, he made 14 jumps in many different atmospheric conditions and didn't miss the target once.
What about number 7?
He will go too, as backup. Number 6 will approach the target on the coach. Nobody will look at her twice. She will make her way past the ornamental gallery and let the others in.
What about the evacuation plans?
Sister Kristen asked.
Exactly as we agreed. We have a police helicopter on standby. There will be a great deal of panic and confusion after the attack, and that's when we'll move in. We'll be able to airlift all 3 of the numbers to safety.
Excellent. Brother Lamar seemed to have lit a cigar. Alex heard him puffing away and smelled the smoke wafting through the door. It was interesting that none of the teachers had smoked when he or any of the numbers were present.
And I have good news, he continued. I spoke to the doctor in London this morning. He's paid the final installment of our fee, and it'll show up in our Geneva bank account any time now. 20 million American dollars. As you guys know, this is our most ambitious operation so far, and this payment only represents a fraction of the money we're going to make. The London stock market will collapse following Leap of Faith. The pound will plunge on the international markets because we know what's going to happen. We'll use the information to make ourselves millions more.
When is the final training session? Sister Jeanne asked.
Tomorrow morning. I thought we might put Julius Grief up in the plane. Let's see how he reacts when we tell him to jump from 13,000 feet.
He may refuse, Sister Kristen said.
In a way, I hope he does. If the numbers see he's scared, maybe they'll think a little less of him. I hope he accepts.
Brother Mike spat out the last word like a snake.
And if he does, I'll be the one who packs his parachute.
Sister Kristen laughed briefly.
You really don't like him, do you, Mike?
Not Brother Mike. That was interesting, too. As Alex had suspected from the start, the whole religious thing was just a front. They ignored it when they were on their own.
"I don't trust him," Mike said. "There's something about him that doesn't ring true. I still think it's a mistake having him here." "Relax," Brother Lamar muttered. "The only reason that he's here is because Number 9 likes him, and right now we need to keep Number 9 focused on what he's doing. I still think we can use him, but if not, once Leap of Faith is over, we can get rid of him. I'll tell you what, Mike, you can see to it yourself. Maybe we can get the other kids to hunt him down, use him as live bait in the woods, or we could have a public execution. We haven't had one of those for a while." "Thank you, Lamar. It'll be a pleasure."
Alex was already on his way out. So the operation in London, Leap of Faith, had been paid for by someone who called himself the Doctor. It involved a coach, an ornamental gallery, whatever that was, and a parachute jump. Thirdly, it was going to be huge, producing a shockwave that might actually bankrupt the country. Alex still didn't know what Leap of Faith was. He didn't know when it was going to happen. He had no idea how to stop it. As far as he could see, there was no way of getting any help. And the only thing that was certain was that when it was all over, he was going to be killed. "How are you feeling?" Freddie asked him when they met about 20 minutes later. The other boy was tanned and relaxed, water dripping from his hair. Somehow Alex managed to force a smile onto his face. "Couldn't be better," he said. He had never felt worse. Rogue Operation.
"So where is he?"
Jack Starbright demanded. She was sitting in the conference room at Liverpool Street, inside MI6 Special Operations. Mrs. Jones and John Crawley were opposite her on the other side of the table. Them and us, Jack thought, with a rectangle of polished walnut making sure they didn't get too close. Jack had dressed smartly for the meeting and wished now that she hadn't. The dark jacket and skirt, her red hair tied back with a band, the lack of any jewellery. It had all been intended to make her look serious. But she didn't feel herself. Here she was, sitting politely with the cup of tea that someone had brought her, when what she really wanted to do was get up and scream at these people.
"It's not easy to explain, Miss Starbright," Crawley began.
"Oh, please, call me Jack," she smiled at them. "After all, we've known each other quite a while now. You tried to get me deported once. Thanks to you, my boss got killed, and the person closest to me in the world has nearly died 20 times. She leaned forward. "Don't mess around with me, Mr. Crawley. You said Alex would be away just for a week or 10 days at most, but half-term's over, and I've heard nothing from you. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's even dead or alive."
"We're fairly sure he's alive," Mrs. Jones said.
"Well, that's terrific."
"We just don't know where he is." Jack took a deep breath, trying not to lose her temper.
"How is that possible?" she demanded. "You told me he was going to be locked up in some sort of top-secret prison, that he was going to be looked after. All he had to do was make friends with this other kid, get some information, and then you'd send him home."
She pointed a finger accusingly.
"The only reason he agreed to go was because of that story you told him about losing your own children, and now I'm wondering if that was even true." "Of course it was true,"
Mrs. Jones snapped, and just for once she betrayed her emotions. She was angry. 2 dark spots had appeared on her cheeks.
"Well, I'm sorry." Jack backed down. "But you lied to me about Alex. You said he'd be back home, and he isn't, and now you don't even know where he is."
"He escaped," Mrs. Jones said. She took out a plastic box of peppermints and span it on the table in front of her.
"He and Freddie Gray broke out together. We had no idea that was what they were going to do, and the psychiatrist, Dr. Flint, didn't tell us until it was too late. For what it's worth, I understand that it was Alex's idea." "Why?" Jack was shocked. "Why would he do that?" "Maybe he wanted to help me, or maybe he thought it was the only way to save London. I don't know."
Mrs. Jones sighed.
"You know Alex better than me, Jack. It's true that when he started working for us we used him. We often had to force him to do what he wanted. But he was good at what he did. He knew that, and there were plenty of times when he was the one who made the decision. He went after Damien Cray without our knowledge, and Julia Rothman."
"And there was that business with the Grimaldi brothers," Crawley reminded her. "We actually tried to stop him getting involved."
"Do you really have no idea where he is?"
Jack faltered.
"After he left Gibraltar, he was taken to Tangier."
It was Crawley who provided the answer.
"He was helped by a gang called La Machina. He left Tangier the following day in a private plane, which was last seen entering Greek airspace. We're assuming he's in Greece. We believe that was where Freddie Gray came from before his arrest."
Are you looking for him?
Yes, but it's a huge country, and there are over 1,000 Greek islands. We're in touch with the National Intelligence Service in Athens, but our main hope is that Alex will somehow get a message to us.
What if he doesn't?
Jack had asked the question, but before Mrs. Jones or Crawley could answer, there was a burst of sirens outside the building, followed by the screech of tires as not one but several cars pulled up. "What's that?" Mrs. Jones demanded. Crawley was already on his feet, moving to the window. Looking out, he saw that the whole of Liverpool Street had been cut off and that there were a dozen police cars parked below, their lights flashing. Uniformed officers were rushing towards the entrance. More of them were setting up barriers, forcing pedestrians back. Moments later, an alarm went off in the building, not a siren or a bell, but a soft, insistent bleeping, like a Morse code machine that had got stuck on a single letter. "John?" Mrs. Jones had stood up. She was shocked. From outside the door came the sound of footsteps marching down the corridor. "I don't know." Crawley turned back from the window. Mrs. Jones looked urgently at Jack. "Whatever happens, say nothing. Don't give your name. Let me handle this." The door burst open. Dominic Royce walked in with Owen Andrews at his side. The permanent Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs looked furious. He was clutching a sheaf of papers. He was accompanied by 4 men in suits with dark glasses and radio earpieces, the wires curling under the collars of their shirts. They were MI5, or possibly Special Branch. They had to belong to some department of the police or Secret Service. "May I ask what is going on?" Mrs. Jones demanded. If she had been shocked a moment ago, her face now gave nothing away. If anything, she just seemed a little annoyed that a private meeting had been interrupted. Royce ignored her. He was examining Jack. "Who are you?" he asked. Mrs. Jones interrupted. "You don't have to give him your name," she said to Jack. Then to Royce, "She's one of our operatives. She's making a report." "That's a lie," Owen said. "She's Jack Starbright. She's Alex Ryder's nanny." Jack stared at the 20-year-old with his slicked-back fair hair and pink cheeks. "I'm not his nanny," she snapped. "I'm his friend." "Why are you here?" Royce asked her. "I was about to ask you the same," Mrs. Jones said. Royce came to a decision. He turned to one of the security men. "Escort Miss Starbright off the premises. Make sure she talks to nobody. If she causes you any problems, have her arrested." "Wait a minute," Jack began, but it was too late. 2 men grabbed hold of her and marched her out of the room. The door slammed shut behind them. "I hope you have an explanation for this," Mrs. Jones exclaimed. "You have absolutely no right—" "I have every right," Royce interrupted her. He took out a sheet of paper and laid it on the table in front of her. "Can you explain this?" Mrs. Jones read the first line of the page, then slid it towards her deputy. Crawley glanced at it. There was no need to do more. Both of them knew exactly what it was and where it had come from. "This has been taken from my computer," Crawley said. He glanced at Owen Andrews with cold fury in his eyes. "Was it you who hacked into my system?" he asked. "There's no need to answer that, Owen," Royce cut in. Taking his time, he sat down at the table and gestured for Mrs. Jones to do the same. She hesitated, then lowered herself into her seat. "A few weeks ago, Mrs. Jones, you came to see me in my office at the FCO," Royce began. "As you will recall, I had just discovered that you had employed a minor by the name of Alex Ryder. I was horrified. It seemed to me that you had been completely irresponsible, and that he was a serious risk to security." "That's rubbish," Crawley growled. Royce turned to him. "If you say one more word, I'll have you removed." He glanced back at Mrs. Jones. "I gave you strict instructions to have nothing more to do with him, but now I find," he waved at the sheet of paper, "that you have deliberately disobeyed me. You have actually recruited him for a new mission and sent him abroad." "Alex Ryder is our only hope of preventing a major terrorist attack on London," Mrs. Jones said. "That's what you say. That's what you think. But for me, it only proves what I have suspected all along, that you have completely taken leave of your senses, and that you are no longer fit for command. Do you really believe that you can entrust the security of the entire country to a 15-year-old schoolboy? We are talking about one of the most dangerous terrorist organizations in the world, Nightshade, and you think he's the answer?" He's been successful before.
You disobeyed me!
Royce slammed his hand down on the table.
You may not like it, Mrs. Jones. Clearly you do not like it, but I am your superior. You report to me and to my office. I have to say that I've been concerned about MI6 special operations for some time, but it has now become obvious to me that you are a rogue operation. I can no longer trust you, and unfortunately you leave me with only one choice.
Mrs. Jones stared.
I am closing you down with immediate effect. You and Crawley will return home. You will not communicate with each other or with anyone else on your staff. You will surrender your security passes, your ID cards, and your computers. There will, of course, be a full inquiry, but until that time you should consider yourself under house arrest. You can't do this.
Mrs. Jones couldn't believe what she was hearing.
Alex Ryder is still out there. He needs us. If Alex Ryder is in danger, it's entirely your fault. If he gets himself killed, you will have only yourself to blame. I did warn you not to use him, Mrs. Jones. The whole idea was madness from the beginning. It should never have been considered.
But what about Nightshade?
Crawley exclaimed.
We know they're about to launch an attack on London. You may disagree with us, Royce, but you can't close us down, not now.
You call me Mr. Royce!
The permanent Under-Secretary snapped, and next to him Owen Andrews smiled. He was enjoying all this.
What have you learned about Nightshade? Do you know where they are? Do you know what their target is?
There was silence in the room.
Exactly. You sent a child to Gibraltar, and then you managed to lose him. You know absolutely nothing. When I shall be taking charge of the investigation into Nightshade, I've already spoken to the Prime Minister. There are plenty of other departments within British intelligence that I am sure will prove more efficient and more reliable than you. The Security Service, the National Crime Agency, Joint Intelligence. I will be briefing them all this afternoon.
You're making a mistake, Mrs. Jones insisted. Alex is close to Nightshade. He'll get a message to us. We have to be there to take it.
Alex Ryder may already be dead,
Dominic Royce replied. He nodded at his deputy.
You've done very well indeed, Owen. I want this whole building shut down. You can see to it for me. Make sure these two take absolutely nothing with them when they leave.
He got up and, with a brief nod, walked out of the room. Crawley broke the silence. There is something I want to make clear, he said. He was addressing Owen Andrews. Not today, not tomorrow, but one day quite soon. I'm going to come and find you, and I'm going to make sure you regret this for the rest of your life. I'm not scared of you, Owen replied. There's a taxi waiting for you outside. Mrs. Jones said nothing. She was thinking of Alex Ryder. Almost nobody apart from herself and Crawley knew of his mission and the danger that he was in. What would happen if he called for help and found she wasn't there? He was all that stood between Nightshade and London. And now he was on his own. Terminal velocity. Alex Ryder was not often afraid, but thinking of what lay ahead of him, he could feel his stomach churning. The Beechcraft King Air C-90 that had brought him here was sitting on the runway just a few steps in front of him, and he, along with Freddie, William, and 4 others, was about to board. Alex watched the pilot climb into the cockpit. He was unsmiling, much of his face hidden by dark glasses, curly black hair and a beard. He was one of the so-called cardinals. From what Alex could gather, they had all been recruited from prisons across Europe. They were being paid to work for Nightshade. They had no idea what was going on at Cavos Bay, and they didn't really care. Brother Mike had taken the numbers through a last-minute briefing. The plane would take off in a few minutes. It would climb to 13,000 feet. A green light would illuminate in the back of the cabin. And then they would jump out.
Are you all right, Julius?
Brother Mike was sneering at him, as if daring him to say he was too nervous to make the jump. Alex smiled. Yeah, great, thanks for asking.
Remember to keep your knees together when you hit the ground. It would distress me greatly if you broke both your legs.
There was at least one thing that none of the teachers knew. Alex had actually been given intensive training by the SAS in the Brecon Beacons when he had first been recruited by MI6. He knew all the techniques, launching, tracking, turning, and thankfully landing, even though his practice jump had been cancelled at the last minute. He just hoped he would remember what he had been taught when the moment came. Even so, the thought of launching himself into the Greek sky made him sick. Everyone else on the plane had jumped dozens of times. They knew the conditions. They knew where to land. He would just have to follow them. And what if Brother Mike had followed through on his threat to pack Alex's chute? For all he knew, he could be stepping out to his certain death. He would only know when he was halfway down. But standing here now in the morning sun, he knew he couldn't argue. Worse than that, he had to pretend he was delighted. Certainly Freddie was pleased he was coming. "Isn't this fun?" he asked. Alex nodded, unable to find the words to express what he was feeling. "How many jumps have you done?" he asked. "Oh, about 50. It's much harder at night. You can't see the ground until the last minute, and it's easy to mess up." "Are you going to be jumping in the dark when you do it in London?" Alex asked. Freddie nodded, then stopped himself. "We're not meant to talk about it," he said. He had made a mistake, and Alex made a note of it. This was something new he had learned about Leap of Faith. It was happening at night. "All right, you can board the aircraft," Brother Mike said. "Remember, use the blue circle to guide you. Aim for the red, and the critical time to start your maneuvers is when you're 310 meters above the ground. You've got to be in position by then." Alex had already been shown the target. 2 circles painted like a dartboard in a field inland from Kavos Bay. The outer red circle was huge, at least 30 meters in diameter. The blue circle inside it was much smaller. Clearly they represented a similar area in London. But what? Piccadilly Circus, perhaps? Or the Oval Cricket Ground? If Alex could find the answer to that question, he would know the real target. And now he added another piece of information to the puzzle. 310 meters. That must be higher than most of the skyscrapers in London, so why was it so important to the mission? As Alex moved forward with the others, he could feel the straps pressing against his arms and chest, and thought how strange it was that his life should depend on the piece of folded material that he was now carrying on his back. He had the main canopy, the parachute itself, but if that failed, there was also a reserve. He put a hand up and felt the ripcord dangling over his left shoulder, but he wasn't going to be using it. The parachutists were making a static line exit with a strong cord attached to a metal pipe that ran along the roof of the cabin. The cord would pull out the canopy, ensuring that it would open correctly in the fast-flowing air. At least, that was the idea. It was only after he had jumped that Alex would know if it had worked. A miniature step-ladder had been set beside the plane, and one by one they climbed up into the cabin. 3 boys and 3 girls. Sophia, number 6, wasn't with them, but then Alex remembered she was going to reach the London target on some sort of coach. They sat in 2 rows, 3 on each side, packed tightly together in the narrow cabin, facing away from the pilot who was going through final checks, at the same time talking to the control center through his headset. The door was closed and sealed from outside. "I bet you wimp out," William muttered as he took the seat next to Alex. The 2 of them were going to be the last to leave the plane. They were sitting next to each other, furthest from the door. Freddie had overheard him. "You're just worried Julius will hit the target first time," he said. "You're scared he's better than you." The pilot flicked switches, and the propellers began to turn, picking up speed until they disappeared in a blur. With a jolt, they moved forward and began to taxi along the runway. Normally, a bunch of teenagers on a plane would be chattering with excitement, exchanging jokes, but the numbers had fallen silent, utterly focused on what they were about to do. Alex didn't get the sense that any of them were scared or even slightly nervous. That was so typical of Nightshade. They lived only to do what they were told. The engines had risen in pitch until they were drowning out all other sounds. Alex saw the pilot reach forward with one hand, and the next moment they were racing down the runway, picking up speed until the sudden lack of bumps and vibration told him that they had left the ground. He felt his ears popping as they began a steep climb. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the airstrip and the hillside falling away. He swallowed hard, trying to damp down his feelings of helplessness and fear. 2 weeks ago he had been in London, on his way home from school. How had he got himself into this? It seemed to take forever, but finally they reached 13,000 feet and leveled off. The entire cabin was vibrating, the plane bumping up and down on the air currents. The parachutists lowered their goggles and adjusted the altimeters, which they all wore on their wrists. These would bleep when they reached 310 meters. The pilot raised a hand, giving a prearranged signal. Freddie leaned forward and opened the door. Alex had flown often enough to know what to expect, looking down from the sky. The fields separated into bands of different colours, the glistening blue of the sea, the roads and houses made tiny, the whole world moving slowly, or not at all. But there was something shocking about seeing it without a thick pane of glass to protect him. He could hear the wind rushing past, he could feel it buffeting his cheeks. His mouth was completely dry. What would happen if he refused to jump? He was very tempted to do exactly that. He could tell the others he wasn't well enough, even if nobody believed him. It was ridiculous anyway. There was absolutely no reason to do this. Then the pilot flicked a switch, and a red light came on at the very back of the cockpit. They had reached the drop zone. One of the girls threw something out, a brightly coloured streamer that unfurled in the air and fell towards the ground. The streamer was made of silk. It was a WDI, a wind drift indicator, and Alex knew that it would show the parachutists the line they had to take to reach the target. He could see that too, the two circles painted on the ground. The pilot shouted something, then flicked another switch. The light turned from red to green. Freddie was the first to leave the plane. Without saying anything, without even noticing Alex, he got up and tumbled out of the door. The static line trailed briefly after him, and then he was gone, falling into the void. The girls went next, numbers 15, 16, and 22. Then it was number 11's turn. He was the fair-haired boy Alex had met on his first night. The two of them had fought against each other in the karate class. Briefly he paused in the doorway, enjoying the view. Then he threw himself out. Suddenly Alex was alone in the plane with William and the pilot. He steeled himself for what was coming next. William glanced at him briefly as if daring him to chicken out. "See you down there," he shouted, and rolled lazily out of the door as if it was something he had done 100 times before, which he probably had. He was one of the best parachutists in the group, and he was going to be Freddie's backup when they hit London. Alex waited for him to reappear in the jet stream, his canopy billowing open. He got ready himself. It took him a few seconds to realize that William had disappeared. Something had gone horribly wrong. He and the pilot saw it at the same time. William's static line hadn't released his canopy. Somehow it had got fouled, and it was locked in place, still stretching out of the door, with William dangling on the other end, just out of sight underneath the Beechcraft. Alex stared in horror, unsure what to do. Gritting his teeth, using both hands to keep himself steady, he edged forward to the door. He leaned out of the aircraft and felt the full force of the wind in his face. At first there was nothing. Then he saw William, about 2 or 3 meters below, twisting helplessly at the end of the line. His arms were hanging loose at his sides, and Alex realized that the accident was even worse than he had first thought. The wind had caught William and dashed him against the side of the plane. He was not only trapped, dangling helplessly, he was unconscious. Alex jerked himself back into the plane. "We have to free him!" he shouted. It was almost impossible to make himself heard against the sound of the propellers and the rush of the wind.
"We can't," the pilot shouted back. "He has to free himself. He's knocked himself out."
The pilot sat where he was. But of course he couldn't leave the controls. They flew on, passing the circle and the other parachutists, dragging William with them. Now they were over the sea.
"What are we going to do?"
Alex shouted. The answer horrified him. The pilot reached down and produced a huge knife with a serrated edge. He passed it to Alex.
"Cut him loose," he commanded.
"But he's unconscious! He'll die!"
"Cut him loose," the pilot repeated. "We can't pull him back in, and we can't land the plane, not if he's outside."
His eyes were still hidden behind the glasses. His mouth was a snarl of rage.
"Do it now!"
He was used to being obeyed. If it had been any one of the numbers in the cockpit, William would already be dead. But Alex couldn't do it. This was Mrs. Jones's son. If he ever made it back to London, was he going to tell her that he had found her lost child, only to be responsible for his death?
"No!"
he shouted.
"Do it or we both die!"
There had to be another way. Alex made his decision and acted on it. Still holding the knife, he sat in the doorway with his legs hanging over the edge. He tried not to look down, but even so he saw the curve of the world and the ground horribly far away. William was directly beneath him. a rag doll being thrown from side to side. The static line was stretching out through the open door. All he had to do was cut through it, and it would all be over. He let himself fall. But he had hooked his arm and one leg around the line, so that instead of being pulled away from the aircraft, he was attached to it, climbing down inch by inch. It was incredibly painful. Alex felt as if the airstream was trying to tear him in half. He was holding the line with his left hand, using all his strength, fighting against the wind and the speed of the plane. At least the goggles protected his eyes, but even so he could barely see. Now his face was level with the bottom of the door, and his feet were almost touching William's head. He wondered if he could actually push William free, using the soles of his feet against the other boy's shoulders. No, it would be too dangerous. If the static line snapped and the parachute failed to open, it would kill him. With his muscles screaming and his whole body rocking back and forwards, slammed by the wind, Alex lowered himself a little further, folding his legs round William's unconscious body so that the two of them were locked together, bouncing about under the plane. He was still holding the static line with his left hand. He had put the knife that he had been given between his teeth. He was beginning to spin. He was afraid he was going to black out himself. This was the moment of truth. He had to do it now. He took the knife in his right hand and began to saw at William's static line. He had thought it would be easy. The blade was razor-sharp, but it was almost impossible to get any purchase without falling himself. Slowly, clumsily, he drew it back and forth. He almost dropped it, felt it lose contact with the palm of his hand, but then somehow the blade cut through. Everything happened at once. Alex and William suddenly fell, still locked together. Alex's legs were around William's chest, and he was squeezing with all his strength, holding on to him. He knew that he had only a few seconds in which to save them both. They were both falling freely now, but there was still one static line, Alex's, attached to the plane. It had already begun to draw out his canopy. He could see it, opening above him, a blue and white explosion of lightweight cotton shaped like a wing. There was no time left. He dropped the knife, letting it fall towards the earth, and reached down for William's ripcord. Somehow he found it and pulled it. At exactly the same moment, his own chute deployed, and he was ripped away, carried away by the airstream. For a few brief seconds, Alex had no idea what was happening. He couldn't see William or the plane. Everything had become a blur. He twisted his neck, and to his relief, saw that his own parachute had worked perfectly. He would have been traveling at 55 meters per second, 125 miles per hour when he fell out of the Beechcraft. Terminal velocity. His chute had cut the speed by 90%, and now he was drifting down at a pleasant 12 miles per hour, around 6 meters per second. He might have been able to enjoy the experience if his heart hadn't been beating at 10 times its normal speed, and with every nerve in his body screaming at him. He saw William, not that far from him, falling at the same rate. He looked down and realized that they were nowhere near the other parachutists. In fact, they had left the edge of the island and were over the Aegean Sea. It was going to be a wet landing. But fortunately the wind was blowing inland, and Alex guessed they'd end up not too far from the beach. Even so, he had less than a minute to get himself ready. He remembered what the SAS had taught him. Turn into the wind, wait until you're 12 to 15 feet above the land, or sea. Flare the parachute, pulling the toggles down to slow the rate of descent. Look forward, not down, legs pressed together, lean forward. Perhaps the shock of what had happened had somehow managed to wipe away his fear, or perhaps it was simply that nothing could be worse than those few seconds after he had exited the plane. But he felt nothing but relief as his feet skimmed the surface of the sea and then entered the warm water. The parachute was trailing behind him, floating, and he quickly released it, then swam over to William, who had landed a few seconds after him and who was floundering about, going nowhere. The water had evidently woken him up. "What happened?" he asked as Alex reached him. "Nothing," Alex said. "You had an accident." "I missed the target." "You missed the whole island, but I wouldn't worry too much about that. Can you swim?" William was hurt. He rolled his shoulder and winced. "I don't know." "I'll help you." Treading water, Alex unclipped the shoulder harness and drew it away. William didn't thank him. He just looked annoyed. "I've broken my arm," he said. So that was it. This was one number that wasn't going to be attacking London. "Just be grateful it wasn't your neck," Alex said. Together, they began to swim towards the shore. Number 26.
It was the evening before Leap of Faith, and there was a celebration at Kavos Bay. The chef had driven down to meet the fishermen at Vai, and had come back with fresh lobsters, mullet, and sea bream, which he had barbecued over charcoal flames, serving them with great piles of chips and salad. This was a celebration for their hard work, and also a special welcome for number 26. It had been announced at church. Julius Grief was being given the ultimate honour. His name was being taken from him, and from now on he would be known only as a number. Everyone knew what had happened on the Beechcraft King, even though the teachers would have preferred to keep it from them. But number 11 had seen William trapped underneath the aircraft. Twisting round beneath his own parachute, he had watched as Alex began the rescue. Both boys had landed in the sea together, and even number 7 remembered enough to know that he was very lucky to be alive, and that without the new number 26, he wouldn't be. The bad news was that number 7 would no longer be able to take part in Leap of Faith. He was sitting at the table with his right arm in a sling. He had broken it when the wind had slammed him into the side of the plane. His place was going to be taken by number 11, who would be flying out with Freddie and Sophia the following morning. If Alex had hoped that he would find out more about the operation now that he had been accepted into Nightshade, he was disappointed. From the time that he had dragged William ashore, life at Kavos Bay had continued as normal. There had been several more parachute jumps, but he hadn't even been invited back into the plane, as if the teachers were actually angry with him for saving the life of one of their star pupils. And now here he was sitting next to Freddie, dressed identically to him in the Nightshade uniform. It felt odd to be wearing a jacket again, particularly in the warmth of the Greek evening. As always, Sophia was on Freddie's other side. The numbers never showed very much emotion, but even they were unable to hide their excitement. A great many people were going to die the following day. It could be hundreds, even thousands. Alex remembered the hazmat suits he had seen hanging outside the laboratory and the photographs in the operations room which had suggested that the whole of London might be the target. He remembered the conversation he had overheard in the conference room. Someone called the doctor had paid Nightshade $20 million. Leap of Faith wasn't going to be a minor incident. It was London's own 9/11. There was still nothing Alex could do. That was the worst of it. He was writhing with frustration as he sat here, but he had to pretend he was happy. Ever since the parachute accident, he felt that he had been more closely watched. There hadn't been a single opportunity to slip out of the compound, even assuming he could find a police station or a telephone somewhere down the hill. Worse, a prime had been posted on the other side of the glass doors in the entrance hall of the temple. Alex still had the latex glove, but he couldn't use it. Part of him had hoped that he might be allowed to join the others on the journey to London. But although he had been given a number, nothing else had come with it. He was in, but he was helpless. Freddie had got to his feet. He was holding up his glass. The others fell silent.
"I just want to welcome number 26, he announced, "and I think we should thank our Creator for sending him to us. We nearly lost number 7 earlier today. We've already had 2 departures this year, and he would have been the 3rd.
Departures. Freddie meant deaths. Alex thought of the gravestones.
"What do you say, number 7?
He asked. He was looking accusingly at William Jones. There was a pause, and then William stretched out his good hand.
"Thank you, number 26, he muttered.
Alex took it.
"Always glad to help."
Sitting 2 places away, Sophia smiled. Then one of the guards approached the table. As a rule, the Greeks employed at Kavos Bay, the primes, stayed well out of sight, but this man had been sent to find him. He leant down and spoke in an accent that almost made a nonsense of the words.
"The teachers send me. They won't see you now, in the office."
He pointed in the direction of the temple, which was lit up in the distance, the gold letters glowing. Alex was puzzled. Why should they need to see him now? It was 8:15, and very soon the church bell would ring, sending everyone to bed. There was, however, no question of disobeying. Alex got up and left the table. It occurred to him that this might be good news. They had made him a number. Perhaps they were going to do something else to show their gratitude. In any event, he was being invited back into the very heart of the complex, which was exactly what he wanted. All he needed was 2 minutes on his own with an unguarded computer or telephone. This might be his chance. He was still quite nervous as he sat in the electric buggy being carried through the darkness, away from the other numbers. Everything was silent apart from the whine of the engine beneath him. The buggy stopped. He got out and walked up to the glass doors, which opened to allow him in. A prime stood waiting for him but said nothing. Together the two of them walked along to the conference room. The prime opened the door. On the other side, the 4 teachers were at the wooden table, wearing their robes and their golden discs as usual. Of course, Alex knew that everything about them was fake. As soon as he had gone, they would be smoking cigars and probably drinking spirits too, but for now they were silent, their heads lowered as if in prayer. "Come in, number 26, Brother Lamar said. He sounded friendly enough. "Take a seat." Alex sat down opposite them. "How was dinner?" "It was good, thank you," Alex said. "You'll have to forgive us for dragging you away before coffee."
Here.
With a smile, Sister Kristen poured a small cup of Greek coffee from a silver jug. She brought it round for Alex, who took a sip. It was hot and very sweet. He wondered what this was all about.
"We want to talk to you about Leap of Faith."
Sister Jeanne took over the conversation. She had added extra makeup to her cheeks, which looked very dark, like cooked meat.
"What you did, saving number 7, I have to say that it revealed a side of you that we hadn't seen before. We didn't even know it was there."
"It was nothing," Alex said.
No, it was really something. And as a result, we've been having a talk, and we've decided that you may be able to help us in London. We'd like you to fly there with the others tomorrow morning. What do you say?"
Alex couldn't believe what he was hearing. The teachers were offering him exactly what he most wanted. He took another sip of coffee. "Sure," he said casually. "I told you before, I've got nothing else to do. I'm happy to help."
"You may be responsible for the deaths of 1,000 or more of your fellow countrymen,"
Sister Kristen said. 1,000 or more. So he had been right. Alex shrugged. "That doesn't bother me," he said. There was something wrong. What had the woman just said? Has she deliberately laid a trap? "Anyway, they're not my countrymen," he continued smoothly. "I was born in France, and my dad was South African. I don't really belong anywhere." He drank some more of the coffee to cover the silence.
"That is true,"
Sister Jeanne said approvingly.
"So what exactly is Leap of Faith?" Alex asked. "What do you guys want me to do?"
There was a brief silence. Then Brother Lamar began to speak. "We'll come to that in a minute," he said. "But actually there's another reason we asked you to come here this evening." He paused. "We have a problem. The fact is that we're a bit concerned about number 9. "Freddie Gray? What had he done?" "What's wrong?" Alex asked. "A couple of things. The first actually concerns you. He brought you here with him from Gibraltar. That was directly against our instructions." Alex couldn't see where this was going. Should he defend Freddie, or would it be better to pretend that he didn't care what they thought? "I don't see why you've got a problem," he said. "Number 9 knew I'd be useful to you, and I've already proved he was right." Brother Lamar nodded. "That's true. But the fact still remains that he disobeyed us, and by now you should have realized that never happens. In fact, it's impossible. Do you get me? It can't be allowed." Alex fell silent. He waited for the next blow to fall. "And then there's this." Brother Mike reached under the table, and Alex felt his stomach tighten as he produced the stuffed monkey that he himself had given Freddie in Gibraltar. "Do you know anything about this?" Brother Mike asked. "Sure." Alex tried to sound uninterested, as if they were making a fuss about nothing. "The psychiatrist woman, Dr. Flint, gave it to him. I don't know why. It's just a stupid toy. But he liked it."
"Numbers have no possessions," Sister Kristen said. "Possessions are part of your identity, and numbers have no identity. They all know that." "He hid it under his mattress," Sister Jeanne added. "He tried to hide it from us."
"Well, it's my fault. I'll take the blame."
Alex could feel the shadows closing in. He knew that there was danger in the room, but he couldn't understand what it was or where it had come from.
I was the one who gave it to him. I didn't think it was any big deal.
You said that the psychiatrist gave it to number 9.
Brother Mike cut in.
Why are you lying to us?
I'm not. She gave it to me to give to him. It's the same thing. He paused, as if annoyed. What is all this? I thought we were celebrating. You just made me a number. Why are you so worried about number 9?
Because he's not the same. He's changed.
Brother Lamar looked Alex straight in the eyes.
We've decided he's no longer any use to us, number 26. It's very unfortunate, but at the end of the day, no harm has been done. You will replace him.
And what will happen to number 9? Alex asked. He still had no idea what this was all about, but none of it sounded good. That's why you're here, Sister Jeanne replied. She couldn't have sounded more reasonable. We want you to kill him. Alex stared. What? I think you heard me. When? Right now. Sister Jeanne must have pressed a communications button. The door opened a second time, and Freddie Gray walked in. He looked as surprised as Alex to be here, but he sat down and said nothing.
Use this,
Brother Lamar said. He passed Alex a gun. What?
Shoot number 9. Once in the head will do it.
Alex took the weapon. He was feeling sick. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't kill Freddie. Even if he'd been his worst enemy, he wouldn't have been able to shoot him in cold blood. But he had just been told he was going to London, that he was taking part in Leap of Faith. It was his only chance to prevent it. If he didn't do what he was told, they would know he had been lying to them. He would have blown his cover, and he would never get the chance to warn Mrs. Jones what was happening. He would end up dead himself. Meanwhile, Freddie was just sitting there. He'd been told he was about to be shot, but he didn't seem to care. He was making no move to protect himself. This is crazy, Alex said in a voice that wasn't quite his own. Number 9 is great. He's your number 1 parachutist. You know that. He never misses. It's not his fault I gave him the toy. We're waiting, Sister Kristen said in an icy voice. You can't be serious. Is this some kind of test? Alex could feel the gun weighing down his hand. Freddie would have known exactly how many bullets it contained. Was it possible that it was actually empty? That he would pull the trigger and nothing would happen? He didn't dare take the risk.
You have 3 seconds,
Brother Lamar said. I won't do it.
2 seconds.
Freddie didn't move. He had just been sentenced to death, but it was as if he hadn't noticed. His eyes were far away.
1 second.
For a moment, Alex was tempted. He could bring the gun round on the teachers. He could shoot all 4 of them. And then? No. Alex had made his decision. He threw the gun down onto the table in a gesture of disgust. He could still bluff his way out of this. There had to be another way. Thank you, number 9, Brother Lamar said.
Thank you, Brother Lamar.
Freddie got up and left the room. He hadn't so much as glanced at Alex. He didn't even seem to know he was there. Somehow that worried Alex as much as anything. The teachers turned on Alex. Brother Mike picked up the gun. He smiled unpleasantly.
It's not loaded,
he said. Despite everything, Alex felt a sense of relief. So it was a test, he said. That's right, Alex, Sister Jeanne said. And you failed. She had called him Alex. He felt a chasm opening beneath his feet. That's not my name, he said, and wondered why his voice sounded so distant from him. The room was beginning to bend out of shape.
We know who you are, Brother Lamar said. We have an agent in London who has told us everything. Your name is Alex Ryder, and you were sent by MI6 Special Operations to the Gibraltar prison to get close to number 9. You then persuaded him to bring you here. I feel I should congratulate you for getting so far, but there's something you need to know.
He produced a cigar and lit it, his fat lips sucking greedily at the end.
MI6 Special Operations no longer exists, he went on. They've been shut down. Permanently. Nobody cares about you anymore, Alex. You've been cut loose.
That's not true. Alex spoke the words, but they came out slurred. He wasn't sure what was happening to him. Suddenly his arms and legs were heavy. He felt as if he was being sucked into the chair.
We could kill you right now. Mike has been urging me to do just that, and I know he'd enjoy it, but if there's one thing that I've learned in this business is that you don't waste an opportunity that's been given to you. The fact of the matter is that I can use you. You have a big part to play in tomorrow's operation, even though you aren't going to be a willing participant. In fact, I'm pretty certain you won't survive it. You see, Alex, your organization is finished. Mrs. Jones and John Crawley are under house arrest. They can't help you. But the problem for us is that there are other intelligence outfits in London, and they seem to know that we have something targeted for tomorrow. Maybe that's down to you. And the terrorist alert level has just been raised from severe to critical, meaning that an attack is expected imminently. Everyone is on full alert. 500 extra police officers have been brought into the city. Nobody can prevent what we're about to do, but they can make it a whole lot more difficult for us. So, we're going to give them something else to think about. A diversion. Suppose one of the most dangerous criminals in the world suddenly turned up on the edge of London. Let's say he was seen at a railway station or on a park bench. What do you think would happen? Everyone would start looking for him. All those extra policemen would be diverted to find him. The press and the TV, they'd all be screaming for him. And nobody would notice us on the other side of town. We'd slip in through the back door while they were busy elsewhere.
What have you done to me? Alex muttered, and his own voice no longer sounded like his own. The room was shrinking. The 4 teachers were bending out of shape like spilled ink. The coffee. He could taste it on his lips. He knew he had been drugged.
And who do you think that criminal is?
The chairman asked. Except he was no longer the chairman. He was just a voice at the end of a long tunnel.
No.
Alex tried once again to stand up.
It's Julius Grief, Alex. It's you.
Alex pitched forward, just missing the edge of the table. He collapsed onto the wooden floor and lay still. Part 4. Revelation. Ring of Steel. They had already started putting up the barriers around St. Paul's Cathedral, although the service wasn't due to begin until 7:30 that evening. Altogether, 1,000 officers were being deployed. They had been brought together from the Metropolitan Police, the British Transport Police, and MI5 in an operation that had been planned weeks before. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a ring of steel would have been constructed, with manned checkpoints forming a protective circle around the cathedral. Nobody would be able to get in or out without authorization. Every vehicle would be searched, the undercarriage examined, the registration numbers checked. Drivers could expect to have their steering wheels swabbed for explosive residue. At midday, the cathedral had been closed to tourists as Scotland Yard anti-terrorist officers, accompanied by trained sniffer dogs brought in from the Dog Support Unit, began a search that took in every inch of the building. All the doors were being checked, one after another, to ensure they were locked. Metal detectors had been brought in and set up around the 2 public entrances that would be used for the service. A few black-suited figures had started to appear, patrolling the area with Heckler & Koch machine guns and Glock 17 pistols. Dressed in black body armor, their faces almost completely concealed behind helmets, goggles, and balaclava masks, they looked almost alien in this historical setting. The cathedral had been built in the 17th century. They could only have come from the 21st. Soon there would be more than 50 of them, drawn from the Specialist Firearms Command, or SCO-19 as it is known to the Metropolitan Police. They would be supported by EC-145 Eurocopters, the twin-engine helicopters used by the National Police Air Service. They alone would enter the airspace above London. Planes heading for Heathrow or City would have to divert. The event was a massive headache for everyone taking part, as well as for tourists, businessmen, Londoners, anyone finding their way blocked or their journey home delayed. But James Clifford had been a hugely popular Home Secretary, and this was his memorial service, following his sudden death from a suspected heart attack 3 months before. It was only right that he should be given a decent send-off. He was getting rather more than that. 2,000 people were expected for the service, which was going to be led by the Archbishop of Canterbury. A special choir, assembled from 8 different schools around London, would be performing. A famous actor was reading the first lesson. The President of the United States was appearing on a giant video screen. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was coming in person, so was the leader of the opposition. Almost every government minister would be joining them, along with more than 200 MPs from different political parties. 4 members of the royal family were coming, and as usual they would be accompanied by dukes, duchesses, earls, viscounts, lords, ladies, and famous faces who always managed to turn up at funerals and weddings. The service would be filmed for the BBC News. This was Nightshade's target. There were just 6 hours until it began. The last day. Seagulls. That was the first thing Alex Rider heard. That and the breaking of waves. He was sitting on a shingle beach. He could feel the round stones underneath his legs and the palms of his hands. His back was resting against some sort of structure, a low wall. He was feeling sick. He opened his eyes and saw the sea. He knew at once that he wasn't in Greece. It was too cold, and the colour of the water, somewhere between grey and green, was a world away from the blue of the Aegean. He looked down and saw black shoes, grey trousers, a mauve shirt. The Nightshade uniform that he had been wearing when he was summoned to the temple. Slowly it all came back to him. Brother Lamar and the other teachers had known who he was. Somehow they had found out. They had taunted him, daring him to shoot number 9, all the time knowing that he wouldn't. And they had drugged him. He could still taste the coffee in his mouth. His arms were heavy. He wasn't sure if he could move. Where was he? And how long had he been here? Brother Lamar had said that he was going to use him as a diversion. He was back in England, he was sure of it. This had to be the North Sea or the Channel in front of him. It had that feel. He looked across the water and saw a metal beam breaking through the surface, the skeleton remains of some sort of building that had either fallen or burned down. How odd that it should have been left there to spoil the view. A few people walked past on the shingle. He was not alone. What time was it? From the position of the sun, he would have said midday. Alex was trying not to panic. He still couldn't move and had no exact idea what had been done to him, or how Nightshade were planning to use him. After he had been knocked out, they must have put him in a plane. It would have taken about 5 hours to fly to England. He thought back to the dinner, the celebration at Cavos Bay, and realized with a shudder that the operation called Leap of Faith had already begun. This was the last day. He turned his head and saw a structure that looked like an enormous tube rising up further down the beach. It was silver with a glass cabin wrapped around it. The whole thing had the feel of a fairground ride, and Alex vaguely recognized it. A jumble of buildings stretched out behind it, blocks of flats, offices, hotels standing shoulder to shoulder, staring out at the sea. It wasn't good enough. He had to move. Somehow he managed to jerk some life back into his arm and lifted his hand. He did the same with the other. He drew up a knee and clumsily got to his feet, fighting back his nausea and sense of exhaustion. He realized now that whoever had left him here had propped him up against a wooden breakwater. He used it to support himself, and twisting around he saw a pier jutting out into the sea with a carousel, a helter-skelter, and a bright yellow roller coaster at the far end, and an amusement hall just above the beach. Brighton Pier. The words were written in huge coloured letters on the side of the building. So that was where he was. Brighton. He should have known the moment he saw the silver tube. It was an observation tower known as the British Airways I-360, or the Brighton Needle. It made sense. The plane from Greece must have landed at a private airport, Shoreham perhaps. The numbers 9 and 11 would have continued by car to London, and he would have been dumped here. For a few moments Alex stood where he was, waiting for his strength to return. He felt better standing on his own 2 feet. He tried to work out some sort of plan. The most important thing was to contact MI6. No, that wouldn't work. Unless Brother Lamar had been lying, MI6 had been shut down and Mrs. Jones was under arrest. How was that even possible? But even if he couldn't reach her, there was always Jack. Alex felt in his pockets, knowing that they would be empty. Of course, Nightshade had made sure he had no money. He would just have to ask someone to lend him a phone. He would phone Jack. She would know what to do. Even as he made the decision, he saw a man walking towards him, swinging what looked like a vacuum cleaner over the shingle. It was a metal detector. He was searching for old coins in the shingle. Alex raised a hand and the man stopped and took off his headphones. He was elderly, well into his 60s, with tangled hair and stubble. "Excuse me," Alex began. The man was staring at him, and not in a friendly way. Before Alex could say another word, he stepped back, his feet crunching on the gravel, then turned and hurried off in the direction from which he'd come, cradling his metal detector in both arms. Alex was suddenly uneasy. A very unpleasant thought had just come into his head, and the one thing he didn't want to do was to hang around to find out if it was true. He felt very exposed out here on the beach. There was a road behind him. He headed towards it. At first he moved like an old man, but with every step he found his strength returning. He came to a row of shops built into a series of archways beneath the road, a snack bar, an art gallery, a tourist shop selling shells and stuffed toy seagulls. A ramp led up to the street, and moving more quickly he climbed up and found himself in front of a small, round building with an ornate roof and pictures of happy ice cream cones, complete with eyes and waving hands, on the walls. It was a cafe. There were tables outside, but only one was taken. A husband and wife were sitting drinking tea, not talking to each other. The man was reading a newspaper. Alex saw the front page. "The Face of Evil." That was the headline above a large photograph. The face was his. Alex stared at it, completely horrified. Neither the husband nor the wife had noticed him, and he was able to move closer and read some of the text. "Julius Grief is believed to have returned to the UK after escaping from a maximum security prison abroad. Although he is only 15, he has killed many times, considered to be extremely dangerous and possibly armed. A senior officer from the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office warned the public, under no circumstances should he be approached. If you see him, call the police immediately." Now Alex understood what Brother Lamar had meant. He had talked about a diversion, and this was it. His picture was going to be in every newspaper, on TV, all over the internet. Everyone in England was looking for him. Whatever the real target was in London, it would be forgotten. Even as Alex stood there, the consequences of what Nightshade had done came crashing in on him like a multiple pile-up. He had no money, no phone, and no way of reaching London. To the whole world he was Julius Grief, and the only people who knew the truth about him had been put out of action. Apart from Jack, he had nobody to turn to. According to the newspaper report, he might be carrying a gun. Even if he tried to approach a policeman, there was a good chance that he would be shot down before he could utter a word. He felt terribly exposed. First of all, there were the people walking past him along the esplanade, and the drivers in 4 lanes of traffic on the main road. It would only take one of them to make eye contact with him, and he would be recognized. In fact, it had already happened. The man with the metal-detecting machine might be ringing the police even now. And it didn't matter where he went or where he tried to hide. There were cameras everywhere. He was probably being observed right now. He had to go somewhere, get out of sight, while he worked out what to do. But where? Brighton Pier was close by. There were crowds of people wandering in and out, playing the arcade machines in the Palace of Fun, or heading for the rides that he had seen at the far end. Alex had heard that it was easy to hide in a crowd, but he still couldn't bring himself to try it. He needed to be alone. He looked across the road at the various blocks of flats and hotels. There was a little park nearby, on the other side of a low wall, with an aquarium contained in a small pavilion. It might be dark in there, but he couldn't go in. How would he buy a ticket? The man with the newspaper was staring at him. Fortunately, he hadn't recognized Alex, even though his photograph was actually in his hands. He was just annoyed that some weird school kid had been trying to read his newspaper. Alex turned away and hurried back down to the beach. He needed to think. Brighton Pier was jutting out above him. He had decided it was too dangerous to hide on the pier, but nobody would see him in the shadows underneath it. That was where he headed now. Alex fought his way over the shingle and didn't stop until the great bulk of the pier was above him.
He found himself in a cool, damp world of stone and metal, with the massive legs holding up the pier disappearing into the water and a network of steel cables and wire protruding at every angle. The beach sloped down steeply and he slumped onto it, with the dark water lapping at his feet. Somewhere over his head a 90s pop song was echoing out of the Palace of Fun, but it seemed to belong to another world. He was alone, with the breaking waves. So, what were his choices? Alex was tired. Whatever drug he had been given was still in his system, and suddenly he was hungry and thirsty too. It wasn't easy to arrange his thoughts, but he forced himself to focus. His first priority was to save London. But how was that possible when he still didn't know what was being targeted? If he went to the police and turned himself in, assuming they didn't shoot him the moment they saw him, what exactly could he tell them? He had to go to London. He had to reach Jack. But that in itself wouldn't be easy. He didn't have any money to pay for a train, and hitchhiking was too dangerous. Anyway, it would take too long. Alex still didn't know the exact time. Leap of Faith was taking place in darkness, but that could only be a few hours away. And if he tried to get to the capital, wouldn't he be doing exactly what Nightshade wanted? He was the diversion. If he was seen approaching London, every policeman and woman would be sent after him. Maybe it would be better simply to stay out of sight. He couldn't do that. He couldn't just sit there and wait for London to be hit. He made his decision. First, he would have to do something about his appearance. He couldn't walk through Brighton looking like this. At the very least, he needed a hoodie or something that would hide his face. He had to borrow a telephone and contact. Not Jack, that was another nasty thought. It was Nightshade who had leaked the story to the press. They had told the world that he was Julius Grief. They knew everything about him, which probably meant that they knew about Jack too. And they would be expecting him to call her. Alex had no doubt that they would be able to listen in on the call. He had seen the technology they had in the temple, the room with the microphones and the sound mixers, the sophisticated radio antennas on the roof. Alex knew what he was up against. He had finally worked out how they had contacted Freddie Gray in Gibraltar. Nightshade had extraordinary technology on their side, and they had been using it from the very start. When Freddie had broken out of the prison, Nightshade had told him which way to take down the hill. They had known about the abandoned cinema, and somehow they had given him the information, right down to the door which had been broken open for him. They had hired La Machina, and Freddie had known exactly when they were coming, even though he hadn't spoken to them before they arrived. There could only be one explanation for all this, and as impossible as it sounded, Alex was convinced he was right. He got to his feet. It was time to go. There had to be a station in Brighton. He would find it, and somehow he would slip onto a train. Alex slipped out from beneath the pier and was about to climb back up to the road when the sound of sirens caused him to step back. 3 police cars shot past, heading towards the breakwater where he'd woken up. The man with the metal detector must have called them. They were looking for him. Smoke and fire. The police cars had stopped some distance away, further along the esplanade. Alex saw uniformed officers pouring out and hurrying down onto the beach. He didn't stand around watching them. He crossed the main road without waiting for the traffic to slow down, almost getting run over by a motorcyclist who swerved round him at the last second, horn blaring. A smaller street led into the town centre, and he dived into it, grateful for the shops and flats hemming him in on either side, hiding him from the manhunt going on behind. It had to be early afternoon. The streets were fairly empty, suggesting that most people were at work. Even so, Alex still felt exposed. Walking past a newsagent, he saw his face staring out at him over and over again on the front page of every newspaper. The face of evil, terror boy, the 15-year-old killer, no tears for grief. The headlines were different, but they all spelled out the same message. The security forces had put out an alert that Julius Grief had arrived in England. He was dangerous, probably armed. He had to be found. Glancing through an open door, he saw a television screen on the wall of a pub, and there he was again, his face on Sky News, with a banner running across the bottom. Police mount nationwide search for teenage terror suspect. How could it have happened? Even if special operations had been disbanded, surely someone had to know the truth. Alex had never been to Brighton before. He had no idea where he was going.
He felt that the city had become a trap, drawing him in, and he knew that it would only take one person to recognize him, and the cage doors would slam shut, and he would never get out again. He walked quickly, trying not to draw attention to himself. But he still felt that everyone was watching him, and every nerve in his body was waiting for the moment when some complete stranger would pounce on him, and it would all be over. He had to hide his face. He looked for shops that sold hats or sunglasses, even though he knew he didn't have the money to pay for them. He came to a clothes shop. There was a rack of hoodies right next to the door. Cautiously, he looked inside. There was no security guard, and he could only see two girls behind the counter, one serving a customer, the other texting on her phone. He took one step in and pretended to examine a dark green hoodie that looked about his size. Neither of the girls had noticed him. He snatched it and ran. Alex hated having to steal, but he had no choice. This wasn't just about his own survival, but the safety of an entire city. He had to get to London, and he wasn't going to let anything get in his way. But he still took a note of the name of the shop. When this was all over, he would send them the money he owed them, always assuming he was still alive. He ran down one street, then down an alleyway, finally emerging into a pretty square with a cafe on one side and an old-fashioned sweet shop on the other. Quickly he took off the Nightshade jacket and stuffed it into a dustbin, then pulled the hoodie over his head, leaving the hood up so that his face was almost completely concealed. Now it was just a question of walking with his head down and his hands shoved into his pockets. Hoodies had been designed for teenagers who wanted their own space, and that suited Alex fine. His whole body language would warn people to keep their distance, and at the same time he could relax a little, knowing that he was finally anonymous. He continued walking. This part of the city was quiet and attractive, much less commercial than the seafront. Cars weren't allowed in the streets, giving it the atmosphere of a traditional village with trees in pots and lots of wooden benches. Alex saw a signpost for Brighton Station and hurried forward, the road leading him uphill. He was beginning to feel more hopeful. The man with the metal detector might have called the police, but they couldn't be sure he was right. They would spend time searching the beach, asking questions of anyone who was there. With a bit of luck, it would be a while before they widened their search, and by then he would have left. A few minutes later, Alex reached the station and saw at once that he had been too optimistic. He still had no real idea how he'd arrived in Brighton. It was clear to him that it was going to be a lot more difficult to get out. The entrance to Brighton Station covered one side of a large square with a jumble of different buildings, most of them quite ugly. There was a pub and a parade of shops on one side, a modern office and supermarket on the other, and a cluster of bus stops in the middle. Traffic was moving in every direction, with buses lined up about to leave and a fleet of taxis waiting in a corner. The station was tucked away at the far end, quite hard to see with all the activity around it. To add to the sense of confusion, a number of stalls had been allowed to set up near the entrance. Alex saw a stand selling homemade bread, another with fresh coffee. Further back, Brighton and Hove buses had an information booth, and there was a solitary man standing beside a coal brazier selling roast chestnuts. None of this mattered to Alex. To get into the station, he would have to pass through one of 5 archways, 3 right next to each other in the middle, or one on either side. And that was impossible. The police were taking no chances. Alex saw 4 of them in high-vis jackets. They weren't carrying guns, but they had everything else: tasers, truncheons, handcuffs, radios. He had no doubt that they were looking out for him. If he tried to slip past, even with the hoodie pulled over his head, they would be sure to stop him. The moment he looked up, before he answered a single question, they would have him. Part of him was close to despair. It was 2:29 in the afternoon. He could see the time on the station clock, which was set high up next to the roof, and even as he watched, the minute hand jerked round, completing the half-circle. Time was running out. Alex didn't know what to do. He couldn't take the train, but what other way was there to get to London? Was trying to reach London still the best idea? Perhaps it would be better to turn himself into the police after all. But how could he warn them about a terrorist attack when he still didn't know where or when it was taking place? He realized that he was standing still, and with everyone else on their way to catch a train or just coming off one, that was one sure way to draw attention to himself. He turned his back on the policeman and walked over to the supermarket as if he meant to buy something.
He passed close to the man selling chestnuts and felt the heat of the coal fire on the side of his arm. Briefly, he heard him chatting to a woman, someone he knew.
"I don't know, Charlie," she was saying. "How can he be so dangerous? He's only 15 years old, and those pictures of him. He looks nice enough."
"There's no smoke without fire," Charlie replied. "If it wasn't true, it wouldn't be in the papers. And don't you be fooled by appearances, Bess. The prisons are full of handsome crooks." They were talking about him. But it was what Charlie had just said, the mention of smoke and the fire, that gave Alex an idea. He was right next to a supermarket, and he would find what he needed there. He hated stealing again, and it would be a lot more risky this time with security guards and CCTV. On the other hand, what he was looking for wouldn't be something that anyone would normally want to take. It wasn't chocolate or alcohol or anything expensive, and it was too late for scruples. He had made his decision. One way or another, he had to get this over with. He went into the supermarket and made his way to the section selling women's hair products. He went past brushes, shampoos, and conditioners, finally coming to a whole shelf stacked with different cans of hairspray. He picked up the smallest of them, examined the label, and pretended to put it back in its place. Instead, he used his middle finger to slide it up his sleeve. He did everything very carefully, not hurrying, trying to look completely innocent. Even now, with the can safely tucked out of sight, he stood where he was, examining the other products. He noticed a security guard glance his way, then go past him. Showing no emotion, he tucked his hands into his pockets and left the shop. Only when he was in the open air did he move more quickly, slipping behind a parked van, making sure nobody had followed him. The hairspray was pressed against his arm. He freed it from his sleeve and held it in the palm of his hand. It had a white plastic lid which he took off. That made it smaller. Now it was all just a matter of luck and timing. He walked over to the chestnut seller. "Are you Charlie?" he asked. "Yes." Alex was being careful not to show too much of his face. He pointed at one of the bus drivers standing on the other side of the information booth. "My dad wants to talk to you." "What about?"
"He wants to buy 6 bags of chestnuts for him and his mates."
"So why doesn't he come over?"
"He's working, he's not allowed."
The chestnut seller was puzzled. Why would a bus driver send his son over to buy his product? All the same, 6 bags was 6 bags. Better business than he'd had all morning. And anyway, the kid seemed to know his name, so perhaps his dad did too.
"I'll wait here if you like,"
Alex added. That made sense.
"All right."
The man moved away. Alex watched him go. The man called Charlie turned round as if he was about to change his mind, and Alex waved, assuring him that everything was under control. Charlie smiled and continued on his way. Alex took one last look in his direction, then slipped the aerosol into the blazing coals underneath the chestnuts. Charlie was about 10 paces away, moving towards a bus driver who had probably never met him before and certainly didn't want any chestnuts. Alex hurried in the opposite direction, heading for the archway on the far left of the station closest to the shops. One of the policemen was standing directly in front of him, blocking the way, and he slowed down, not daring to get too close. At the same time, he glanced back at the chestnut seller, who was talking to the bus driver. Even at this distance, Alex got a sense of their confusion. The chestnut seller turned round, looking for him, then began to move back towards his brazier, worried now that the boy in the hoodie might have stolen from him. How long would it take him to notice the aerosol spray resting in the flames? And how long would it be before it exploded? It was something he had learned in school. Everyone knew that you never put an aerosol can anywhere near a fire. The reason is simple. The can that Alex had taken was made of thin metal sheeting and contained 2 products. One was the hairspray, which was itself highly flammable. That was why he had chosen it. The other was a propellant, the gas that would force the spray out when the nozzle was pressed. The gas was already highly pressurized, but the heat of the burning coals would rapidly increase the pressure, turning the can effectively into a small bomb. The idea was to create a diversion, but it didn't seem to have worked, and suddenly Alex was sweating. The chestnut seller was already halfway back to his brazier. If he saw the can, he would yank it out immediately. And now Alex had another even more unpleasant thought. Charlie mustn't get too close.
Suppose the can exploded as he leaned over the flames. He could get badly hurt or even killed. That wasn't what he wanted at all, and he wished he'd had more time to come up with a less dangerous plan. It was too late. The can exploded. Alex heard a huge bang and saw the entire brazier disappear in a ball of fire. For a moment the chestnut cellar was invisible, but then the flames shrank again, and Alex was relieved to see that he was all right. The hood of the brazier had protected him from the worst of the blast, but all around him there were people screaming, running away. Blazing coals had been thrown in every direction. One man had been hit and the sleeve of his coat was on fire. There was a woman smothering her children in her arms, desperately trying to protect them. The bus drivers were panicking. There must have been oil or petrol on the road, and a pool of fire had rippled under one of their vehicles, setting off its alarm. Smoke was pouring out from beneath it. The police officers had been told to guard the station, but how could they simply stand there while all this was happening? They didn't know if they had just witnessed a terrible accident or a terrorist attack, but it didn't matter either way. Their first instinct was to help, and, forgetting everything else, they ran forward, all four of them, into the crowd, even as a column of fire ripped up inside the bus, shattering the windows and sending fragments of glass whirling over the crowd. Suddenly, Brighton Station had become a scene out of a war film. Miraculously, nobody had been hurt, but the smoke was billowing into the sky, and everyone was screaming as they ran for cover. Alex had slipped through the archway the moment it had been left unguarded. He was inside the station now, on the forecourt, with a great glass and steel roof curving overhead. He was confronted by a long row of modern barriers with the platforms and the trains on the other side. He saw at once that there was no way he was going to get through without a ticket. If there had been any police inside the station, they had rushed out to see if they could help. But there were plenty of uniformed railway guards manning the barriers. They had heard the commotion, but they had been sensible enough to stay where they were. Nobody was going to get past them without being seen. The train times were clearly signalled. Alex saw that a train for London was leaving Platform 1 at 14:46. It was now 14:44. Platform 1 was right in front of him. He couldn't get through the barrier, but over to his left, a flight of metal steps led up to a staff office on the first floor, above an Indian food stall. He could see the door, set in the wall high above. The staircase zigzagged up, slanting over the platform before folding back on itself to reach the door. Alex didn't think twice. He ran up the stairs, hoping he wouldn't meet a guard or a driver. He reached a platform about halfway up and hoisted himself over the other railings, dropping about 5 meters to the platform below. He landed like a cat, both feet flat, his hands stretching in front of him. The train was leaving. He actually heard the hiss of the closing doors. Straightening up, he hurled himself into the nearest carriage. The door shut behind him. Had anyone seen him? If they had, they would stop the train and come and arrest him. The next few seconds seemed to stretch out endlessly. He was aware of the other passengers examining him, wondering what was wrong. Perhaps they had heard the explosions too. Alex didn't breathe until the train jerked forward and began to move. With a sigh of relief, he slipped into a seat and watched Brighton Station slide away behind him. Nobody came running out after the train. Gradually it picked up speed. It would take 1 hour and 10 minutes to reach London. But he was on his way. Across London. The train was delayed outside Preston Park. They had only been moving a few minutes when they ground to a halt, and a voice came over the speakers. It was a signal failure. "We'll hopefully be on our way as soon as possible," the driver announced cheerfully. Alex could only sit there, silently screaming. It was almost as if Nightshade had deliberately reached him and sabotaged the railway in order to delay him. He tried to work out how much time he had. They had left at 2:45, 1 hour 10 minutes to London. When would the sun set? Around 5 o'clock. That meant there wouldn't be long until... What? He still didn't know. Alex was really hungry, but even if there had been a buffet car on the train, he had no money to buy food. To make matters worse, 2 women sitting opposite him had taken out sandwiches and crisps and were tucking in while they chatted. He was tempted to beg something from them, but didn't dare draw attention to himself. Finally, after what felt like hours, the train started again,
and he sat back and watched the empty fields and the grey sky crawl past as the train rolled, painfully slowly, it seemed to him, through the English countryside. He knew he couldn't even call Jack. He was too concerned that her phone would be tapped. Was there any other way he could reach her? Yes, Alex had an idea about that, although it wouldn't be possible for another hour when school ended. At least there didn't seem to be a ticket collector on board. Alex was worn out. He could still feel the drug in his system, and looking down the long empty carriages with their plain modern seating and glass shelves, there was definitely nowhere to hide. Sitting by the window with his head resting against the glass, he managed to doze off, and the next thing he knew, he was at Blackfriars Bridge, the largest station in London. The platform stretched all the way across the River Thames, and looking out of the window, Alex could see fabulous views of the city with the Gherkin and the Shard right in front of him. It reminded him of the photographs he had seen on the first floor of the temple. Somebody had left a copy of Metro, the Free London newspaper, on the floor. Alex leaned forward and picked it up. Sure enough, he found himself, or rather Julius Grieve, on the front cover with another headline warning the public not to come near. He was about to fold it away when he noticed a second, smaller headline on the same page. Lord Clifford Memorial. He had seen the name before. Where? Of course, he remembered. It had been inside the temple along with all the photographs and weather charts. The train was still idling at the platform, refusing to move, and Alex quickly read the story. James Clifford, a former Home Secretary, was having a memorial service this evening at 7:30 in St. Paul's Cathedral. Staring through the enormous plate glass windows that ran along the edge of the station, he could actually see the golden cross on the dome of the cathedral poking up above the other buildings. It was on one side of the Thames with the Shard on the other. Everything came together at that moment. Suddenly he knew the target, the time, the method. All of it. Snatching up the newspaper, he launched himself out of his seat and onto the platform, reaching it just as the doors closed behind him. The train moved away, disappearing into a tunnel. Alex stood there, catching his breath. Different thoughts were racing through his head, fighting for his attention. Number 6 approaching the target on a coach, number 9 and 11 coming in by parachute. Nightshade communicating with them the same way they had communicated with Freddie when he escaped from Gibraltar. It was all mad, and yet somehow it made complete sense. The question was, how did he stop it? He spotted what he was looking for further down the platform. A man with a guide dog had appeared coming up the escalator. Alex hurried over to him. "Excuse me, sir," he said. He was trying to sound as young as possible. "Yes?" "I'm really sorry to trouble you, but I've lost my phone, and I need to call my mum. I wonder if you'd have one I could borrow?" "Of course." The man didn't even sound surprised. He reached into his pocket and took out an iPhone. "I'll pay you for the call," Alex said. "There's absolutely no need. Just make sure you're finished before the next train arrives." Alex had chosen the one man in the station who wouldn't be able to identify him, even though he had taken advantage of him and lying to him. But the entire panorama of London was right in front of him. He tried to imagine the ambulances, fire engines, and police cars screaming across the city, everything at a standstill, people panicking. All this would happen in just a few hours if he was unable to prevent what Nightshade planned. He quickly dialed. Not Jack's number, but Tom's. School would have finished at Brookland, and by now Tom should be back home. He just hoped that Tom had remembered to charge his battery and that he hadn't had his phone confiscated for texting in class. Tom was Alex's closest friend, but he was also remarkably unreliable. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered.
"Hello?"
It was Tom's voice. He was puzzled because he didn't recognize the number that was calling him. "Hi, this is Darklight," Alex said. He didn't want to say his name. He had rung Tom rather than Jack because he thought it less likely that Nightshade would have intercepted his mobile phone. But it was still possible that they were listening out, and even mentioning his name might trigger some sort of recognition software. Darklight was the main character in Deadmaster, the computer game that he and Tom had been working on.
"Darklight?"
There was a long pause. Then,
"Where the hell are you? What's going on? Have you seen the newspapers?"
"Tom, don't say anything. People may be listening."
"Why? What are you talking about?"
There was another silence as Tom brought himself back under control.
"What do you want me to do?"
Alex heaved a sigh of relief. That was Tom for you.
He wasn't going to ask any more questions, he just wanted to help. "Listen to me," he said. "I need you to drop whatever you're doing and go round to my best friend."
I thought I was your best friend.
"My other best friend. You know who I mean. Tell her to meet me as soon as she can at the place we went to together, where we saw the dolls. She'll know what I mean."
I hope so, because I don't.
"Tell her to meet me there, but warn her to be careful. There's a chance that she's being followed. And you take care too, this is really dangerous. I'm sorry to have to involve you."
Don't worry. I was about to do chemistry homework. I'm happy to be involved.
"Thanks, Tom." Alex rang off and handed the phone back to the blind man. "Thank you, sir," he said.
"That wasn't your mother," the man remarked.
He didn't sound angry. "It wasn't. I'm sorry, I lied to you." The man nodded.
You sounded scared.
Alex thought for a moment. "I am."
Then I hope you manage to find your friends. Good luck.
"Thank you." Another train drew in and Alex took it. The station clock was showing 4:48 p.m. The sun had already begun to set. Jack was in the kitchen trying to concentrate on a book, learning the law, when the doorbell rang. There were newspapers scattered around her, all of them showing Alex's face. She had drunk half a dozen cups of coffee since the news had broken. She looked a wreck, and she knew it. She had no idea what was happening, and the worst of it was that there was nobody she could call. Nothing she could do. Puzzled, she got up and went to the hall. She opened the door and saw Tom Harris, dressed in his school uniform, standing on the other side. His shirt was untucked and he was sweating. Clearly he had cycled here at speed. The bike was lying on its side next to the front gate. She was about to speak, but frantically he brought his finger up to his lips, his eyes pleading with him. "What?" She mouthed the word without saying it. Tom pointed upstairs. Baffled, Jack let him in. Tom took one last look over his shoulder, then piled into the house, closing the door behind him. He still didn't say anything, but went straight upstairs into Alex's bedroom. He didn't need to ask the way. He had been there 100 times before. Jack had followed him and watched, astonished, as he went into the bathroom and turned on the shower. "Tom, what on earth do you think you're doing?" she demanded as the water came cascading down. "That's what they do in spy films," Tom said, "when they don't want to be overheard." "There's nobody here." "There may be microphones." He stepped closer to her, lowering his voice. "I had a phone call from Alex." "Alex?" It was the one word Jack most wanted to hear, and she almost shouted it out. Tom had to gesture at her with both hands, warning her to keep quiet. "Where is he?" she whispered. "I don't know. He didn't tell me. And he was using someone's borrowed phone. He wants you to meet him. He said to go to the place with the drills. That's where he'll be." "Drills? What was he talking about?" "I don't have the faintest idea. He said you'd know." Jack's mind was in a whirl. When was the last time she had seen Alex? She remembered. "Are you sure he said drills?" she asked. "Could it have been dolls?" Tom frowned. "It could have been. He didn't have much signal, and it was quite difficult to hear." "The House of Dolls. That was the last place we met." "That must have been it, then. He said it was where you saw the dolls, but he also said that you had to be careful. He said you might be being followed." That made sense. Jack remembered her last moments at MI6, the police cars pulling in outside. She had known that something had gone seriously wrong, and the news headlines had only confirmed it. The media had managed to get Alex confused with Julia's grief, and part of her knew that it must have happened on purpose. Nightshade wanted him stopped, and to do that, they had turned him into a moving target. "When does he want to meet?" Jack asked. "He said as soon as you can." Jack nodded. "I'm leaving now. Thanks, Tom. You can go back home." "Forget that." Tom looked offended. "He's my best mate, and he called me. I'm coming too." Jack was about to argue, but she could see that Tom was determined, and there was no time to waste. "All right," she said. "Let's go." 2 minutes later, they left the house, strolling out as if they were in no particular hurry to be anywhere else. They were both aware that they might be being watched, and it was almost impossible to behave normally. They were pretending to be normal, which wasn't the same at all. The important thing was not to give the game away, not to let anyone know that they were suspicious.
If there was someone following them, they would hopefully spot them and then take evasive action, and that would be easier if they kept the element of surprise on their side. The road outside seemed to be pretty deserted. It was still too early for people returning from work, and although Jack noticed a couple of cars parked a short distance away, she couldn't see anyone inside them. The house was in a quiet part of Chelsea off the King's Road, and very few people ever went past. There was a woman walking her dog, and while Jack didn't know her, she recognized the dog. A council worker was on his way home, pushing a cart with a collection of brooms. Otherwise, they were alone.
"Where has Alex been?" Tom asked. "The last time I heard he was in Gibraltar. To be honest with you, I've got no idea what's been going on." She sighed. "I really hope this was all over." "Being a spy?" Jack nodded. "So, how come his face is in all the newspapers? And why are they calling him Julian Grief?" "It's Julius Grief, and it's a long story, Tom. You'll have to ask Alex. I don't know how he's going to explain it all when he gets back to school."
They had turned onto the King's Road and walked down to the nearest bus stop. Jack glanced behind her as if looking for a bus and checked that there was nobody following them. In fact, a bus was just approaching, and they jumped onto it, taking a seat at the back. Jack looked out of the window and frowned.
"That car," she said.
Tom followed her eyes.
"The black Nissan?" "Yes. What about it?" "There was a black Nissan parked near the house. I thought it was empty, but it had the same number plate." "Are you sure?" "R-A-Y, it spells a word, that's how I noticed."
Tom twisted round uncomfortably.
"There are 2 men inside. Don't look."
Jack was sitting bolt upright, wondering what to do. She might be wrong. It might have been a different car at the house, but she couldn't take any chances. If there was someone following her, she couldn't lead them to Alex. The evening rush hour had just begun, and there was already a lot of traffic. The bus turned off the main road and came to South Kensington Tube Station. Jack got up.
"We're getting off here," she said. "Just walk slowly, don't look back. We have to pretend that everything's okay." "Whatever you say."
Tom got up too. The bus stopped, and they climbed down, then walked slowly to the station entrance. Out of the corner of her eye, Jack noticed the black Nissan pull into the side of the road. The entrance to the station was right in front of her, and she pointed as if explaining something to Tom. If the driver and the other man were watching her, they would assume that the bus was too slow, and they had decided to take the tube. She turned the corner, and immediately broke into a run. The entrance to the station was unusual in that there was an arcade with shops that connected 2 streets. The platforms and ticket office were reached down a flight of steps halfway along. Jack and Tom hurried past the steps and emerged on the other side. A taxi with a yellow light passed at exactly the right moment, and she hailed it and jumped in.
"The British Museum."
She called out the destination and sat down breathlessly. Even as they set off, she was looking out of the back window. The man who was following her must have assumed she had gone down to the tube. He hadn't come out of the station. She searched the cars that were closing in behind them and saw no sign of the Nissan. She was fairly sure they were safe.
"That wasn't bad," Tom said. "Almost as good as Alex." "You've got to be kidding," Jack growled. "Alex would have blown them up or forced them off the road. Just a shame I forgot my hand grenade." "Next time," Tom said.
They passed through a traffic light which turned red behind them. Nobody followed. Alex examined the House of Dolls from across the road. John Crawley had told him that this was an MI6 safe house, but there was one question he had to ask himself. How safe was it? If it was true that MI6 had been shut down and that Mrs. Jones and Crawley were both under arrest, then anyone could be waiting for him inside. His hope was that it was empty. It might be that very few people even knew about it. If so, it would provide him with exactly what he needed. It was also a perfect place to hide. A taxi went past, followed by a couple of cars. Alex crossed the road, watched by the single teddy bear that had been left behind sitting in the window. He came to the door and examined the electronic keypad. When Alex had been brought here the first time, he watched the driver punch in a code. The 6 digits, 753159, had formed the shape of a letter X, and that had made it easy to remember. Of course, it was always possible that MI6 had changed the code. It might set off an alarm. Alex pressed the buttons. He heard a buzz, and the door clicked open. A hand grabbed hold of him. Alex pivoted round, his fist lashing out, and only managed to stop himself at the last second. It was Jack. Tom was with her.
He fell into her arms, feeling all the weight in the world lifting off his shoulders.
"Where have you been?" Jack demanded. "I've been so worried about you." "Yeah," Tom added. "And do you know every policeman in the country is looking for you? Like, you're sort of public enemy number one?"
"Let's talk inside," Alex said. They went in. The door swung shut behind them. Leap of faith.
"What is this place?"
Tom asked. "It's an MI6 safe house," Alex said. "It's somewhere they bring their agents. It's creepy." "You haven't seen it yet." Even as Alex talked, he was fiddling with one of the dolls, the clown with orange hair. He jerked one leg, then another. Finally, he twisted the head and was rewarded with a click and a faint hum as an entire section of one wall, complete with dolls and teddy bears, slid into the floor, revealing the gleaming new passageway behind. "Wow!" Tom was impressed.
"Alex, why have we come here?"
Jack asked. "I couldn't think of anywhere else to go, and there's something I need."
"Are we being watched?"
Alex looked up for CCTV cameras. "I hope not." Ahead of them was the conference room where Alex and Jack had met Crawley. The jamming equipment was still on the table, but the hologram on the other side of the French windows had been switched off, so there was no garden, only a bare brick yard. Alex quickly explored the rest of the safe house. Another door led into a dining room, with a kitchen leading off, and to his relief there was a well-stocked fridge, and shelves full of tinned fruit, bread, biscuits, coffee, tea, and slabs of chocolate, enough to survive for several weeks. On the other side of the corridor, Alex found an office with phones and computers, but these all seemed to have been disconnected. A metal cabinet stood against one wall, and it looked as if it might have been used to store guns or other weapons, but unfortunately it was locked. Clocks on the wall showed the time in 6 different zones. A view of the street outside was being relayed to a giant screen. Otherwise, there were several bedrooms with bathrooms and toilets. None of the beds had been made. The safe house wasn't just empty, it felt forgotten.
"So what now?"
Jack asked. "I need to eat something," Alex said. He hadn't had any food for almost 24 hours. They made themselves ham sandwiches with fruit and yogurt. The house must have been restocked very recently, as everything was fresh, and that made Alex worry that someone might look in during the evening. It was just one more risk he would have to take. While they ate, he explained everything that had happened to him. The escape from the prison, Tangier, Crete. He talked about Mrs. Jones's children. Sophia was now in London, while William had been left behind. Finally, he told them about Leap of Faith. "They're going to hit St. Paul's tonight. As far as I can see, they're going to take out half the British government and hundreds of other people too."
"Why?"
Jack asked. "I don't know. But they've got the XV nerve agent Mrs. Jones told us about. I saw biochemical suits when I was on the island."
"They're mad," Tom said. "They're all mad."
"But we can stop it," Jack cut in.
"You've done all the work, Alex. All we have to do is call the police and the whole thing will be over."
"I wish it was that easy," Alex said. Before Jack could stop him, he went on. "First of all, we'd have to make them believe us. Are we sure we can even trust them? Pablo told Mr. Crawley what was going to happen, and he got killed. Mrs. Jones tried to stop it, and she was arrested, and somehow Nightshade found out who I was. They said that they had an agent working for them in London. I didn't make any mistakes, so somebody must have told them. My face is in all the newspapers, and they're saying I'm Julius Grief. Nightshade must have planted the story, which means they could have people working for them all over London. In the newspapers, in the police, maybe even in MI6. He looked across at the clocks. It was now 6 o'clock. "We don't have time to get the police involved. The service at St. Paul's begins in 90 minutes.
"Then what are we going to do?"
Jack asked. "There's only one thing we can do."
"No,"
Jack began. "We're going to have to stop them ourselves." The coaches bringing the different choirs to St. Paul's Cathedral had already begun to draw in. They were pulling up in an area below street level at the back of the building. A single door led into the crypt directly beneath the space where the service would take place. 8 schools were being represented, and over 100 children would be singing. Because of all the extra security, it took a long time for each coach to arrive. First, the coaches were stopped on the approach road, which sloped down underneath the cathedral. The road led to an enclosed yard concealed from the general public with a glass-fronted office on one side. A number of policemen and police dogs were waiting for them. The drivers had to show ID and authorization, and only then were the coach doors opened and the passengers let out. Everyone had to walk through metal detectors before they were allowed into the building itself, and although they didn't know it, they had also passed through an SPO-NX screening system, which scanned the natural radiation coming from their bodies and searched for cold spots. If they had been carrying anything made of metal, plastic, or ceramic, it would have shown up and they would have been stopped at once. Nobody entering the cathedral was allowed to carry anything, not even a hymn book or Bible. The children did not need to carry ID themselves, but all their names had been written down. They were accompanied by their teachers, and there was a head count as they went in. Despite all these precautions, the police had to fight against the fact that it was getting dark, and inevitably there was a lot of confusion with so many people arriving. Also, the children were excited to be performing at such a huge event, and refused to stand still. Nightshade had expected all this. They had used it. Nobody had noticed the extra passenger travelling on the second coach, which had stopped off at 3 schools during its journey, picking up 45 choir boys and girls. Sophia Jones, number 6, had been hiding in the toilet when the coach left its depot, and had quietly slipped out once it was full. It is possible to spend £1 million on security and still make very basic mistakes. In this case, the children were not wearing uniforms, and it was impossible to tell who had come from which school. Nobody recognized Sophia, but they all assumed that she must belong to one of the other schools. She passed through the various scanners for the simple reason that she was not carrying anything. When she arrived at the entrance, a security guard with a clipboard asked her name, and she smiled and pointed at the list of names.
Lucy Wilson.
The name was there, but the guard had already ticked it.
You've already done me, she explained. I went back out to find my friend.
The guard shouldn't have believed her. He should have pulled all the children out again and demanded a new head count. This was the moment of truth, and Nightshade had calculated exactly what would happen. The guard was young and new to the job. He was nervous about causing a long delay for no good reason. The girl was about 14 years old and looked completely innocent. She had arrived here with all the others and wasn't carrying anything dangerous, or anything at all. If he stopped her and questioned her, he was afraid he might even make her cry. He smiled. "All right, Lucy." Number 6 went in with the other children. Inside, officials from the cathedral were separating the boys from the girls, steering them towards the areas where they would change into their cassocks and surplices. There were people everywhere, officials, priests, teachers, police, performers, and journalists. A BBC television crew was covering the event and had set up a camera in front of the altar. They didn't, however, notice the single girl who made her way across the chapel to a small arched door in the corner, where a spiral staircase led upwards. From here, she made her way to the dome. On the southern side of London Bridge, about 1.5 miles from St. Paul's, a van was drawing into an empty street. This part of London on the other side of the River Thames was surprisingly empty, as if everyone had gone home early to avoid all the noise and disruption. It was already getting dark. The sun had set long ago, but it had left a glow in the sky, and the clouds were reflecting the electric lights of the city below. The van stopped, and its engine was turned off. It had parked underneath the Shard, one of the most famous and certainly the tallest building in London. The Shard was a monster, an invader that had begun to dominate both the city and the sky from the moment it opened. It had 72 floors that were occupied and 15 more above them. 44 lifts and 306 flights of stairs kept everything connected. 11,000 glass panels had been used in its construction. Alex, Jack, and Tom had been standing on the other side of the street for more than an hour, waiting for something to happen. Alex was convinced that the Shard had to be the answer, the way into St. Paul's. The so-called teachers had put the children through intensive parachute training. He had taken part in it himself, but at the same time he knew that all the newspapers had reported that the airspace over London was closed. There was no way a private plane would be able to get anywhere near. So how else could they reach the dome? He remembered Brother Mike briefing the parachutists. "When you're 310 meters above the ground, you've got to be in position by then." Jack had checked it on her phone. The Shard was 309.7 meters high. That was where the challenge began. The red circle painted on the ground at Cavos Bay had to represent the dome of St. Paul's. The smaller blue circle was the tower on top of the dome, with a walkway going all the way round the ball and cross. It was known as the Golden Gallery. This was where they were supposed to land. Alex felt his pulse quicken as a door in the side of the van slid open, and two figures got out, both dressed in black jeans and combat jackets. They were carrying large nylon containers that looked like backpacks, but he knew they must be the rigs for their parachutes. Each of them had a helmet looped over one arm and a pair of goggles hanging around their neck. Freddie went first, with number 11 a few steps behind him. Neither of them hesitated. A door had been left open for them at the back of the shard. They walked towards it. "That was them," Alex said. "We've got to move." "And when you catch up with them?" Jack asked. Alex said nothing. He answered her by drawing a knife out of his pocket. He had taken it from the kitchen at the safe house. Tom stared. "You're going to kill them?" he muttered. "Why do you always think I'm going to kill people?" Alex shook his head. "Of course I'm not. All I have to do is cut one cord of their parachutes and the whole thing is over. If they can't jump, they can't get anywhere near St. Paul's." He turned to Jack. "Call the police now. Tell them where I am." Suddenly he was deadly serious. "Tell them about the VX. They must have it with them. This whole area is going to have to be cordoned off." "You're not going after them on your own." "I'm coming with you," Tom insisted. "No," Alex shook his head. "I was trained for this all my life. I'm used to it. You've helped me enough just by being here. Thanks, both of you. This won't take long. I'll be right back." Before there could be any more argument, he slipped the knife back into his pocket and hurried towards the open door. Leaving the street, he found himself in a service corridor that seemed to run the full length of the building, although it was hard to be sure. The shard was so huge and rose so far into the sky that it was unclear where it actually began and ended. Everything was silent apart from the faint hum of machinery in the air. It was obvious, though, that this entrance was not meant to be open to the public. Someone must have been bribed to unlock it from inside. Alex walked past a trolley loaded with cleaning equipment, piles of boxes and shelves with toolboxes, industrial torches, spare light bulbs and files. There was a lift at the far end. It was intended for maintenance engineers rather than visitors. There was nothing fancy about the lift doors, 2 sheets of metal that had just slid shut. The walls were bare, covered with white tiles. He approached the lift doors, knowing that he had missed Freddie Gray and number 11, who were already on their way up to the roof. Alex could see a blinking arrow in a panel marking their progress. It didn't matter. His plan had always been to confront them on the roof while they were distracted, preparing for the jump. Sabotage the parachutes and the whole thing would be over. It was as simple as that. He just had to get close enough before they saw him. The lift had arrived at the top. He punched the button, calling it back down again.
"Who are you? What are you doing here?"
The voice came from directly behind him. Alex whirled round to find himself facing a huge bearded man, all muscle, dressed in brown overalls. He was built like a gorilla, with massive arms and hands hanging below his waist. He wasn't security. He looked like a maintenance engineer. Perhaps he was the man who had been paid to leave the door open. He was carrying an oversized monkey wrench in his right hand. He might have been using it to mend something in the building, but it looked suspiciously like a weapon. "I'm with them." Alex pointed vaguely towards the elevator and the roof.
"No, you're not."
"Nightshade sent me."
"I've never heard of them."
Was he lying? He was gazing at Alex with naked violence smouldering in his eyes. "Maybe you should call the police." Alex said the first thing that came into his head. He was trying to work out what he was going to do. The corridor was too narrow for any karate strikes, and anyway the man was twice as big as him. Would a single punch or kick even take him down? He thought about the knife in his pocket. He hoped he wouldn't have to use it.
"I don't need the police."
The man tightened his grip on the monkey wrench. His words confirmed what Alex had suspected. If he was just a maintenance engineer, he wouldn't have hesitated to call in the authorities. He must have been paid by Nightshade. His job was to let the 2 parachutists in and to protect them while they made their way to the roof. Alex tensed himself, waiting for the attack that he knew was about to come. But then there was a dull thud, and the man grunted, his eyes widening in surprise. Slowly he turned round, and Alex saw a figure standing behind him. Tom Harris had followed him into the building. He was holding one of the heavy torches that he had picked up from the trolley. He had crept up on the man and brought it crashing down on the back of his neck. Even so, It hadn't been enough to knock him out. Tom swung the torch a second time, smashing it into the side of his head. The man spun on his feet and collapsed onto the floor. The two friends were left staring at each other. Tom looked amazed.
"I've never done that before,"
he said. He grimaced.
"Do you think I've killed him?"
No. The man's chest was rising and falling, and Alex could hear his breath. "You shouldn't have come in," he said.
"I was worried about you. Jack's outside talking to the police."
"Do they believe her?"
"It didn't sound like it."
The lift had come back down. The doors slid open. "You'd better get out of here before he wakes up," Alex said, glancing at the figure on the floor. Alex stepped into the lift and pressed the button for the top floor. Nothing happened. He pressed it twice more, then noticed the glass pad next to the controls and realized that the lift needed an electronic key. He silently swore. That was something he had never considered. Of course, every lift in the Shard would have been programmed for authorized users. After everything that he had been through since he had woken up on the beach at Brighton, he might not even be able to reach the roof. Tom had realized what was wrong and was already kneeling beside the unconscious maintenance man, searching his pockets. "Help me turn him over!" he called out. Alex hurried over to him, and between them they managed to turn the man onto his back. He weighed a ton. Now they had access to the front pockets of his overalls, and Tom pulled out a bunch of keys attached to a card. He handed them to Alex. "Here you are. Thanks." The maintenance man groaned. Tom picked up the torch and hit him again. That was the last thing Alex saw as he pressed the card against the pad and the lift doors slid shut. He hit the top button, and at last the lift began the journey up. He had wasted a lot of time dealing with the maintenance man and then finding the key. The lift was moving swiftly between the floors. He could feel his stomach sinking, but still it seemed to be taking an age to reach the top. Was he going to arrive in time? Finally the doors opened again, and Alex stepped out into an arena he would never forget. The lift had taken Alex to the very top of the building, far above the observation platform on the 72nd floor. The extraordinary design of the skyscraper had left the upper floors open to the elements. The glass windows fell away as if they had been cut with a giant knife, and walls made of criss-crossing steel girders rose up on all sides, so it was as if the actual building had somehow faded away. The walls were transparent. He could see all the way through them to the night sky and the twinkling lights of the city, which was scattered for miles around. At the same time, he was hit by the full force of the wind. At ground level, everything was calm. Up here, he was in a gale. Freddie Gray was standing on the very edge of the platform with his back to Alex. He was wearing his helmet and goggles, and his parachute was already out of the rig and open, dangling over the edge of the building, connected to 2 metal rings on either side of his chest. Number 11 was kneeling behind him, preparing his own parachute the same way. Alex knew at once what they were doing, and he felt his heart lurch at the thought of it. It had been explained to him by the SAS, the technique known as the rollover McConkey launch. In a few moments, Freddie would dive forward head first off the edge of the building, throwing himself over his canopy. The reason was simple. The difference in height between the Shard and St. Paul's was just 200 meters. Freddie couldn't afford to plunge down too far if he was going to jump from one to the other, so the parachute had to be open, deployed from the very start. Alex started forward, but before he had taken more than a single pace, Freddie leapt. He gave no warning. He didn't even look round, as if even he, who feared nothing, didn't dare think about what he had to do. He stepped off the edge and dived forward in a somersault, dragging the cords with him. Within seconds he was underneath the parachute and airborne. The canopy had inflated, and the wind was carrying him safely away from the Shard. Alex might even have admired him for his daring and for the success of the maneuver. Instead, he had to fight back a sense of failure that drained all the strength out of him. He had arrived too late. Freddie Gray was on his way to St. Paul's, doubtless carrying the nerve agent with him. Alex had thought he could end the operation here. He had been wrong. He knew what he had to do without even thinking about it. It was impossible to hear anything out here at the top of the Shard, and Number 11, still preparing his rig, was unaware that Alex had come out of the lift. Alex continued towards him and put all his strength into a palm heel strike, which slammed into the side of the other boy's head, knocking him off his feet. It was the first time he had ever deliberately used a karate move against someone his own age, and he hated doing it. but he knew he had no choice, and no time to consider the alternatives. Moving very quickly, trying not to imagine what lay ahead, he dragged off the other boy's jacket and put it on himself. He and number 11 were about the same size, but it was a snug fit. He added the helmet and the goggles, then examined the rig. There was a square pocket at the back with something inside. He opened it and drew out an odd-looking container, the same shape as a rugby ball, though about half the size. It was made out of some sort of strengthened plastic with a metal stud at one end and narrow fins at the other. It didn't weigh very much. When he tilted it, he could feel some sort of liquid moving inside. Alex felt sick. It was obvious what he was holding. He had the deaths of 1,000 people in his hands, for this had to be the missile that contained the VX nerve agent. Presumably there was some sort of detonator concealed inside the nozzle. Number 11 would drop it, and it would explode when it hit the ground. The nerve agent would be dispersed. Everyone it touched would die. Freddie Gray would be carrying a second missile. Alex had no doubt about it. Nightshade had taken out insurance. If one boy failed to reach St. Paul's, the plan could still go ahead. If both boys made it, the attack would be twice as deadly. There was nothing Alex could do with this first missile now, and he needed the pocket for something else. Very carefully, he carried it over to the edge of the roof and concealed it in a gutter. With a bit of luck, the police would arrive before number 11 recovered consciousness, and they would find it and ensure it was neutralized. But he couldn't hang around here waiting for them. Freddie Gray could already have reached St. Paul's. He had vanished into the night sky, and now there was no sign of him. Everything had gone wrong. Alex had to follow him. Leap of faith. Now he knew how it had got its name. He strapped the rig onto his back, then draped the parachute over the edge of the shard so that it hung below him. There were 2 cords that clipped into the metal rings on his chest. He didn't want to look at London, but he couldn't stop himself. There it was, horribly far below him, the Thames a twist of steel reflecting the light of a moon that had slithered out from behind the clouds as if to watch the boy who might be about to die. He saw cars crossing the different bridges, lights blazing white in one direction, glowing red in the other, and thousands more lights gleaming behind the windows of offices, hotels, flats, houses. London stretched all the way to the horizon. Even there it didn't seem to end. Alex felt the wind tugging at him, urging him to do it. He jumped. The Ornamental Gallery. They were the most terrifying 2 seconds of Alex's life. Everything was confused. The sky, the shard, and the city had dissolved into each other, and he had no way of knowing what was up and what was down. He was a spinning ball, falling out of control, and there was a part of him that wondered if he hadn't just committed suicide. But then he heard the flap of material opening above his head, and at the same time the 2 cords pulled at either side of his chest as they became taut. Suddenly, he was hanging, not falling, and looking up, he saw a wing of grey nylon stretching out over his head. Not a parachute, but an aerofoil, specially designed to cut sideways through the air. He couldn't think straight, but instinct made him reach up and find the 2 toggles that would allow him to steer. That was the easy bit. Pull the left toggle to turn left, and the right toggle to turn right. Except that the wind was blowing him all over London, and there were all sorts of thermals, air currents being thrown at him because of the different heights of the skyscrapers below. Right now, Alex's life depended on a stretch of ripstop nylon that measured about 10 meters from tip to top. If the air currents were too violent, the whole thing would crumple, and that would be the end of it. He would plunge to his death. Alex looked down and saw the glittering train tracks that snaked out of London Bridge Station. There were so many of them. For just a brief moment he felt a sense of wonderment. The city was so huge, a home to 8 million people, with thousands and thousands of roads and buildings and buses, cars and trains, everything in constant motion 24 hours a day. How could anything so vast have been created? How did it even work? He saw the moon beaming down on him and almost laughed, finding himself suspended in a sort of no-man's land between the city and the universe. Then he was hit by a sudden gust, and the terror returned. He could see St. Paul's directly in front of him on the other side of the river, and knew that he had to approach it from exactly the right angle and at exactly the right speed, or he would miss it altogether, and everything he had done would have been for nothing. At least the wind was behind him, carrying him over the city at about 20 miles per hour. Somewhere in his head he tried to work out his glide ratio. Gravity was pulling him down. The wind was carrying him across. He had to work things out so that he was still high enough by the time he reached St. Paul's, and it also flashed through his mind that he would have to circle the cathedral in order to land into the wind. His target was the smaller gallery that ran in a circle beneath the ball and cross. Somehow he would have to grab onto it. He would actually be above the dome. At least that was the plan. If he missed his target or smashed into it, he would end up a very long way below it, and in several pieces. St. Paul's seemed to be coming towards him terribly fast. He pulled with both hands. This lowered the edge of the aerofoil, which in turn had two effects. It slowed him down and allowed him to rise slightly in the air. He was close enough to the cathedral to see the TV vans and the police cars parked outside, and although it might have been his imagination, he thought he heard a brief burst of organ music. Well, that was suitable. This might, after all, turn out to be his own funeral. He was flying to the right of the building, over the south transept and then the choir. This was where he had to make his turn. He pulled with his left hand and felt the air currents move. He was freezing cold, suspended high over London, but the sweat was pouring off him. He was too low. He could see the circular railing that enclosed the gallery, the archways and the door behind it, the columns holding up the next part of Sir Christopher Wren's glorious construction. He was still falling diagonally, swooping out of the night sky. He twisted round into the wind and felt it slowing him down. The railing was right in front of him, filling his vision. Now, he reached out and grabbed hold of it. His arms shuddered as they took the weight of his body, and his spine jerked as if it was going to snap in half. His thigh smashed into stone, and his shoulder into metal. He almost let go and fell. He could feel the parachute whipping in the wind, trying to tear him away from the edge. For the last 60 seconds it had saved his life. Now it was as if it had changed its mind and wanted to kill him. With a groan, Alex reached for the release handle which was hanging on the right-hand side of his harness. He pulled, and the aerofoil was torn away, disappearing in the wind. Alex clung there for a moment, regaining his strength. Then he pulled himself over the railing, collapsing on the other side. He had made it. He was safe. The thought was no sooner in his mind than he remembered Freddie Gray, the second VX canister, and the audience of 2,000 people below. This was far from over. In some ways, it had only just begun. He moved towards the door, noticing that the bolts had been drawn from the inside. That must have been Sophia's work. There had been a ton of security surrounding the cathedral. It would have been impossible to carry the nerve agent through the main door, but in the growing darkness, nobody would have noticed two parachutists dropping out of the sky, high above the electric lights in the streets and office buildings, and it had been Sophia's job to let them in. But where was Freddie now, and where exactly was he heading? Alex remembered a school visit to St. Paul's. After they had looked around the cathedral floor, they had climbed about 250 steps to the famous Whispering Gallery. It had got the name because if you whispered against the wall on one side, you could be heard 33 meters away on the other. That had to be it. In fact, Freddie was waiting with Sophia for him one level down. He had taken off his helmet and goggles, but the rig was still on his back. Sophia was with him. "What took you so long?" Freddie called out. There was no chance of their being overheard. They were inside the dome. A strange world of curving walls, spiral staircases, metal girders, and empty spaces, which seemed both cramped and endless at the same time. Alex remembered now the photographs that he had seen inside the temple. As he climbed down, his own footsteps echoed all around him, but otherwise everything was silent. He had to answer, but didn't want to give himself away. He was lucky that number 11 had been chosen as Freddie's backup. Alex and number 11 looked similar. They both had fair hair. Alex's face was largely hidden by his helmet and goggles, and he was high above both Freddie and Sophia. Even so, his voice could still give him away, and he answered with nothing more than a grunt, as if the question had annoyed him. It was enough for Freddie. "Wait for us here," he said, turning to Sophia. "You need to make sure no one comes up." "I know what I have to do," Sophia replied coldly. "We'll be 5 minutes." He was already on the move, making his way down the next flight of stairs. Alex followed, brushing past Sophia and being careful to keep his face turned away from her. Freddie had come to a wall painted olive green, and set in the middle of it there was a door of the same colour with no obvious handle. He prized it open, and at once Alex heard organ music and singing that welled up from below. The memorial service for Lord Clifford had begun. A steep flight of steps, almost a ladder, led down to a narrow walkway that ran in a complete circle, with a curving wall on one side and a railing chest-high on the other. Alex reached the bottom and caught his breath. Finally it was just the two of them, just as it had been in Gibraltar when Freddie had been in prison and Alex had been sent to get close to him. They were in an extraordinary place, tucked high up inside the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, somewhere that no member of the public ever came. Circular windows like portholes had been placed at intervals in the wall, and the doorway that they had just come through was itself circular, giving the impression that they were inside a ship or a submarine. The ornamental gallery. That was what the teachers had called it when he had overheard them talking in Crete. This had to be it. Alex looked over the railing and saw a white and grey marble chessboard far, far below. About 200 or 300 chairs had been arranged in sections. They occupied the space between the north and south transepts, the nave and the high altar, and were presumably reserved for special guests. Despite what he had thought earlier, Alex realized that he was high above the whispering gallery. Nobody would see him, even if they happened to look up. And when Freddie dropped the VX missile, it would explode in the very heart of the congregation. Not a single person in St. Paul's would escape. He already had it in his hands. Alex had been too slow. Just as he had guessed, the missile was exactly the same as the one that number 11 had been carrying and which he had left on the roof of the Shard. He wondered if the police had arrived there yet. They certainly hadn't come to St. Paul's. The service was continuing, uninterrupted. The school choirs were singing a hymn, "There's a wideness in God's mercy." The music was beautiful, and he could clearly make out the words. It occurred to him that Nightshade was showing no mercy at all, and that their own fake religion had nothing to do with what was being celebrated here. The police didn't know that anything was wrong. Nobody was going to help him. If he was going to stop this from happening, he had to do it on his own. "Freddie!" he called out. Freddie looked up, startled. Alex took off his helmet and goggles. "Julius!" He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "My name isn't Julius, it's Alex." "How did you get here? What are you doing?" Freddie sounded almost amused, as if the whole thing was an enormous surprise that had been arranged for his benefit. "I've been sent to tell you it's all over. Leap of Faith has been cancelled." "No." Freddie shook his head. He was holding the missile close to his chest. "That's not true." "It is, Freddie." Alex took a step towards him. "If you drop that missile, you'll kill thousands of people. Some of them are children. Do you hear those voices? They're school choirs. Why would you want to kill children?" "I do what the Creator tells me." "You mean you do what he tells the teachers? But the teachers have been lying to you. Everything they ever told you was a lie." "You don't know. You don't know anything." "Yes, I do. I'm your friend." Alex took another step. 4 more steps, and he would be close enough to reach the missile. "You were sent to Gibraltar to trick me." Freddie was angry. "It was you who lied to me." "No. Those people you met in London, they were your parents. The teachers stole you before you were old enough to remember. They've taught you that it's a good thing to kill people, but it's not. Nobody in their right mind would believe that. Trust me. Or if you don't trust me, look into yourself. Do you enjoy killing? Have you ever enjoyed it?" "I do what I'm told." "Then ask the Creator now. Ask the teachers. You hear their voices. If I'm lying to you, they'll tell you, like they always do. They spoke to you in Gibraltar, didn't they? And I heard them when we were going to bed in Cavos Bay. They talk to you all the time. But if I'm lying to you, why aren't they telling you that now?" Freddie cocked his head as if trying to hear something, and Alex took another step forward. Far below, the hymn was nearing the end. "For the love of God is broader than the measure of our mind." "Ask them," Alex urged. Another step. "I don't need to ask them." "They've gone, haven't they, Freddie? They're not in your head anymore." 3 steps away from him, Alex knew that he had got it right, and that the huge gamble he had taken had paid off. The voices. All along he had been aware that Freddy was somehow in contact with the teachers. How else had he been able to find his way down the Rock of Gibraltar at night without ever having been there before? When they had reached a fence, Freddy had known, without doubt, which direction to take, and he had led them to the abandoned cinema, the one placed on the peninsula which the authorities hadn't thought of searching. It was supposed to be locked, of course, but Nightshade had arranged for the door to be smashed in, just as they had arranged for La Machina to arrive the next day. Alex remembered that too. 2 men, Matthias and Sebastian, had come to the cinema, and Freddy had known they were there before there was any sound of them. Someone had told him. Alex had puzzled about it all along, and then inside the dormitory at Cabos Bay he had actually heard the voices himself. He had searched for microphones in the room, but had been unable to find them, and in the end he had come to the obvious conclusion. The voices had to be inside Freddy's head. Somehow, using some sort of technology that he could only guess at, the teachers were talking directly to the numbers. He remembered 2 things. First, there was the strange scar on the side of Freddy's neck. Alex had seen an identical scar on William when the 2 of them had been made to fight in the gymnasium. And then there was the recording studio inside the temple, with a bank of audio mixer numbers from 1 to 23. Only it wasn't a recording studio. It was a radio transmitting room. This was where the teachers came to contact the numbers. It had to be. But nobody was talking to Freddy now, and there was a reason for that too. When Alex had first been taken to the conference room inside the House of Dolls, Mr. Crawley had shown him a machine sitting in the middle of the table. It's a portable RF inhibitor. It'll jam every radio frequency. MI6 had used it as a security device to make sure they weren't being overheard. It was the same size as a small book, and Alex had gone back to the House of Dolls to steal it. He was carrying it now, in the pocket of his parachute rig. He had turned it on before he made the jump, and knew that Freddy wouldn't be able to receive any signal at all. He could pray all he liked, but for once, neither his creator nor his teachers would reply. "Ask them," Alex insisted. "Am I your enemy?" Freddy stared at him. Alex moved forward, 2 steps away. "If our love were but more simple," the last verse of the hymn had begun. "They're not saying anything because they know I'm right." Alex held out a hand. "Give me the VX. You're not a bad person, Freddy. You don't want to kill anyone. This is all over now. You can go home and have your old life back again. Your mum and dad are waiting for you. You have no idea how much they've missed you." "No." "Yes." Another step. "That's why I was sent to you. Not to hurt you, but to help you. Please." Alex had reached Freddy. Gently he reached out and took hold of the missile, his fingers closing around the plastic frame. He knew that Freddy had the power to hurt him, to kill him even. But without the voices to guide him, he was unsure of himself, and perhaps the child he had once been was still there, lurking somewhere inside. Alex had the missile. He could feel the liquid moving inside. But Freddy still hadn't let go of it. It was between them. "Our lives will be illumined. I promise you, Freddy, no one's going to hurt you anymore." Alex pulled gently. Now he alone held the missile. "No!" This time it was a shout. Freddy had been fighting with himself, the boy he had been against the number he had become. But it was the number who had won, and Alex saw that he had only a few seconds to act. Freddy was furious. He would kill Alex as quickly and as cold-bloodedly as he had murdered the 5 armed policemen in Rio de Janeiro. Then he would drop the missile on the congregation inside St. Paul's. Alex couldn't allow him to do that. He jerked backwards and sideways, hurling himself over the steel railing and into the air, taking the VX with him, cradling it in his stomach. The fall would have killed him, of course. The missile would have detonated, and in the end, he would have done Freddy's work for him. But he hadn't taken off his harness, and although he'd used the main canopy, that still left the reserve. Even as he toppled backwards, clutching the missile with one hand, Alex used the other to reach for the handle on the left side of his chest and pulled. This activated a spring-fired mechanism which sent the smaller chute hurtling out behind him. A second later, he had left Freddy far above him, and he was falling far too quickly, plunging towards the congregation seated in the crossing of the nave. There was a snapping sound above him, and he saw in the middle of the blur that the cathedral had become a bright red square of nylon that had suddenly snapped open above him. The music had stopped. People were screaming as the figure, a terrorist or a lunatic, plunged towards them. He saw chairs toppling as the congregation scattered. The floor was rushing up towards him. There was no way he was going to land on his feet. He couldn't maneuver. He couldn't do anything except pray, and even in the last seconds it occurred to him that at least he had chosen the right place for that. He hit the ground on his back, and once again he was lucky. In the last few seconds he had slowed down enough to survive, and the rig on his back had acted as a cushion, softening the impact. Even so, all the breath was knocked out of him, and he felt as if every bone in his body had been smashed to pieces. He wondered if the missile had detonated and somehow found enough movement in his neck to look down and examine it. It was in one piece. Nothing was hissing or spilling out. It was intact. Gradually the sound of screaming and stamping feet made its way into his consciousness. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the Prime Minister being hurried to safety. Priests and choristers were running for cover, their cloaks flying, while a dozen armed police officers had appeared from nowhere, forming a circle that closed around him. Even if he'd wanted to, Alex wouldn't have been able to get up. He found himself staring down the muzzles of a dozen automatic machine guns.
"Oh my God!"
somebody shouted.
"It's Julius Grief!" "No, I'm Alex."
But Alex had passed out before he could complete his own name. A few loose ends. 3 days later, Mrs. Jones found herself once again crossing the splendid entrance hall of the Foreign Office in Westminster, on her way to see Dominic Royce. A great many things had changed since the last time she had been here. First of all, she had been reinstated as head of MI6 Special Operations. London had come within inches of being hit by a devastating terrorist attack which would have left thousands dead, and it was thanks to her that it hadn't happened. It was she, after all, who had recruited the 15-year-old agent who had prevented it. Mrs. Jones had not forgotten what Royce had done. First, he had ordered her to get rid of Alex Ryder. When she had refused, he had closed her down and put her under house arrest. Well, she was back now. She was coming to this meeting straight from Downing Street, where she had spent half an hour with a Prime Minister who would never forget the sight of a teenage boy falling out of the air in St. Paul's. As winter drew closer, the weather had turned colder, and that seemed to suit her mood. She was angry, in no mood to forgive as she strode towards the great staircase. And there was another difference. She was on her own. Owen Andrews, Royce's assistant, had not been there to greet her. She didn't need him. She knew the way. She climbed to the second floor and continued to the door at the end. The secretary, who had met her before, was waiting for her, but if she'd been unwelcoming on that first visit, this time she was all smiles.
"Good morning, Mrs. Jones. Mr. Royce is expecting you. You're to go right in. Can I get you a cup of coffee? And maybe a biscuit?"
"No, thank you. And could you please make sure we're not disturbed?"
"Whatever you say, Mrs. Jones."
Dominic Royce was waiting for her, sitting behind his desk with his hands folded and a notepad in front of him. He had never been a physically large man, but he seemed to have shrunk since the attack on St. Paul's, as if the room was swallowing him whole. There was a sheen of sweat on his forehead, and although he smiled, the eyes behind the wire-frame glasses were definitely nervous.
"Good morning, Mrs. Jones," he said. "Please sit down."
Mrs. Jones said nothing. She took her place opposite him.
"I want to begin this meeting by making a few things clear."
The permanent Under-Secretary was doing his best to sound forceful.
"I am not going to apologize for removing you from your role and for briefly closing down Special Operations. I had given you direct orders. When you employed Alex Ryder, you were acting against the law of this country, and you were taking a risk which I considered to be unacceptable. I had every right to put an end to it, and you were in no position to argue."
"I wasn't expecting an apology," Mrs. Jones said.
"You weren't? Well, that's good. At least we agree on something."
Royce took off his glasses and polished them with a handkerchief. This was the difficult bit. He put them on again.
"As things turned out, Alex Ryder did a remarkable job. He located Nightshade, he worked out what they were planning, and single-handedly he managed to prevent it. I've sent a note to the Prime Minister. It's been suggested that he should get a medal for what he did."
"Alex has been offered medals before," Mrs. Jones said. "But I'm afraid our agents don't go in for that sort of thing, so although I'm sure he's very grateful, I'll be turning it down on his behalf."
"Well, of course you must do what you think is right."
Mrs. Jones had referred to Alex as her agent, and this time Royce hadn't argued.
"I'm sure we both agree that we need to draw a line under all this and move forward," he went on. "I'm willing to forget that you disobeyed me. I see no reason why we shouldn't be able to continue working together as we did before."
"You're very kind," Mrs. Jones said. Her voice was still cold.
"There are quite a few loose ends that need to be cleared up."
Royce reached into his double-breasted jacket and took out a fountain pen.
"Let me start with Alex Rider,"
he said. He was trying to be more friendly.
"How is he?"
"Alex is back at school," Mrs. Jones replied. "He's lucky to be alive. He base-jumped into the middle of St. Paul's carrying a missile filled with a deadly nerve agent. His face was all over the news. He had been identified as Julius Grief, and at that moment he was probably the most wanted man or boy in the country. There were 30 armed police officers inside and around the cathedral, and any one of them could have shot him. It was only because he was surrounded by priests and senior politicians that they held fire. He was also lying on his back, and he had the good sense to put his hands out, palms up. He was clearly in no position to do anyone any harm. Even so, he was treated extremely roughly, and he had several more bruises to show when he got back to Brookland. They took him to Paddington Green, which is exactly where we held Freddie Gray when he first entered the country. 2 officers from counter-terrorism interviewed him, and of course he told them a story it was almost impossible to believe. However, they reported back to Sir Graham Adair in the Cabinet Office. Sir Graham happens to know Alex, and after that things happened very quickly. First of all, they contacted me. You'd put me under house arrest, but that was immediately lifted. I went to Paddington Green and identified Alex, and he went straight home." "I'm glad to hear it. And what about the other boy, Frederick Gray?" "Freddie was arrested trying to leave St. Paul's. It's interesting that following his last encounter with Alex in the Ornamental Gallery, the highest gallery in St. Paul's, he didn't offer any resistance. It's just as well, because the police didn't know what they were dealing with, and he could have killed quite a few of them before they found out."
"I understand there was a young girl with him."
"That's right. We haven't yet been able to find out her name. She refers to herself as number 6. The plan was that she and Freddie would be picked up by an air ambulance belonging to Nightshade, which would fly in as soon as the VX had been dropped. Nobody would have noticed it in all the panic, but since there was no attack, the helicopter never arrived, and anyway the police were already on their way because they had been alerted by Jack Starbright. The 2 of them are now being held at a secure location outside London." Mrs. Jones was not going to tell Royce the truth, that number 6 was her own daughter Sophia. Apart from Alex, Jack, and John Crawley, nobody knew that. "You have to understand that although both children are extremely dangerous, they are themselves victims," she went on. "Nightshade has stolen them from their parents, and had brainwashed them using a variety of techniques." She paused. "It's the most monstrous thing I've ever heard," she said. "First of all, their names were taken from them, turned into numbers. Then they were drawn into a fake religion, where they believed that their kidnappers were teachers, and that what they were doing would somehow make the world a better place. But the worst of it was that all the time they heard voices, not imaginary ones, real ones. Nightshade had operated on them and inserted radio transmitters inside their heads. That may sound impossible, but the technology had been in use for some time. The Americans used it with their forces in Afghanistan. It's called a molar mic, and it's basically a microphone and a speaker that has been drilled into the tooth. The sound is transmitted directly through the teeth and skull to the inner ear. They also had a radio loop which had been inserted into their necks. Alex noticed that several of the numbers had the same scar which had been left over from the operation. He guessed what had been done to them, even though he had no understanding of the science.
Can you imagine what it must have been like for these poor children? From a young age they were isolated, taken away from their parents, and given a view of the world that was totally false. Worse than that, they grew up hearing voices in their heads, and they believed that it was some sort of creator telling them what to do. As soon as they were old enough, they were sent out on Nightshade's deadly missions. We've spoken to Alex about the 4 teachers he met. One of them was called Sister Kristen. From his description, we believe that she may be Professor Kristen Schultz, who worked as a director at the Harvard School of Engineering in America until she disappeared 12 years ago. She was at the forefront of a new technology, creating microscopic radio receivers by using the atomic imperfections in diamonds. It seems she left Harvard to join Nightshade, and she, as much as any of them, helped create the numbers.
Royce had listened to all this in silence. He looked shocked.
"What about Nightshade?" he asked. "Have you managed to find them? Presumably Alex was able to tell you where they were."
Yes. They'd taken over a military camp on the eastern tip of Crete. We sent an SAS team out there as soon as we'd heard from Alex, but unfortunately we were too late. When the nerve agent wasn't released in St. Paul's, they must have guessed their plans had gone wrong, and that they might be in danger. So they evacuated. Kavos Bay was empty when we got there. We've got our forensic teams going over the place now, but they seem to have taken great care to leave no clues behind. All the computers were gone, and the other children, there were 20 of them, had vanished too.
Mrs. Jones took a deep breath. Again, she wasn't going to tell Dominic Royce, but the 20 children had included her son, William. She had got her daughter back, but he was still missing.
"We still hope to find them," she said. 2 of the Nightshade children had died. They had been buried outside the church, and we've dug up the bodies. We should be able to identify them from dental records, and we'll be able to let their parents know. But as far as this business with Nightshade is concerned, it's far from over. I will track them to the ends of the earth. I do not use the word evil very often, but I think it perfectly applies to them. I will find them and bring them to justice."
"You can be assured that you have my full support," Dominic Royce said.
"Thank you."
"Have you managed to identify any of these other so-called teachers?"
"Yes, as a matter of fact we have. Again, the descriptions given to us by Alex were very helpful."
"I'm sure."
"The leader of the pack called himself Brother Lamar. We believe he is almost certainly Lamar Jensen, the former chairman of LJ Weapons Systems. You'll probably remember that it was one of the biggest weapons manufacturing systems in the world, based in Hampton, Virginia. He was selling guns and missiles to every major government, including America, India, and Saudi Arabia. But then they found out he was also selling weapons to a number of terrorist organizations, Islamic State, the Taliban, Boko Haram. They were just some of his customers, and all the money they paid went straight into his back pocket. Anyway, he was arrested, and he'd still be in jail except for the fact that he managed to escape and disappeared. That was 15 years ago.
"And he set up Nightshade?"
"Yes. In a way, it was a brilliant idea. He realized that the most effective weapon in the world is the human being, who doesn't care if he lives or dies. He may have got his inspiration from the Japanese kamikaze pilots in the Second World War. He chose parents who were fit, active, connected to intelligence or the military, and he stole their children. They were the raw material. Then he twisted their minds and sent them out into the world. And the fact that they were still children, or teenagers, helped. A boy and a girl playing with a radio-controlled plane in a park, 2 girl guides with a tray of cakes, a choir girl entering St. Paul's Cathedral. Nobody would look at them twice. They were invisible, obedient, and ready to die."
"What about the other 2 teachers?"
Brother Mike and Sister Jeanne were still working on them.
The permanent undersecretary was beginning to relax. The meeting had gone better than he had expected.
"Well, Mrs. Jones," he said, "once again you have my thanks. You've done a brilliant job, and I'm very glad we were able to iron out the little difficulties between us."
He hesitated.
"There is just one more thing."
"And what is that?" Royce opened a drawer and took out a sheet of paper, a copy of an email that he had received that morning.
"It concerns my assistant, Owen Andrews."
Mrs. Jones said nothing, waiting for him to go on.
"I gave him a week's holiday to thank him for his hard work, and he went to Costa Rica."
He passed the email across.
"I just received this from our ambassador in San Jose. It seems that Owen has been arrested. He was found unconscious on the beach. He was dressed in a Batman costume, and they found 500 grams of cocaine concealed in a plastic bag."
Royce coughed.
"Under his cape."
"Yes?" Mrs. Jones didn't sound interested. She hadn't even glanced at the email.
"It's quite serious. The authorities there take a very dim view of drug smuggling. He could go to prison for 10 years.
"I'm afraid there's nothing I can do," Mrs. Jones said.
"Well, I was just wondering."
"How it happened? I can tell you that." She gave him the thinnest of smiles. "John Crawley arranged it."
"I'm sorry?"
"You won't be surprised to learn that Crawley was very upset by what happened. Owen hacked into our computers, and Crawley told him that he would make him regret it for the rest of his life." Royce's face darkened.
"You're not saying that you support this sort of behavior?"
he demanded. "I most certainly do support it," Mrs. Jones said. "I thought it was well-deserved."
"This is outrageous."
Royce was back to his old self, and he was furious.
"You must be out of your mind if you think—"
"You can stop right there, Mr. Royce." She waited until he had calmed down a little. "I know the truth," she said.
"I'm sorry?"
Mrs. Jones took out a little plastic box of peppermints and slipped one into her mouth. It was something she always did when she had something unpleasant to say. "This all began in Rio de Janeiro," she said. "Our agent, Pablo, knew that there had been a leak. Nightshade was waiting for him, and he was almost killed. Then, when he met Crawley in Flamengo Park, 2 children were there. We know now that they were numbers 6 and 9. They had been sent to intercept Pablo's meeting with John Crawley, and this time they were successful. They killed Pablo with a remote-controlled plane. But how did they know he'd be there? Only 4 people in the entire world knew when and where that meeting was taking place. Pablo himself, Crawley, me." She paused. "And you." Dominic Royce stared at her.
"I hope you're not suggesting that I told anyone about it," he stammered.
"No, I'm not suggesting it. I'm saying it with certainty. You told Nightshade about Pablo. You also told them about Alex Ryder. It was only after your assistant Owen Andrews found out that we had sent Alex to Gibraltar, disguised as Julius Grief, that Nightshade learned about it too. They drugged him and tried to use him as a diversion, and I have no doubt that they hoped he would be killed by our own forces." Royce smiled.
"Mrs. Jones, I know you're annoyed with me, but do you really think you can sit there and make these fantastic accusations?
And then there's the question of who tipped off the newspapers about Julius Grief." It was as if she hadn't heard him. "They were publishing their warnings about him before he arrived in the country. We've spoken to the editors, and of course they protect their sources, but we know that the information came from the Foreign Office.
If we believed that Grief was returning to the UK, it was our duty to warn the public."
"No, you knew it was Alex, not Julius Grief." Mrs. Jones hadn't raised her voice, but she sounded ferocious. "There's no point in your denying it. You're not the only one who knows how to hack computers. We've looked at yours. We've managed to pick up your email trail, heavily encrypted, of course, but we have a record of all your correspondence with Nightshade. And there's something else. When Alex was at Kavos Bay, he overheard the teachers talking about their client. They refer to him as the Doctor. I'm not a doctor, I know, but your initials are DR. They were talking about you. We've traced the payment of $20 million that you paid to a bank in Geneva. You arranged for Lord Clifford to be killed at his home in Cookham so that there would be a memorial service, and you planned to kill everyone who attended, including the Prime Minister and the entire cabinet. There's only one thing we don't know, and I'd be grateful if you tell me, and that is, why? What were you hoping to gain? There was a long silence. Dominic Royce sat where he was, but it was as if part of him had left the room. He was hollowed out, empty. He knew there was no point arguing with this terrifying woman from MI6 Special Operations. She had beaten him. She knew everything. "It was a wake-up call," he said. "You probably won't understand, Mrs. Jones, but I was doing it for the good of the country." "You're right, I don't understand." "Then let me explain." He took out the handkerchief again and wiped it across his forehead. "Our politicians are completely useless." He screwed the handkerchief in his fist and pounded down on the desk. "We have a government that doesn't know how to govern and an opposition that is mean, stupid, and vile. Every day when I look at Parliament I see grown-ups behaving like children. They shout at each other, they're vain and self-interested. There are huge issues facing the world: global warming, plastic in the oceans, poverty, famine. But they behave as if it's actually them and their careers that are more important. I don't know where they all come from or how they got into power, but they have to go. It's been my dream. Wipe the lot of them out and start again. The average age of an MP in this country is 50, Mrs. Jones, 50. There's a whole generation out there who can make the world a better place, but before they can do that, we have to get rid of the people who stand in their way, and that was why I reached out to Nightshade. I would have liked to have put a canister of VX into Parliament, but that's impossible. It's too well protected. Somehow I had to get all the politicians out into the open. I had to persuade them to go somewhere I could reach them more easily. And then I had an idea for a memorial service. Lord Clifford was hugely popular. If he was dead, all the MPs would come to his memorial service, giving me the chance to get every one of them. Can you imagine how wonderful it would be if we could start afresh?" "It wasn't just politicians in St. Paul's," Mrs. Jones said. It had been a long time since she had spoken. "You'd have killed thousands of innocent people." "I was sorry about that. But it would have been the biggest attack on Great Britain since the Blitz. It would have brought us all together. It would have reminded us that we need to fight for our future." Royce was close to tears. "All I wanted to do was to make Britain great again." "You don't make anything great by killing people," Mrs. Jones said. There was another silence. "And what happens to me?" Royce asked. Mrs. Jones considered. "I think you should take a long holiday," she said. Royce nodded. "That might be a good idea. Do you have anywhere in mind?" Mrs. Jones smiled, but without a trace of humour. "I'm told that Gibraltar is nice at this time of year. As you know, we have a facility there, and I've reserved a room for you. I think you'll find yourself in good company." Royce stared. All the colour had drained out of his face. Mrs. Jones got to her feet. "There's a car waiting for you outside. No need to pack." She turned and left the room. Delhi Station. Alex Ryder and Freddie Gray were sitting in the quiet, airy room. Everything was white, the curtains, the bedspread, the walls, even the morning light. They were not close together. Alex had been warned to keep his distance, and there was a guard outside the door just in case. But Freddie did not seem to be dangerous. He had been glad to see Alex. The two of them could almost have been friends. The compound was just outside the town of Tidworth in southeast Wiltshire, on the edge of Salisbury Plain. This is an area that has long had a close association with the British Armed Forces. The Ministry of Defence owns 30 square miles of the plain, and local residents are well used to the sound of gunfire and mortar explosions during training exercises. Tidworth Camp was established as long ago as 1905, and to this day has a large number of barracks, all of them named after battles that took place in India, including Delhi, Lucknow, and Jalalabad. A sophisticated and very private hospital was completed in 2014. It came to be known as Delhi Station. This was where Freddie was being held. It was a Saturday in November, a cold, bright day with a real bite in the air. 3 weeks had passed since the service at St. Paul's Cathedral, and this was the first time that Alex had seen Freddie. Alex had asked Mrs. Jones if he could make the visit, and to his surprise she had agreed at once. She had even sent a car for him. Jack had offered to go with him, but Alex had refused. He needed to be here on his own. A smiling matron, also in white, had shown him into Freddie's room. "How is he?" Alex had asked.
"Well, don't expect too much from him. These things take time, but we'll get there eventually."
She spoke with a Scottish accent, and Alex liked her at once.
"We told him you were coming, and he was very pleased."
"Really?"
"Oh, yes. He's looking forward to seeing you."
In fact, Freddie said very little during the meeting. He was wearing grey track pants and a sweatshirt. As well as a bed, the room had a desk, a television, and a shelf of books and other things that his parents had brought for him. The two of them had rented a house not far away in Marlborough and visited him every day. Alex noticed a stuffed toy sitting on a chair with its arms dangling and its legs apart. The MI6 forensic team had found Benjamin in Crete and brought him back. It was stupid, but Alex was glad that the monkey had made it out.
"Have you been on Salisbury Plain?"
he asked. It was difficult making conversation with Freddie, who answered every question politely but who offered nothing to fill the silences.
"No. I'm not allowed to leave the hospital grounds."
"But you've seen your parents."
"I've seen Sir Christopher and Lady Grey. They've been very kind to me."
He still hadn't accepted who they were.
"How about Sophia?"
Alex asked.
"She's here too. We've seen each other a few times."
Alex had been here for half an hour, but it felt longer, and he knew it was time to go. He and Freddie had been through so much together that he had thought there might be some connection between them. But he had to admit that he had been wrong. Even so, there was something he wanted to say before he left. "Freddie," he began. Then, "Can I call you that?"
"Yes, it's my name. I came down to see you because there's something I want you to understand. I don't know what you think of me. You probably think I'm your worst enemy, that I lied to you. I'm responsible for you being here. But I want you to know that I'm on your side. And if there's anything I can ever do for you, well, you can call me. I'm not allowed a phone. One day they'll give you a phone, and you can always ask You can ask Sir Christopher if you want to reach me."
Freddie said nothing, so Alex got up and went over to the door. He knocked, and the guard opened it.
"You're not my enemy,"
Freddie said. Alex turned. He hadn't expected to hear anything more.
"I'd like it if you came again."
Alex nodded. "I will. I promise." The door closed behind him. Alex walked down the corridor and back into the reception area, a comfortable space with modern furniture and windows with a view of Sidbury Hill. There was a woman sitting in an armchair, her legs crossed, waiting for him.
"Good morning, Mrs. Jones."
Alex sat down next to her.
"Have you seen Sophia?"
he asked. Mrs. Jones nodded.
"She hasn't recognized me yet," she said, but there was no sadness in her voice.
In fact, to Alex, she had never looked happier.
"The doctors tell me it could take months or even years," she went on, "but we have the best people working here. We'll get there in the end." "I'm sorry I left William behind," Alex said. "You saw him. You saved his life. The fact that I know he's alive means that I can actually hope."
She reached out and laid a hand on Alex's arm.
"I don't know how to thank you, Alex. It feels like so long ago that you and I first met, and I know we were wrong to use you the way we did. But what you've done, not just for London and for the country, but for me, there are no words to express how I feel."
I'm glad I was able to help. Alex glanced out of the window and saw the car waiting for him. He needed to get back to London. He and Tom were going to see Chelsea play at home, and that evening he had dinner with Jack. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "Of course, you can ask me anything you like." "I'd like to help you find Nightshade. I don't want to miss any more school. I'm miles behind anyway. I'm getting double homework, and Jack's looking for a tutor for Saturdays. But Nightshade were horrible. What they did was horrible. I really would like to meet Brother Lamar and Brother Mike. I'd like to find all of them and make sure they never hurt anyone again. And I want to help find William. He and I weren't exactly friends, but I liked him. I like Sophia too." Mrs. Jones smiled. "We're still searching Kavos Bay," she said. "We know who they are now, and every single intelligence agency in the world is looking for them. We'll find the other children, including William. You need to concentrate on your GCSEs. We might want to recruit you properly one day, and we can't do it if you haven't passed your exams. Well, let me know if there's any news." "I will." Alex got up and left the building. The front door slid aside to let him pass. The driver of the car started the engine. What neither Mrs. Jones nor Alex knew was that on the other side of the world, thousands of miles away, the 4 teachers were sitting around a table, each one examining the file that they had been given. Alex's photograph was on the front cover, and inside there was information about his age, his address, the school he went to, his friends, his hobbies, even the football club he supported. Leap of Faith had been a colossal failure. They had lost 2 more numbers in London, and their client had disappeared. It had been their biggest operation ever, and they had been defeated by a 15-year-old boy. The teachers had already made up their minds. What had happened was intolerable. They were not going to let the matter rest. Driving out of Tidworth Camp on his way home, Alex had no need to go looking for Nightshade. They had decided to come for him. You've been listening to Nightshade by Anthony Horowitz, narrated by Rupert Degas. Published